Oh, we're in the zone, baby.
I'm dialed in.
Oh, we're in the zone. Live from the studio. I am Jimmy Solesky.
Merrick Glazer.
And tonight we got a blast from the cast. Long time return. I was listening to our podcast earlier. The last time you were on, it was 5 years ago to the month. October 2016, you were on with our pal Ellis Fackler. And I think we just talked about like breaking into cars the whole time. As I remember, it was
criminal mischief.
Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
I was listening to. I could barely get through it because the sound quality was so incredibly bad on that.
Yeah, our old episodes sounded terrible. Apparently,
Terrible, dude. I was like talking into a kick drum mic.
Yeah.
I was like,
and I guess like we'd never heard our voices better than that on a recording. So
Yeah.
we were like, "This is top."
we sound great.
Yeah, this
Why
is
don't we
great.
have more listeners? It was episode 31.
Yeah, you're doing like art and music back then, I think,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I was on my journey to be an art teacher, and I was wrestling. And
Did we say your name yet? Brandon Buckingham
Yeah, and Solesky,
and Solesky.
aka Dominic Solesky,
AKA Dominic Solesky.
AKA Jimmy's brother.
No relation.
Yeah, this was the first podcast I ever came on 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When I pulled up the text to text you, I was like, I said, I still have the same phone from last time you were on the podcast 5 years ago, which is really a reality check for me. I was like, I need a new fucking
There's
phone.
no way, dude. You've broken your phone.
Dude, I have the
Like,
receipts.
Switched it over, I guess.
I
You're
have
telling me that's the same
same phone from 2016.
and it's just broken, what, 90 times?
90 times, got it repaired. I spent $20,000 in repairs on my phone so far. I could have bought an iPhone 26 by now.
Maybe just because your SIM card, it saved the messages. Are you sure that's the same phone?
I'm sure, dude. My phone doesn't save messages. And I don't know if they still have SIM cards, dude. That's like 2001.
Oh, you have
No,
a
they
phone
definitely
from
do.
2001, so I figured.
It could be. But I saw our conversation from when I was inviting you to the podcast last time. We were supposed to get our friend Ryan on.
Yeah, Ryan Stantmeyer. Shout out to him.
Shouts out Ryan Santmeyer, dude. But that's how I met you, honestly. I always forget how I met. I was dating a girl who had a brother, who had a sister, whose friend was Ryan, who was your friend. And he was like, dude, I know this guy. He like draws like bananas and stuff and broccoli and vegetables, miscellaneous fruits.
Yeah.
And he also raps. And I was like, hell yeah, bring that motherfucker on, dude.
Yeah, I feel like I've always been pretty lonely in my artistic creation. So if there was ever someone that did some shit, I would try to be friends with them.
Oh, no, of course.
Ryan
dude.
was always on the lookout. He's like, I know a guy, Jimmy. He makes music as a podcast. I was like, I want to talk to him.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, dude. I mean, by week 3, we were scraping for anybody. Like, do we know anybody who does anything?
So you guys have been doing this podcast for 5 years. What
5
episode are
years.
we on now?
250. It's actually like a nice monument. Nice,
Same amount of listeners.
same amount of
Pretty much, yeah.
Are we gaining traction? Is there anything?
We are gaining traction listener-wise. We get like sometimes up to 1,000 a week, average 500 a week. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy. I mean, we're getting like 5 a week for 3 years.
Yeah,
So
maybe 4.
maybe on a good week, depending on if Eric listened to it or not.
Exactly.
It could have been different.
Hopefully some cold ass riders will show up and
Yeah, hopefully,
give you
dude.
some love.
Dude, I almost wore my cold ass riding shirt, but then I was like, that might be fucking gay.
No, you should have, dude.
You were like, nah, dude, not wrinkly enough. I need a wrinklier shirt. What can I pull off? Not the bottom, not the floor of my car, the underside of my car. To fucking
I didn't want to be a cold ass dick rider, dude.
yeah.
No, it's not like
Can't
that.
do
Is that
It's a
some of your
lifestyle,
merch?
though.
Is that some of your merch?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it says cold ass riding on it.
That's his slogan. The
Yep.
official slogan, dude.
pretty much the slogan. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. But you fucking glowed up since last time you were here. When you were here last time, you were a UMBC legend, the king of spladles. I don't know if they keep a record for that in the NCAA, most spladles per season, but that's gotta be something, right?
Yeah, if anyone's weird enough to want to try to spladle someone every match for 5 years.
I mean, if you're wrestling at UMBC, you got to get some type of stats going, dude, and that's a good stat. I
Yeah.
feel like they should keep track of that. Absolutely. And you were you an art teacher yet, or had you not done that yet?
I was going to school to be an art teacher at the time. I think I was a junior in college last time I was on.
Okay.
So I got my degree, got my master's, became an art teacher, quit, and then just making YouTube videos.
How many years did you do the art teacher thing?
Just 1 year.
1 year.
Really?
It was hellish.
That's
Did you-
insane,
did you-
'cause I feel like you had such like a path planned out,
Oh, yeah.
and like you literally got to your goal,
Mm-hmm.
and then when you got to it, you're just like, oh wait,
Yeah, because you never know if you want something till you get it.
interesting.
and then you get that shit, and you're like, no, thank you. It's like you want to.
That's why we quit college, Jimmy.
Yeah.
It could be like a hot girl you're chasing. You know what I mean? And you work for it for months, and you finally get her, and then it turns out she's a bitch. You know?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
A lot of things in life are like that. So
Yep.
yeah, I got the teaching gig, quit it, and then now I'm doing something that did not require going to college.
Yeah, that's how it goes for a lot of people, honestly. But there was like a pretty solid like buffer zone between when you stopped doing the art teaching thing how many years ago?
June 18th, 2020.
And so that's not that long ago. But did you quit because you had machinations to do the YouTube thing at that point?
Yeah, I had been recording videos since that January, so for 6 months, and I had been backlogging stuff, and then put in my 6-month resignation, and the day my contract ended, I released my first episode of the Buckingham Show.
I mean, it's ballsy to think that you just like quit a good solid job too. I mean, a teacher is like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you can. I think I know one person ever who got fired from being a teacher.
Dude, shout out health insurance.
And it's usually for fucking a kid.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This person didn't do that, which makes it almost even worse. Like, damn, you must have really sucked at teaching.
Talking about Yaska.
No, I'm not talking about Yask. Oh, yeah, he did get fired.
Yeah.
After
No,
that.
2 people.
2 people. Okay, I know 2 people that got fired. But so you released your first episode of the Buckingham Show right after you quit?
Yeah, the day my contract ended.
So when you started filming, did you know you were just going to quit?
Yeah.
So you were just like, all right, I'm fucking starting. So it must have been, okay, so you're only 6 months in when you started filming then.
Yeah, no, not even 4 months. I had been teaching for 4 months when I decided I was going to put in my 6-month resignation and start.
Was there a
filming.
day
What
that
happened at 4 months?
Dude, these kids were just fucking heathenous bastards, and it was like
Were you working? What kind of school? Was it like a public school, private school?
Yeah, public school.
Okay, public school.
In Montgomery County, Germantown area.
Mm-hmm.
The kids were just like horrible, and in my mind, I was always like, the teacher makes or breaks the classroom. You know, whether it's a good class or not, they have so much power over that. But the kids, on the flip side, the kids have a lot of power over, you know, the teacher's enjoyability. And I remember when I was in school, if you misbehaved, you would get lunch detention, or there would be some kind of punishment that would be like, oh, I'm not going to do this, I'm going to get in trouble. They've like gotten rid of all of that in Montgomery County.
What
There's
grades were you teaching?
Pre-K through 5th.
Jesus.
So
Yeah, you can't spladle one of those little fuckers.
I've never wanted to sleep a child more than I did when I was a fucking teacher. Because the kids are just so rude. There's just not even any basic humanity. I mean, it's because their lives are fucked up at home. I don't want to like blame them. Obviously,
Yeah.
they're young little kids. But
They're
I
just
don't
calling you slurs and doing Fortnite dances.
Yeah. They're T-posing on me and calling me a little bitch.
What
Try hard.
were they like inner city kids? What county were you teaching?
Moco.
Montgomery County.
Which is like,
Germantown.
isn't that a rich county?
I mean, it's around DC too.
Yeah, true.
There's this rapper named Simba who's in jail. You ever heard of the rapper Simba from this area?
think so,
Well,
yeah.
where he strong-armed robbed somebody was in the right where I was teaching, Watkins Mill area.
What is strong arm robbery? Does that mean no weapon?
It means you're jacked, you're at the gym, you're not a little pussy, you got strong arms.
And you just want to be like,
It's a
look, dude,
compliment.
clearly I'm more
You
jacked
just
than
flex
you.
in front of the person, like, yeah, see that? I'd give me my money.
Yeah.
Like Dom will get like a puny armed robbery.
Yeah, dude.
It's way less.
Brawn arm
individual.
robbery.
Scrawn arm, dude. This guy needs a weapon if you can fucking pick it up.
They give you a dumbbell when they're sentencing you. But no, the kids were just really bad. There was no punishment, so I felt like I had no ability to keep the kids in check, you know, except for like having some stupid positive reward system, like coupons for erasers or something. It just wasn't
Yeah.
working, and I
Who
figured
wants
out-
an eraser?
Yeah,
Actually, when you're in school, an eraser is a hot
Do you remember the
commodity.
school store?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm copping some mechanical pencils today, baby.
yeah. You were balling if you had a new mechanical pencil
Dude,
back
you got
in
the
those days.
gummy eraser, the little like it looked like bubble gum.
Yeah.
are sick.
I was just a fan of the classic. You know, it was like what meant you were like cool was if you had like the white eraser with the cardboard thing around it. You know what I'm talking about? That was like the professional erasers. Like this guy can erase anything.
Nah, top notch, top quality. The erasable pens. You remember those?
Dude, I thought I liked erasable pens, but low-key, they sucked. I'm left-handed, dude. So when I'm fucking writing over erasable pen, when I finish a sentence, the beginning of the sentence is gone.
Yeah, it's just smeared.
There's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's a problem. We can get to erasable pen some other time, I would say. Probably on our next episode.
Damn. Yeah, so I went to school for 6 years to be a teacher, and then when I was finally teaching, it just wasn't making me happy, and I wasn't willing to put in more time to figure out if it would make me happy eventually. So,
well, what gave you the idea? Because I'm interested to know what the progression was to doing what you do now. Because the last time we talked,
yeah, we're trying to be successful too.
Yes. Where do I get my art degree so I can quit immediately and become successful? I'm trying to figure out when you were here last time, you were making rap music and doing your own art. And I did find it interesting before the podcast when we were talking. You were like, it's because I went through your YouTube page today, and I didn't realize that you were still making music. You know, you've had like, I think it was 4 albums, I think, since 2016 or something like that.
Yep.
I saw you put out your most recent one in 2020. Last year. So that's something you're still doing, but you said like it's nice now because like doesn't have to be your identity. Like it always felt like kind of awkward to be like, I'm a rapper, you know? So now you have the Buckingham Show, Brandon Buckingham Show, but you still get to have that outlet of rap, which is good. But what made you transition into what you're doing now? I guess like where did you get like I guess you had the idea that you wanted to have something on YouTube. But how did you know you wanted to go the direction that you went?
I was always a big fan of like Tom Green and $1 Million Extreme, Sam Hyde, Longmont Potion Castle, Psychic Pebbles, just weird comedy YouTube shit. And I don't know what I think I always wanted to be a YouTuber. Like me and Ryan Santmeyer made like sketch comedy and shit back in like 2017, 2018. I think I always wanted to do it, but never committed, because in my mind I was always like, I can't put inappropriate stuff out on the internet. I have to be a teacher. I have to be appropriate. I have to lead this life that is to a certain standard, you know, because I can't get the job. So I think when I got the teaching thing and I was like, this is what I've been working for 6 years. It's not making me happy. It's making me miserable. I'm going to say fuck it, try the YouTube thing, and I don't give a fuck what's on the internet. I'll get drunk. I'll say inappropriate things, and I'm just going to go for it.
And what I did watch, so I saw when you were talking about the release of the show, and what I thought was really impressive about it was a lot of times, and myself included, and most people I know, especially when it's your kind of first crack at something like that, you're gonna put stuff out and it kind of flops, it kind of flails, and like, you know, you're not getting the feedback that you'd like to see from it. But it was almost, I mean, an immediate kind of return. Like, did you know just the content that you had was going to take off in that way immediately? I mean, or were you, I mean, to quit your job and then pursue it, like there had to be something in your mind like, dude, the shit I'm about to put out, it's going to hit. There's no chance it doesn't hit.
I was not that confident. I still am not that confident, surprisingly enough. I thought it was funny, and I felt like it was a better natural fit than rapping, because I'm not that cool. I've never been that cool of a guy to be like, I'm a rapper.
Yeah, it does require a coolness factor.
Yeah, the swag.
Yeah, like the image.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Even like Little Dicky, like he does have a certain element of like coolness and swag to him, and I felt that I felt like I've lacked. So it just felt more natural, and I just felt like, let's see where this can go. And yeah, the first time I put out an episode, it was more well received than my music. You know, I wasn't even getting 1,000 views, but it was more well received. And then I was just like, I'm going to do this for 6 months and stay consistent and see what happens. I feel like consistency is everything. I think if I would have put out 15 episodes and stopped for even a month, I would be like nowhere.
Did you have a bunch of stuff like in the backlogs for when you released your first? What are you doing? Weekly? Uploads?
I put out a video every single week for 68 weeks without missing one. And yeah, what am I saying? Dude, I still don't feel that confident about it, even though I have like 65,000 subscribers and have gotten over 1 million views this past month.
I mean, obviously, I understand that, like, as an artist, you're never going to feel completely fulfilled, I guess, or ever feel like you're truly reaching your potential.
Until you have like fuck you money too. You're like, I could just fall through the floor right now.
Yeah,
the money thing is big. People will be like, oh, how does it feel now that you've made it? I'm like, dude, I don't even, like, my car doesn't fucking work. You know what I mean?
So you have no other job other than YouTube?
No, yeah, I've been
That's wild.
Full-time YouTube for, like almost 70 weeks.
Do you do like any like Patreon or like OnlyFans?
Yeah, I have a Patreon. I have like 350 patrons.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I do DoorDash sometimes. Shout out to
There
DoorDash.
you go. That's a job.
DD.
DoorDash.
Yeah.
Dash. You ever do like an episode? You ever think about doing like a DoorDash episode where you like fuck with your clients at all?
I have thought about that.
Ooh.
That's something.
You got to do it right before you quit, though.
Yeah, burn that bridge.
Yeah. They probably won't like that.
No, but YouTube for me has been wrapped with uncertainty and doubt. You know, you just like, because as far as gaining followers and stuff, I still don't understand how it works. You know, you just put stuff out and hope it does good. And yeah.
So how long?
Yeah.
So how
What's
many?
like the key tag that you put on the videos? What tags are working for the algorithm?
You got to capitalize some words. I've noticed. You got to do that. You got to capitalize some words.
Busty, mommy milkers, come fast.
Yeah.
Nut
Yeah.
under
Try
a
not
minute.
to come challenge.
Try not to come challenge is good. You can put that on there.
Mom walks in on stepson, that kind of stuff.
That's good. These are all great ideas, dude.
No, it's confusing. You guys have been doing a podcast for 5 years. It's hard to fucking gain followers and get people's attention and stuff.
I know.
It's very hard.
Very familiar.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I go out and interact with the public. So there's like another element besides like just me. There's like, oh, what are people like in Portland, Oregon?
Yeah.
You know, what are people like in Atlantic City? Maybe you're not interested in me. Maybe you'll be interested in the people I'm interviewing.
Well, you also do some things. You know, it seems like you're on top of. A couple. Ones come to mind, like when you went down to the Capitol on January 6th and like you were interviewing people on the street and stuff like that, where like it does take a certain amount of effort to just be like involved in what the topics are going to be. You know what I mean? So you're on top of that. And also, you know, when you first started out, I feel like the content that you're putting out now is so much more clearly, even just within the past year, it's so much more mature. And I think there's so much more content there in the more recent episodes where like I feel like in the first few episodes, because I had seen stuff like that before. For the
listeners, Brandon does like kind of like man on the street videos, I guess you'd call it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I think that genre, which I like what you're doing now, because I feel like you've taken it to a different place, which is awesome. But I guess when you're first getting into that genre, it seemed like it is a little bit more of just like the messing with people and seeing what happens, you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I've watched how you've grown it into like something that's really relevant. Like people could actually watch this and be like, oh, that's what the fuck is going on, you know?
Yeah.
I remember you guys filmed the video in Towson.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh deck collector. One of my favorites.
That was funny as shit.
Yeah, I don't think Dom could handle that, dude.
That was, dude,
I probably thought I was a lunatic, right?
No, dude, I used to always think when I would watch those types of videos, I used to always think like, dude, I could totally be that guy. Like, I totally
that's fake.
fuck with people and blah blah blah. I think what it really was like, I used to always think like, damn, dude, if I had like 1 million fucking subs, I would just go out and jerk off in public. I wouldn't care because I knew it would blow up. And then like Brandon's like, yo, I'm shooting a video in Towson. You want to like slide through and like come along for it? I was like, fuck yeah. And so he shows up and he's in this Winnie the Pooh costume. I'm like, hell yeah, we're at the apartment parking lot at our apartment. And like he just starts off in the parking lot. There's this dude in a fucking suit.
Your
and
neighbor.
I was like, oh shit, like this guy lives here. And he starts fucking like yapping at him and talking shit. And the guy was like not feeling it. And I was like, damn, like now I'm really in it. Like I gotta show up for this. And then I just like sort of lagged back for a while. And then once the bottle of wine started hitting more, I started getting more involved.
What was your role?
Oh, you guys are juicing.
Yeah.
I didn't even really have a role. I was just like hanging around trying to involve myself any way I could to try to like add to the...
It's a liability for you because you live across the street from all these people.
Yeah.
You know, that's an
I
added...
didn't even care. Like once...
Wait, did you do it to the poor like Virginia Tower people?
No.
Oh, thank God.
But like early on in the video, I was just sort of like standing behind, letting Brandon do his thing. And then like as I got drunker, I started like yelling at people and kind of getting into it.
Yeah, getting more confident.
Yeah, I got a little more confident. Liquid courage.
Yeah,
There
well,
you
yeah.
go.
2 bottles of wine will do that. You start saying, you know, you start easing into
And
it a
then
little
and then the cops started talking to us and shit. I was like, oh my God. He was like, dude, this happens every time. I was like, fuck. God damn, dude.
This happens every time. Do you have like a camera guy, I guess, too?
I have a
Or do you
revolving
just-
door of camera people.
Hell yeah.
Someone who's helped me film a lot is Matt Offhacker, but I think he's only filmed like a fourth or a
Who was the
third
guy
of
at
my
Towson
videos.
that night? Was that the guy from Philly?
That was Drew Vernon.
Drew Vernon.
Shout out to
Okay.
him. But yeah, I have
You
a
just
revolving
meet
door
them
of
through
camera
like
guys. 'cause
YouTube, I guess, or...
Matt filmed music videos with me. Drew hit me up on Instagram to help me film.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
But I have a revolving door of camera guys, and typically when I film with a new camera guy, they are usually pretty like. It's funny to see me get rejected so much because you don't see it in the video. But you know, whether I'm on the street being a drunk moron or just interviewing people, you got to deal with a lot of rejection and whatnot. It's always funny to seeing a new camera guy adapt to it. Or I start acting crazy and they're like, hey man, relax. I'm like, trust me, it's fine. I'm professional at this now.
You mentioned before we cracked open that Miller High Life that you had just recently ended 10 months of sobriety. Did the content of the videos kind of coincide with that? Like when you went more... I don't know if it's just something that I've personally noticed that may not be the case, if you even feel the way that I'm describing it, where like I've seen like kind of the maturity level go up from a year ago to now.
Sure.
I don't know if that's something that you, or if I'm just saying this and you're like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I still fucking go crazy.
No, there is definitely an element of that. Like when I'm sober, I'm more, you have more pointed video ideas with more direction, still a lot of improv. But yeah, when I'm drinking, I'm every video I'm releasing in October is me drunk. I wanted, because Joe Rogan does Sober October, I was like, I'm going to get drunk for every video in October. And yeah, the drinking videos are a lot more immature, a lot less of direction. Yeah. So definitely. And I'm feeling that now as I'm putting out my first drunk video. Is like, oh, this video kind of fucking just sucks and it's immature and it's like...
When you have to edit it, you're like, fuck.
Yeah, it's not funny. I'm just like a drunk idiot.
What am I, drunk?
That's got to be awful to edit yourself drunk.
Yeah.
Dude.
Because like whenever, I don't know, when you're sober and you see like an annoying drunk person, you're just like, that's never me.
Yeah.
And then you just have like hours upon hours of footage of like, oh no, I am that guy.
Yeah, let me find a compilation of my most annoying moments and put it out every week.
Yeah. Or like editing a video that you don't think is funny, and by the time it's finished, you don't think it's a good video, but you have to put it out because you want to be consistent, and you know what I mean? That's can be kind of anxiety inducing.
What's your like mark? Because I know obviously, there's, even with the podcast or even with anything, you put out a song that you're not quite as thrilled about as maybe another song or something like that. Or like you put in an episode where you're like, man, that wasn't as good as last week's episode, something like that. Like what's your like percentage rate of like satisfaction that you're satisfied with the content you put out? Because obviously I agree, consistency is key. So you're sticking to a video every week, and if it gets to the point where you're about to upload a video that you're not satisfied with, you're still putting it out. Like,
yeah, for
how
sure.
often does that happen?
Like a quarter of the time.
Really?
I'm putting out a video that I don't really want to put out, but I know how the algorithm works, and you gotta upload. Well, I don't really know how that works. I'm just assuming.
Well, what is your assumption about the algorithm? I'll take anything.
If you stop uploading it even for like 3 weeks, it fucks you really hard. I mean, you see all these. There's a bunch of YouTubers that have over 100,000 subscribers that are getting like dog ass views, like 1,000, 5,000 views.
Is there like a length of the video, like an optimum length that you've noticed, or because like they talk about all kinds of things? I do think it's interesting to talk to somebody who like is finding success on YouTube, because that's like there's a trillion videos on YouTube about how to get more views, how to get more subscribers.
5 tips to optimize subscriber growth.
And it's like, I mean, it seems like everybody's trying to figure out like, what is the fucking algorithm? Is there anything that you've noticed, like in terms of like, obviously, they say it used to be tags. Remember when tags were a thing? I used to have like
rare,
false tagging.
based.
Yeah. False tagging, stuff like that.
Gay
works.
Gay was a big one on Instagram. we would bluff our Instagram likes by just hashtagging gay.
Yeah,
and then you'd get like an extra 30 or so likes.
Yeah,
it was
the
amazing.
pros on you liking your shit.
Exactly, and then just edit, take out gay after you get all the likes.
Yeah,
I love the question of like, how does the algorithm work? How do you gain followers? Because I don't know, and the more I do YouTube and the more subscribers I get, the less I know. I don't understand how it works at all.
Wow.
They probably make it super confusing so people just can't start hacking the algorithm and thinking they found the code, and then
or there might just not be an algorithm. It's just like 3 dudes that are like, put that on the front page.
maybe that's the
Susan Wojcicki or whatever.
You
her
look
name
at
is.
some content that's really popular, and it's the most dog ass like shitty content. Like you know who Emma Chamberlain is? Not to shit on Emma, she's a great girl.
I've heard the name,
but
yes.
dude, she gets like 5 million views per video, and everything she does in her videos goes against a lot of the stuff you read about, like engaging content that starts off exciting. Like Mr. Beast has the method of how he views the algorithm, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Where he says you have to like introduce like an objective in the beginning and have different plot points. Emma Chamberlain just fucking drinks coffee in her room and gets 5 million views.
Those are market for that.
Is she
I
hot?
assume. Is she hot?
She's like backstreet hot, like
That's
like
hot?
white trash hot.
Backstreet
no, like
Boy
I'm saying
hot?
like maybe one of us would think she was really hot and the other would be like, nah, she's
I'm gonna
gross.
Google her
She's
and
a
see.
regular girl.
Okay,
I have
girl next
extremely
door
low standards.
kind
so.
of category.
Yeah. Yeah, like she'd get the job done.
I'm
but-
gonna need some Google verification on this. I think you're severely overestimating
I'm
the four of
Googling it
us.
right
No, but when I
now.
hang out with other YouTubers, we could talk about it for hours. Like, how does the algorithm work? How do you gain more subscribers? Definitely, clickbaiting is fucking important. I need to get better at that. I've been really
Yeah.
shitty with my
I feel like the
titling.
thumbnails are good. Like I
Yeah.
feel like there's like a certain style of thumbnail that I always see on like the front page of YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Look at like kids content, bright colors, vibrant,
Exactly, yeah.
expressive.
Yeah, she's nothing special. She's definitely pretty.
Let me see.
Something I've done with my videos that I still am going to do, which is not good, is like titling it like it's a movie. You know what I mean? Like I called one of my videos "The Simple Life Motel," which is like terrible clickbait, terrible SEO, terrible for the algorithm. But
SEO is search engine optimization.
Yeah.
Cool. I watched the tip videos. I know.
within that video, I make out with 3 girls back to back, and I could title the video something like that. But I just feel like
Yeah.
cheesy
How to
doing
make out
that.
with 3 girls
Yeah.
in one night. You'd get it'd
Yeah.
go crazy.
How to fuck.
So I'm trying to get better at my.
I mean, I would click
clickbait
that
shit.
if that popped up.
Yeah.
Like, dude makes out with 3 girls back to back. I'd be like, all right, I'm watching this.
But being a YouTuber is the most sought after career. You know what
Oh,
I mean?
I'd imagine
It's like
so.
The most
Yeah,
highly
yeah.
sought after
But
career.
it's so much harder to get into now. I feel like. I mean, like I remember there was a time when like Asians ran YouTube, like Kev Jumba, Niga Higa, and like all those guys,
Yeah.
Dietrich, and like Scott's Asian, so he was all fucking into that, and that was like all we watched back in the day. But I feel like those guys like Niga Higa, like he was on YouTube when YouTube popped off, and like a lot of those things. That's what made MySpace so good was. They didn't really have the gears in place to safeguard against like spamming and getting like fake followers. Like you could just fucking spam the shit out of things, clickbait the shit out of things. And now I feel like not only is it more saturated, but there's also the reality that, like they've started to see like, okay, like Instagram, for instance, like if you're doing like a follow for follow type thing or something like that, which did you ever do anything like that when you were starting up your show, or did you just kind of just start a page, start putting out content and just hope it snowballed?
Yeah, I've been really dog-ass with promotion on my page since I started. I pretty much just focused on the YouTube uploads. I was doing Instagram clips and stuff and then got out of it. But recently, because I was frustrated, as my YouTube is growing, my Instagram is not growing.
Yeah.
So I tried doing some clips and some posts. Nothing was helping. And I paid for meme page promotion. I put like $300 in a meme page promotion and then got like an extra 6,000 followers on Instagram. So
That seems to be the way to go.
shout out to organic growth on Instagram. It seems to be fucking impossible.
Yeah, I mean, well, the paid promotion that you can access with like the ad manager or whatever, I don't
pathetic.
think that is real.
I've had my own followers screenshot my ads popping up to my own followers. So you're telling me I'm paying money for you to promote something to my own followers that are
people that
already
already
following me?
subscribed, yeah.
What kind of fucking shit is that, man?
Well, that's what I noticed. I mean, and that's what I'm talking about, like how
I think for Instagram now though, it's all about the reels. I think they're trying to like focus.
give it a second. All right,
There we go.
hold up. All right, we're back. Sorry about that.
difficulties.
Go on. Yeah, I agree. It is about the reels because I think they're trying to.
Yeah, they're trying to like take over for TikTok, but I think like I know Joey had like a couple of his reels like hit 1 million randomly without like no promotion. They just randomly like clicked.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing that it always, you can go back to like, look, when Facebook, after MySpace, Facebook came out and they became like the new head honcho. And I think, anybody would acknowledge now that Facebook is like it's almost like the yellow pages. Like everyone has a Facebook, but it's definitely
It's just like your homepage.
Yeah. Yeah. And like it's not as much the active users on Facebook, but they bought Instagram, so now they own Instagram. Instagram's, I would say, the most poppin' social media platform at the moment. But that seems to be the way they would go, is like when Snapchat had the stories. Snapchat used to be more of a personal thing. I remember when somebody first told me about Snapchat, where they were like, "Oh, you like send a picture." And then I literally took a picture of myself on a phone and like texted it to him. I was like, did I just Snapchat you?
Yeah.
And this is 2011.
No, it doesn't disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's kind of crazy. Snapchat was kind of like our generation's like AIM, like
Yeah.
instant messenger.
yeah.
Because that's how people like treated it. Mm-hmm. People used it to just like chat.
Yeah. And then they had the stories. And then what happens? Instagram does the stories. Now there's no need to do the snap. I mean, I know
Frankly,
people do
they're
this.
better.
Yeah, Instagram stories are better. and more people are going to see it, you know, because you don't have to. It's Instagram is a much less personal thing. Somebody can look you up, follow you, stuff like that. And then you see TikTok come out with their. Well, you had Vine, right? And then I don't know what the fuck happened to them, and TikTok just took that over. And then
They have
Instagram,
YouTube Shorts.
YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like they're noticing a pattern. But the thing that I noticed was the problem with once a social media platform gets too big is that the money takes over. And so I remember when I had like my music page back in like 2014 or whatever on Facebook, like the sophomore page, which at the time was just Jimmy Solesky Music or whatever, which by the way, I say this frequently, but if you're a musician, don't make your username blah 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 music. It's just like I always tell people, it's like, name me one successful artist that you listen to where if you go to their Instagram page, it's J. Cole music, Drake music,
Soulja Boy, tell him.
yeah, fucking Mark Normand comedy. No, doesn't happen. Just make it your name. That's a complete side note. But anyway, so you have these pages, and I remember you would make a post on Facebook on your page, and the theory was these people like my page, they're gonna see what I post organically. Doesn't work like that anymore.
Hell no.
Now you make a post on your business page or your fan page, I'm getting like one like maybe,
Yeah.
and I mean maybe.
I have a Facebook page that I posted a video to every week for like 4 months or something, and just stopped because I was like, I'm not getting anywhere. People that are liking my page are not seeing my videos. I'm getting like 30 views. So it was pretty demotivating.
That was crazy though. Apparently, like Facebook, like people make like the top Facebook like video people. They'll make fucking millions like monthly.
You get paid so much
off
more
of
in ad
Facebook.
revenue off
I think
Facebook.
you get all the ad revenue on Facebook.
You
like
get
it's not
sickening, like 7 times more,
Yeah.
some crazy shit.
Wow. But you gotta have the money to pay for the promotion, dude. I don't think you can get that kind of organic traction. Like,
I mean, maybe. I mean, just put one of the millions that you get back into advertising. I
exactly.
guess.
Yeah. You gotta have money to spend money, and you gotta spend money to make money. With those ad managers, pay promotions, nothing fucking happens. And so I almost feel like the name of the game is like what you're talking about. Like, you really can learn a lot. You really can learn a lot from fucking Instagram thoughts. Like, they are on top of the game. If you want to watch how it's done, watch that. And it always, like,
Oh, dude, sex is the easiest thing to sell ever.
hot girls have the cheat code of being hot girls.
And they all do Instagram meme
If
promotion.
I was a hot chick that made the music I make,
Oh my God.
if Brandon was a hot
Yeah.
chick that made
You'd
the videos
be-
he made, he'd be
You'd be a label
like
plant.
Billie
by now.
Eilish famous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You think so?
I think so, dude.
Dude,
I
If
think
you
I'm
looked
at
like- if-
65,000 subs based
If
on
you
my sex
had
appeal
tits,
alone.
if you had tits as big as Billie Eilish,
Which we can say now. Legally.
weekends, I
gotta
couldn't
hide them
wait
for a
till the
couple
day
years.
she turned 18. I was like, damn, Billie Eilish got really hot, dude. Wow. It's like
What happened? Did that happen
one day,
overnight?
One day. and
I
she's like the
hadn't
hottest.
noticed.
You keep them bangs on her, boy. She got them milkers.
But yeah,
I'm kind of glad she like hid her body until she was 18, because that would have just like made everyone uncomfortable.
Well, the culture has changed. I mean, dude, like they had a literal countdown in 2000s for when Britney Spears was turning 18.
and the Olsen
it
twins.
was like on a televised countdown, like
Yeah, yeah.
CBS.
It's insane.
The
Dude,
fucking
you know
ball
how-
dropped on Britney Spears' legality.
You know how people hack into like famous people's iClouds and shit?
Yeah.
Like Jennifer Lawrence, all her nudes got leaked and
Great
fucking
stuff, great
all that
stuff.
stuff. Did someone hack Billie Eilish's iCloud already?
Oh, it's gonna be.
I'm getting sick of waiting.
Yeah, it's gonna
I
have.
Google every day.
You're gonna have to give it a year so it has a backlog of content that is
yeah,
not.
give it a minute.
Yeah, you got to give it a minute, Dom. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Show us those things.
She's like been 18 for 2 years.
She
She hasn't had a birthday since, dude.
2 weeks,
18 for-
maybe.
yeah, like a day.
Billie Eilish was turned 18 like over a year ago.
You fucking wish.
But who's
dude.
counting? You know?
Let me Google.
Google
Yeah,
and do.
I just remember Bad Baby. She like put an OnlyFans out like the day she turned 18.
and
Made like $1
she
million.
has
Yeah,
Yeah, she made
nudes out
so much
now.
money.
Yeah, OnlyFans thing. Look, like I was saying with the Instagram thoughts, they do a whole bunch of like, in order to like, they'll do that like.
Billie Eilish turns 20 next month, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, I take back everything I ever said about. Wait, we need an iCloud leak. But you know, you'll see like the models on Instagram, who are models,
Instagram model.
Instagram models, and
Not Instagram skank whores.
and they'll do like the thing where it's like you go to their page, it's like must follow this page in order to be approved for this one, and it's like, How are you checking that?
Yeah.
How are you checking that? Are you really going to fucking you're getting thousands of followers a day and you're going to make sure that I followed this other bitch before you'll
They
approve?
might have a bot for that. Who knows?
They might have a bot for it. But I think like they do like the once you get to 10,000 you can put the link in your story. But even then it's
Which
like
doesn't do shit. That does not do shit. And Instagram will like suppress your story if it has a link in it. Like my story views when I have a link in my stories are way down.
Yeah,
Like
and they
social media-
changed the way to share shit now into your story. They
It's
like made it
confusing.
way more
All
convoluted.
social media does that shit. And if they detect that you're trying to promote something, it does nothing. Dude, I'll make TikToks screaming into the camera and they get millions of views. The second I make a TikTok with my song in it and I say, yo, go check the link in my bio, I
Yeah,
have
you
90,000 followers. I might get 2,000 views.
You got to do it in the comments. That's like the old Facebook thing too. Like 4 or 5 years ago, Facebook, like if you put a link in like your post, they would literally just not show it to anyone.
Well, my
Yeah.
link is in my bio. I wouldn't have like, I think literally, I had a conversation with some dude that's from around here that has a bunch of TikTok followers. And he was saying like, dude, TikTok's algorithm is a lot more advanced than you think it is. Like, I posted a video, and I've started to realize it more because I posted a video a week ago where I called a cigarette a fag, pretending to be a British person.
No.
And it got banned. Like I don't mean like immediately, like an hour. I mean like I posted it, refreshed it, and it was removed for violating community guidelines.
Damn.
So I literally think there's an algorithm that listens to the audio, voice to text
Oh, of course.
kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
thing.
No,
Probably,
absolutely.
yeah.
Dude.
And then
How do
he
you
w-
think that they know if you're using copyrighted material?
And then he
immediately?
said the same thing where
Like
it
with
was
a
like
song.
like if you have a knife in the video, there's an algorithm that can detect a knife or a gun or drugs or anything like that and immediately ban it. And I think the same way, if you say the words, go check this out, you're not getting any views.
Yeah,
Not
dude,
removing
it's
it.
fucking China, dude. You think they're letting anything slip?
Yeah,
You think China's letting anything slip?
You definitely can't say the naughty words on any platform or they'll shut you down.
Although I did see a TikTok with a black dude who was like, you faggot this, fag that, fag this.
That's a black dude. It's different.
Million likes. Not a million views, million likes.
No, but
which-
the naughty words for us is different than
Yeah.
black dudes. You know what I mean?
it's called black privilege.
Well,
Privilege.
You want to try that again, Dom?
Privilege. Black
privilege.
It was like you were trying to censor yourself before you even said it.
Yeah. Your Greek
like radio
privilege is
edit,
showing, dude.
reverse word.
Yeah, dude.
Black privilege.
We do have Greek privilege right now, dude.
We got a racist on the podcast. No, but, something about the algorithm that I wanted to say is I was at the January 6th storming of the Capitol, which was
Yes.
like the biggest news event in the world at the time.
Do you ever, when like it
one-
just
easily
happened,
one
did
of
you
your
always
best
have to
videos,
be
by the
like,
way.
and not for what you think I was. I wasn't there for the
I didn't
reasons you
even
made
know
me
it was
say.
I was the guy with the Viking
I
horns.
took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
I posted my video January 7th, so I didn't even know it was such a big deal. But I had probably the best footage out of the
You like edited it all night. Went to bed. You're like, all
stayed
right,
up all night.
upload.
Yeah.
Time to
there were-
sleep.
Dude,
I
that
pulled an
was
all-nighter to edit it.
that was easily one of your best videos. There were you interviewing people. The guy that got shot in the face was on national news, and you had
Oh, yeah.
interviewed him personally. The guy that
Stole Nancy Pelosi's
stole her letter got arrested. He was like
Oh
the
my
first
God.
person they arrested.
Didn't he like have the? He was like, "Where I get this?" It was something like it was like,
can't say.
"That's the guy.
That's the guy.
That's the fucking guy."
That's the guy. Dude, he interviewed multiple people, but notice how none of the people that he interviewed that were not white ever got any airtime.
Well, it doesn't fit the narrative, dude. There's a narrative, but more so beyond that is you actually were like contacted by the FBI, were you not?
Yeah, Officer John Kranek. Oh, yeah,
He met with them at a fucking
No,
Panera
but
Bread.
so I had some of the best footage of the biggest news story in the world, right?
Uh-huh.
I posted on Facebook, got nothing. Literally, I posted on Instagram, nothing. Twitter, nothing. I put it on YouTube, and it got like 150,000 views. So that's when I was like, all right, there's like some hope I can make it on YouTube. You know what I mean? Because with everything else, it's so slow. You know, how can I have the best footage of the biggest news story in the world, and I get not a new follower on you
Oh,
know,
of course not,
Twitter
dude.
or on
Yeah.
Instagram.
Of course
So
not.
the algorithms are just weird, you know.
Well-
and the fact that I could post a video of the biggest news story, the best footage from the biggest news story in the world, and not get 1 million views is like insane. And then all the news articles about
Because
it,
it wasn't biased enough, dude.
like
Yeah.
shitty. It's no new footage at all. Just like CNN talking about it or Fox talking about it. They have like 7 million views on the videos. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what they push, and that's how you know that those things are advanced beyond what you might even believe. Let me get that lighter, by the way. It is. I mean, dude, the technology that they have at their disposal to detect immediately stuff like what Dom's talking about. I mean, like I said before, like, you know, I say this all the time with the fucking phone. It's like, dude, the fact that you can say, "Hey Siri" at any moment, and your iPhone just goes beep. What's up?
Alexa.
It means it's always listening.
Yeah.
It's always listening. It doesn't just start listening when you say, "Hey Siri." It has to be listening all the time to wait for you to say, "Hey Siri." So I'm not saying that they're necessarily recording that into a giant database, but the technology that they have to detect things like that, why do you think that certain things that are covering the same thing that you were covering, but not nearly as efficiently, in fact, videos that are just covering like you covering it are getting more views than your coverage of it?
Yeah. It's interesting. And I post a clip on TikTok. It gets taken down. Someone posts the same clip with like a shitty, like, look at these conservative idiots. And it gets like several million views, which is just funny. How if you put a political spin on it, they won't delete
not a
it.
doubt in
But
my mind.
Next time you know.
organic growth is going to become a thing of the past, I swear.
It's a myth.
You're gonna
Organic growth is a
You're
myth.
going to have
Garrett-
like these flashes in a pan every now and then, but it's just going to be less and less.
Like we were just looking at your TikTok before the podcast started, and you had the most recent video that had millions of views on your TikTok, surrounded by a bunch of other ones with like just thousands. Was the one of you at the gay pride thing.
Oh, yeah.
I genuinely think had you not been wearing that like leotard, singlet or whatever, that you would have gotten removed.
Yeah.
But because TikTok didn't want to risk it that you actually were gay,
There's a chance.
You got to stay ambiguous.
You got to stay ambiguous.
Yeah.
Got to keep it mildly gay.
which is
dude.
why I have in my TikTok that my pronouns are dad/daddy. Because the funniest thing is if anyone says that I'm trying to mock,
Yeah, I'm sure they don't know
I
that's sarcastic.
identify I'm dad/daddy. You can't tell me I'm not.
That's true. I mean, you could take that angle. I'm sure the TikTok people wouldn't take too kindly to it. Can we get this other incense?
We're gonna have
thing?
to edit this out so Dom doesn't
Dude,
get canceled.
TikTok doesn't take kindly to me anyway. I got banned from the creator funds for
Dude,
making fun of
You can't
anyone
talk
who
about
wasn't a
TikTok
straight
not
wo-
taking kindly, dude. TikTok doesn't take kindly to me. But
Dude,
I mean, we don't really play the
I
TikTok
get
game at
videos
all.
removed. I've had videos removed when they have millions of views. They just get removed. And the thing is, you appeal it, and it's not like they give a person that messages you back and says like, "Well, this is what it got banned for." Nope. Just sorry, we reviewed it. Nope.
That is, and like when it gets to that stuff, because there's obviously, you know, within the past couple of years, people that made their entire. I mean, you talk about like you're right now at 65.6 thousand subscribers on YouTube, and you're saying that that's barely enough to get by in streaming revenue. You know, you're not making crazy money, and you're getting crazy views. You know, so the amount of money, the amount of views and subscribers, and the size of the audience that you need to really be making money on those platforms, and the fact that there are people that have that. And then at the drop of a hat could either just get taken off or just completely removed. It's like, there's no recourse for it. Like, you know, obviously on our level, we put up a post and it gets taken down. It's like, dude, we were maybe going to get 100 likes on that if it was the luckiest day of our lives on Instagram, 100 likes. But like when you just can remove a post and there's no fucking way to contact anybody if something goes wrong. You get a post removed and they're just like, do you think this is wrong? Click OK. And I'm like, yeah, I do think this is fucking wrong. And I click it. It's like, okay.
Tell us why.
Tell us why.
Dude, 1 out of 10 videos that I appeal get reversed. I had a video taken down where I was taken down twice because I made it once, and it was of me like being a black person and being like, I was born this way, like I can't change that, and then being a gay person and being like, yeah, I was born this way too, like nothing I can do can change that. And then like a Jewish person, I was like, same, like I'm sick of people hating us for what we can't control. And then it was a fat person, and it was like, thank you, that's what I'm saying, blah blah blah, like I can't change this. I was born this way. And like, you know, just pretending how fat people always try to make themselves like crowbar their way into being an oppressed group. And it got taken down twice. The first time it got taken down for child endangerment.
What'd you do? you
Nothing.
endanger a child?
No, it literally when
Did they
when,
think you were a child?
when you look into why they remove videos for that, it's talking about like pedophile shit, and I'm like, what? So I appealed it, and I'm like, I didn't even mention a kid or anything at all. Nope, sorry, removed.
It doesn't have to make sense, Dom.
I mean, I've told this one before, but like we made like a post. We actually used an Instagram model's picture for our thumbnail for our post for the episode. It was already on her profile perfectly fine. We used it. They said that it was taken down and stricken for nudity and like all this shit. And I appealed it and they didn't do anything about it. And then the next episode, the thumbnail for that episode, I took a screen grab of my discovery page on Instagram, which is nothing but that. That's my entire discover page. It's just that. I've gotten a little better about it because I've had to stop liking those pictures recently for reasons I can't delve into now. But so my discover page now. But 2 years ago, it was like that was all it was. So I took a screen grab of that. This is what Instagram is promoting to me. Every time I log in and go to my homepage, this is what I see. Screen grab that, posted it, taken down for nudity and indecent exposure. I was like, this is what you're promoting to your front page every day. Yeah. Yet I posted on my page, inappropriate.
Well, Jimmy, if you don't like it, why don't you make your own app, right? Someone fucking says that.
That's my favorite
great.
one. That's my favorite one.
It doesn't have to make sense, and fuck you, that's why.
Yeah.
They'll demonetize videos where it's hundreds of dollars that I am not making on my already slim revenue that I get, and it's just no justification. Promoting hate speech or violent acts or shit like that.
The
Child endangerment.
The number one thing I get banned.
I got
for
one of
is
my last
hate
videos.
speech.
It said dead bodies were shown. It literally said that. I posted on my Instagram story. It said like I had shown dead bodies, and that's why it was age restricted and fucking.
What was the video of?
Me at a car meet.
H2OI. in Ocean City.
H2OI in Ocean City.
Did people die there?
Not in my video.
Oh shit!
They might have just assumed that any video of that car race was just. People are dead.
I just deleted it and re-uploaded it. And then
Maybe some of the people that were alive in
Didn't
your
happen.
video wound up dying, and they were like, "Dude, that guy's dead now." And you're like, "He
Yeah.
wasn't when I filmed him."
I don't get it at all.
Who fucking knows?
It's so confusing.
I kind of want to, because I've had this conversation drunk with Dom countless times, because one of our favorite pastimes, every now and then we'll come home at like 1 a.m, 2 a.m. from the bars and smoke too many cigs and drink whiskey and then drink half of it and leave the rest on the table to rot. And we'll turn on your videos. And we've talked about what goes through your mind going back to the Capitol thing when the FBI contacts you. Like, is that not terrifying, or were you just like, I didn't do anything wrong, I'm good? Or did you think like, dude, I might be fucked?
No, I was like, I was filming the whole time I was there. I didn't do a single thing wrong. I wasn't nervous at all. I was, in my mind, I was like, maybe he'll pay me for my extra footage.
Ooh.
Or at least subscribe to my Patreon.
You're trying to strong arm the FBI.
And he was like, no, we're not. I'm not going to pay you. And also, like, we could just take
He's
the
like,
footage.
dude, I'm more jacked than you, bro. You can't strong arm me.
Yeah. He was
He
like,
just,
you could
drops
spladle
some
me?
shit, like,
You think you could spladle me?
yeah.
Agent John Kranick? Is that his
trying to
name?
blackmail
Yeah,
me?
Officer John Kranick of the FBI.
Officer. I thought you were agent when
I
you were
don't.
in the FBI.
Yeah, it is agent.
Agent.
Do I still have his card in my wallet?
I will spladle your ass
dude. That
in the
guy-
next Tuesday.
I have his card right here.
oh wait, don't show that on the camera. Probably.
Why? Officer John Kranick of the FBI is my buddy. He reached out to me. I'm just reaching out back to him.
There we go.
I literally recorded our interaction and put it on my YouTube channel, and then went around harassing people about what they were doing that day.
Oh, I remember that
Okay,
one.
hell yeah.
What's the scoop?
Yeah,
You're going down fast.
yeah. That
We
was,
had the
fun.
trench coat and the coffee. That shit was so funny.
I love
I met with the FBI and became a private investigator.
I love when you were you were the agent and you walked up to the Asian chicks or something like that, and they were like, "We're Asian." You're like, "You're agents too." That was fucking classic. That was
Yeah, that
classic.
was good.
I mean, it was classic.
Yeah, so most of my videos are just improv, and I'll just go film for like 2, 3, 4 hours, and then edit the best parts into 8 or 10 minutes. That's why I'm so much less cool when you actually meet me, because
Well, we're gonna clip this whole episode down to about 11 minutes, probably.
Exactly.
yeah,
Dude, I remember in the video we filmed in Towson, when you got really drunk, we were walking around because that's when everyone was going to the bars, and we were just yelling at people to punch you in the stomach. We were like, just fucking punch him in the face, punch him, blah, blah, blah. And like a few people just like wailed you in the stomach, and I was like, damn, you didn't put any of that in there.
Yeah. Slug me.
Now you also did the what was I forgot what it was called, but there was a video where one of the challenges was they had to knock you out, and they use boxing gloves, right?
Yeah.
They
Shout out
could
to
use
Tommy G.
They could use boxing gloves, and you could only wrestle them. And the challenge was they had to knock you out while you were only allowed to use wrestling moves. Did you get knocked out at all during the filming of that video? Because I didn't see it.
No, but it wasn't fun and it was really scary. And I only did it because my YouTuber friend Tommy G wanted me to do it in his video.
I think that should be shown as wrestling recruitment video as a public service for all high school wrestling teams.
I got rocked in that fucking video, dude.
I know,
Yeah,
dude.
but you didn't lose.
But you just went up to
You never got
random
knocked out.
people on the street. Some of them looked scary.
tried to find the most-
Everybody gets rocked in a fight, dude.
We tried to find the most jacked people. In Tommy's video, you can see us going up to like a 250-pound jacked ass dude. But you know, a big bodybuilder guy, like I'm gonna ankle pick the fuck out of him.
Yeah, of course.
But someone who's a little quicker and smaller and has better agility, if I can't get to their ankles, they fucking catch me with a few good punches. It was a nerve-wracking thing.
I would imagine so.
I didn't want to do it, and I don't have the best takedowns. I have these weak little knees,
Yeah.
But yeah, that was Tommy G's video, $200 knockout challenge.
I mean, like I said, dude, I want to get a video of that and go to Towson High School and be like, you want more kids on your team? Watch this shit, dude.
Hell yeah.
Because people don't get it. People don't fucking get it, dude.
Yeah.
People, I hate when like I will get in because I'm not a big guy. I'm tall, but I'm not a big guy, and everyone thinks
Were you
that
5'9"?
Nice, 6 feet. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only 160, 165 on a good day, soaking wet. And
Which we are,
anytime
'cause
I get into any conversation with a person, they're always like, dude, you couldn't beat anyone in a fight, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, I know you think that, but you could punch me. I will, you can't wrestle.
Yeah.
Like, I wrestled a coworker of mine who's he's bigger. He's like 40 pounds on me. He's been in a ton of fights. He's a strong dude. And I beat him in a wrestling match. It's that you could hit me a couple times, but if I get you on the ground, you can't do the same thing.
Yeah, I always tell people, watch any bar fight.
Right.
See how many punches get thrown before somebody grabs somebody. And then what usually happens is when two drunk guys grab each other, the odds that one of them knows what to do next is slim.
Yeah, they're just they'll get someone on the ground and then he'll get back up immediately.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, but 80% of fights wind up on the ground.
Of course,
And
knowing
if
my
you
luck,
don't know what to do when you're on the ground, then you're just as good as standing up. But if you know what to do when you're on the ground, I'm not saying I could knock any fucking dude out walking on the street, but I could do pretty well just having wrestling experience.
So when you said that was not uploaded on your page, that was Tommy G's video.
I put like a minute and a half from the video in one of my videos.
Did Tommy G participate at all, or he just?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did a video prior.
Was he a wrestler as
same
well?
Concept. Yeah, I think got like third in the state of Illinois and then wrestled for D3 in Wisconsin, I think.
That's big time.
He's a stud.
State of Illinois is no joke, dude. Any of those Midwest motherfuckers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's you talk about the algorithm not knowing how it works, not knowing how to get new viewers or followers. That's the kind of thing, where you think of like an idea that might get you some new eyes on you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask the most strong people I can see on the street if they'll try to knock me out for $200.
Yeah. And who's not watching that?
Yeah, because it's
If
good.
it's put in front of you.
It's good clickbait. It delivers. It's entertaining. It's original. It's creative. So that's the only times I feel like I'm gonna get good views is being involved in a video like that. It's like, and sometimes it still flops, but yeah, thinking of undeniable concepts. Like, what's another one? Like, I pepper sprayed myself in the face. One of my first videos. I thought that was going to be a banger. Like, wouldn't you think if you pepper sprayed each other on this podcast, you'd get more views?
I would
Well,
imagine.
it's audio,
my
so
least-
maybe not.
It's my least viewed.
You just hear me in pain.
Dear God, give me the milk.
Does the milk help, by the way?
Nothing helped. It went on for so long.
Oh my God.
Yeesh.
Can
And
you
is it true that
describe?
when you get a shower after that, it comes back?
I had been out in the water for so long that it was by the time I went inside, I had no more on me.
Oh, yeah, you had the hose running and all that. I remember that.
I was outside for like an hour and a half.
Your dad was like present for that video, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't
your dad is like-
Your dad filmed the one in New Orleans, too, didn't he?
Yeah, my dad filmed Mardi Gras Bourbon Street.
So is your dad like? Are you like? Obviously, you have like a cool relationship with your father, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean they don't like the YouTube thing, but
Really?
yeah,
But he filmed you getting pepper sprayed in the face. That's a
yeah. Well, because he knows like I try my best every week, and I've been putting like all my effort into it. So if he can help me, he'll help me. But he wants me to use my master's degree and get a real job with benefits and security. Because the YouTube thing, it could be over in the blink of an eye. I could continue being consistent, and you can just drop off and have nothing. You know?
Well, do you feel like maybe that is the way to go now, which is to try to gain as much of a following you can on these major platforms and then branch off into your own thing, like a Patreon type thing where it's like, you know what I mean? Like there's people that you can't, like Alex Jones, for instance. You can't watch Alex Jones on YouTube. You can watch him when he's on Rogan on YouTube.
Yeah.
Not anymore, because Rogan's not on YouTube, other than a clip or two. But like, it's almost like if you're going to do anything that goes anywhere against the grain on any level, that at a certain point, you kind of have to build up that following and then get them to convert. But conversion's the other thing that sucks. It's like there are people that like we would watch on YouTube that they're not on YouTube anymore. And then like some of them I drifted over and followed them on the other platforms, but some of them I just forgot about. You know what I mean?
Gavin McInnes, you know Gavin McInnes.
Oh yeah.
And it's like you can't, I used to like him on YouTube. I used to watch him all the time, and it wasn't until I would hear Dom listen to his podcast that I was like, oh, I completely forgot about that guy. And now I'll like use Dom's subscription and listen to a show. You know?
No, you have to diversify your
It's
following,
like the
but
best. His fucking show is the best, dude.
you still can't put it past these people to like delete all your shit. You know?
It
If you
is
say the wrong thing.
I just want to say it is a funny show, and if anybody doubts me, go and fucking listen to it before you say anything. It's fucking funny.
A lot of the people that have been kicked off YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter were just like funny ass comedians that maybe had some political takes that people didn't like.
Yeah. And that's the problem. That is the problem. You can't
Which
really.
is just crazy because you could be a Democrat and literally sit there and say that unvaccinated people shouldn't be treated in hospitals, and that's not a hot take. But if you say that maybe police aren't racist, nope,
Yeah.
you're done.
Yeah, they'll just boot. It is a very clear double standard, and I find it hard, like regardless of what side of the political aisle you align yourself on, it's pretty difficult to deny the very clear bias that's enforced on all those platforms. It's pretty. I mean, even if you agree with it, if you happen to say like, well, yeah, I agree, I disagree with all those guys that are banned, it's like, it's still, can we not acknowledge it? Like, it's very cut and dry. It's pretty clear what is allowed and what's not, and it's very clearly one direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's the point of even having an opinion that differs with the mainstream one?
Yeah.
You're going to speak out and then have them delete all your shit.
Well,
What's the
human,
point?
It's human nature to a point too, because it's just like when you're watching the Ravens play or any football team that you like, and you see a flag get called on the other team, even though you know it's a bullshit call. Are you going to go in there and protest that? Like recently when the Ravens kicked the field goal, the NFL record field goal, and then everyone's sitting there arguing about that should have been a delay of game. No Ravens fans are going to be like, hey, Ravens fans here, that was a delay of game. I don't think that should have counted. It's the same thing. Like no person that's politically against you is going to be like, you know what, it is a little fucked up that Trump got taken off Twitter or this guy got banned for saying this because it was a different opinion. You're just going to be like, well, it works for me.
Yeah.
My team's winning.
Yeah. It depends on what kind of person you are. I mean, like, I will say, like, you do watch things like when Roy Jones Jr. was in the Olympics and he clearly won that fight. You know what I'm talking about? In the 90s. And, like, they gave it to the Korean guy because it wasn't, like, in Korea at that time. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter.
Boxing's the easiest sport to fix. I remember seeing a fight on the 2016 Olympics where this dude was just wrecking this dude for 3 rounds and then they gave it to the other guy. I'm like, all right, somebody got paid. That was the most like, it was like I was in there fighting somebody, got my shit rocked, and then it was like with the medal with my arms up, like this one's saying the sponsors. It was retarded.
I mean, what country was it? It could have just been a country
It was
that was like,
we
don't have any boxers. Let's just send these 3 guys.
It was 2.
They're the tallest ones we have. That counts,
It was
right?
2 not very known countries. It was like fucking
Azerbaijan.
It was like Jordan and United Arab Emirates fighting for
dude.
3rd place in like lightweight boxing, and one guy was just absolutely pummeling this dude, and then he wound up losing by decision. And I was like, what?
Well, wrestling almost got taken out of the Olympics for being too corrupt. There was a time when they were going to remove wrestling from the Olympics.
I remember that.
You know, And then I liked the Facebook page, Save Olympic Wrestling. And I think that's what brought it back.
You made a difference.
I made a difference. People were like, people support this. There's 200K likes for wrestling in the United
I
States.
just can't, like, I feel like any sport that was originally in the Olympics should permanently be exempt.
You can't take
From
wrestling out
you
and put
can't-
skateboarding in. No shade to skateboarding. It's fucking amazing. But like,
Or table tennis.
It was pretty sick at the
or
Olympics.
golf,
Not gonna
shit
lie.
like
yeah,
that.
but you know what else is sick? Wrestling.
Yeah.
And you know what they didn't do in ancient Greece? Skateboard. Not a lot of skateboards in
Or
ancient Greece.
ping pong.
I'm not even convinced they had the wheel yet. They did have the wheel. They had the wheel, but they did not yet have the board. And if they did, they didn't think about putting them together and doing a fucking
Nobody
Never
could
thought of
Ollie
skating.
McTwist.
Nobody could kick flip in ancient Greece. I will bet my life on that.
I bet you Achilles could with that weak ass ankle of his, dude. That weak ass heel.
Achilles was a skater. He always broke his ankle, dude.
Yeah, dude. He always broke his ankle, dude. Oh man, I did want to dip into this a little bit. I know you didn't want to spend too much time on it, but I feel
I thought you were talking about the SIGs.
I want to dip into this cigarette a little bit. I know you limited me at 5 for the podcast, but we're gonna take it to the next level. You was this okay? So when you entered a contest, right?
No.
Huh?
What are you talking about? How we met?
Yeah,
No, good.
yeah. You entered was it a contest or was it a Patreon thing where like you gave Danny Mullins a certain amount of money and then ended up going out to hang out with him?
Yeah, Danny Mullen question's my favorite.
I know.
Is that a touchy subject?
No, it's not touchy. It's just like, fuck that guy. It's not, I don't love talking about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I paid him $3,000 from his Patreon to come out to Maryland to do a video with me. We did a video. I headed off with his co-host Leo, went out to LA, and then was like blacklisted from their whole social circle for reasons unbeknownst to me even after the fact. And then we had a very public blowout where it was pretty much
Which you clearly won. And I just want to say,
because it was bullshit, man. I didn't fucking I didn't do anything. Like it was undeserved. Like it was
Dude,
just a
I had
mean,
never-
undeserved thing.
I
I
get like a
never seen
TLDR.
I had never seen a more 180 turn in a beef in my life. It was like Danny put out that video. I remember watching it because
Everyone
your name
was
in the
ripping
title.
me apart.
Dude, I saw your name in the title and I was like, oh, he's talking about Brandon. What the hell? Because I remember before, just backtrack a little bit before you even put out videos when you came over to my house that one time to record that song. It was like the first time you and I had like hung out. And you were like showing me all the videos you hadn't put out yet. And you were talking about like, yeah, dude, like June 18th, like I'm going to hang out with Danny. They're coming here and we're going to film. I was like, dude, that's so sick.
Is he like a vlogger or something?
He's a YouTuber.
Okay.
And he does like
Comedy
like,
on the street shit.
yeah.
yeah.
And so when I saw him, and I used to watch his videos too, and then I saw him have a podcast with your name in it, and I watched it, and out of context, I could see how anyone would be like,
I feel
What
like
the
that's
fuck's
kind of
going on?
flattering because he's using you as clickbait at
well,
that
yeah,
point.
well, because that like the video that they had with him did pretty well, and
I just want to preface this by saying you did used to watch his videos on YouTube, and I
Yeah.
never, and I'm not just saying this because I never fucking liked that guy. I always thought he was a fucking clown.
I
He was the perfect
his videos
example.
were like funny for a quarter of the video. His videos are just way too long, and he tried way too hard on shit that wasn't.
But it seemed like I guess what I was getting at earlier when I talked about how your content has matured and stuff like that. His content always struck me as like he really did kind of do that stuff. And look, I didn't watch his videos extensively, so I can't speak like in depth about like the true magnitude of the art that he's putting out. But based off of anything I saw that you were watching or overheard while I was on the fucking computer while you're fucking yoting to his shit over there, was like I was just thinking like this is the epitome to me of just a guy who just goes out and does like crazy shit, fucks with people, shit like that. And then like I remember you were watching like his stand-up set where he was just
Yeah.
yelling like sunfish at somebody. I was like, this is not good.
He's
It's not good.
anyway. I'm not gonna harp on him too much, but
whatever.
I just remember watching that video and being like, "There's no way this is."
I thought it was a joke.
That it went down the way they said
There's
it went
no
down.
way.
I thought you
was
guys
like-
were doing it as a bit.
I remember
first.
yeah,
No.
I thought that too. I was like,
people
Some
still
like
think
fake
that.
rap
because
beef or something.
I
Yeah.
feel like I texted you and I was like, is this legit? Like, are you is this like something you guys have going on behind the scenes or something? And you didn't text me back, which I now understand was because you were editing this video for 18 hours to be able to put it out the day after. And dude, people were ripping Brandon apart on Reddit, on the comments and shit.
I had my own friends that were texting me like, "What the fuck's going on, man? Like, you're getting shredded on this video. It's
What
a really
was
bad
the,
look. You look like shit. What are you gonna say?"
What happened leading up to this?
You should just
Like,
because
because you
a lot
said
goes into it.
you said you didn't know shit, and then it happened. But then like,
you'd have to
don't
watch
know.
the videos. But
Okay.
are we gonna go through the whole breakdown of the whole situation?
we don't have.
We don't have to go to
We
like
can.
the.
I mean,
We
it's up
can
to you
we can
guys.
give like the
It's-
abridged version, like the quick story,
Yeah.
if you want. I know you
Spark notes.
I
Give
just
the
get tired of
spark
talking about it
notes.
because people ask me about it a lot.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
I
I
don't
guess
want to put you
it's
in.
an interesting like internet occurrence.
Yeah.
You know what
Okay.
I mean?
I'll check it out later. But is there like a TLDR or something?
Yeah, let me. So I paid $3,000 for him to come out and do a video. We did a video together. Everything was cool. I went out to LA and visited Leo, his co-host. Leo, me and Leo hit it off. He was like, "Move out to LA, stay with me. We'll make videos, whatever." So I come back home, fly back out to LA to stay there. Within a week of me being there, Danny tells Leo he can't live with me, he can't film with me, he can't be seen on camera with me. He also tells Austin that, which is another person
It's like
in
doing
that
some
crew.
gatekeeping shit.
Just like he didn't fuck with me and he didn't want them to do any videos with me. So I was like, obviously fucking pissed off. I left, came home. Then I was in Austin, Texas. And then this guy named Nerdballer TV was supposed to be doing a video with Danny, and Danny had texted him saying similar kind of a thing, like, Brandon's a creep, don't hang out with him, don't film with him. But this is someone that isn't even in his sphere, really. I mean, they're acquaintances, but this is in Austin, Texas, not in LA. So that's when I was like, I'm going to do something to this guy. I have to confront him in some way. And I had this whole backstory about I used to mayonnaise my friends when they'd get too drunk and out of line to kind of check them. So I pulled up on him on 6th Street in Austin and sprayed him with mayonnaise.
Damn.
And then the cops tackled me and they thought I was going to get arrested. And then they came out with this hour-long podcast that was just filled with lies. I mean, he did the worst move ever. He struck first digitally and laid out our entire relationship in a 1-hour podcast just talking about
Yeah,
me.
that's
So-
also like way too long.
so I had the groundwork because it was fueled by such lies and weird.
You had to go back and debunk every single thing, which I had never seen done so efficiently. And I say this like I can, like, when you talk about how like you've written 4 full-length albums of rap and stuff like that, the way you just laid that out so perfectly was like a spectacle in writing. I'll just say that. Like how you just took it from like step 1 to step Z and just like laid it out. And that's a difficult task, especially because you're the underdog in that situation.
Big time.
You have way less viewers. And this guy goes out and strikes first with an hour-long fucking podcast, just raking you over the fucking coals. And then it was your job with your much smaller viewer base to put out your side of the story. And the way it was like, I mean, people talk about sports comebacks. It was like the greatest sports comeback of the century. You fucking rope and dope them, dude. It was amazing. It was amazing, dude.
Yeah,
Truly.
my YouTube career, or whatever you want to call it, would be finished if I did not have a viable comeback. It would have fucked me up because I had already lost like 700 subscribers or something ridiculous in 24 hours.
And you had only had like 23K at that time too.
Yeah. But it was easy video to make for me because when I was watching it, it was just so layered with bullshit. I had so much evidence, texts or otherwise, you know. I mean, thank God I still had the text because people wouldn't believe me as much. But
Yeah.
it was just bullshit. Because you know me. I mean, I've known you guys not too intimately, but I've known you guys for like 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm not some creepy egomaniac, obsessive stalker, unoriginal copycat dude. Like
Yeah.
a regular.
Which is
genuine
funny
guy.
that he
Like,
would say
yeah.
that, you know.
Yeah, like
Projection,
a-
projection at its finest.
Art-
put that on
Artistic
me.
guy.
Saying that I was like, egotistical narcissist and shit. It was just such bullshit. But yeah, it worked out well for me. I wish it didn't happen. I mean, it was good that it happened, but it was just a lot of stress and bullshit.
Yeah.
But it worked out well for me, and
Yeah, it's like a mini, not cancellation, but like mini just fucking blocked.
Yeah.
It was
was.
beef, dude, and people were excited about it, and you know, even people in my personal life. Like I've never received so many texts on my phone besides from that
Oh,
video.
yeah.
Even like, you know,
I was blowing up your phone, dude.
like everyone was, and like the Juggalo video went bigger than that, and my jiu-jitsu video went bigger than that, but it wasn't the same effect. Like people were really hype about that beef and excited about.
Yeah, that had a
beef.
lot of engagement for that video. It did, like I said, I'd never seen such a drastic 180 in opinion, like public opinion. It was like all the comments in his video were just filled with like, never liked that guy, always seemed weird, blah, 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 just shit like that. Just people just dick riding Danny and saying whatever they could so that he might like their comment. Just like, oh yeah, I'm with you, Danny. Like, I always thought he was weird, even though they probably love the fucking video. And then he made his video and it was just like the fucking Danny's video got ratioed, like way more dislikes than likes. People were going on Reddit like, dude, I don't know if I can even watch this dude anymore. He lost like 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers, and Brandon got like 10,000. And I was like, holy shit!
It's a testament.
Fucking sick.
Well, and then they copyright struck my channel.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly Leo
my
did.
God.
Supposedly it wasn't Danny. Leo copyright struck my videos, trying to get them deleted, and then he got me with 3 strikes somehow, abusing the system, and then I couldn't post because my channel was pending termination.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
And then
Yeah,
YouTube,
if you get 3 strikes, your YouTube channel's done.
and they tried to do
Wow.
that to get rid of delete my whole channel.
How did you have to contact Facebook and work that out? I mean, YouTube and work that out?
Yeah,
Or, like,
I emailed them. I tweeted. I talked to all the YouTubers I know. We're just waiting for it to go through their system, their bullshit system, because it could have just ended up my channel's deleted, and then you can't fucking get a word from these fuckers. You know what I mean?
They were trying to style on him and delete him from history, but at that point, so many people were like engaged with his social media that he posted on his story and shit, being like, "Yo, these people are trying to get me deleted." And then I feel like they probably realized, like, damn, if his account gets deleted, people are going to look into it more, and then we're going to become even bigger assholes than we've already made ourselves.
Yeah.
So this was like wild.
No,
It was a huge
from my
thing.
end. They
It was
did,
a huge
from my
Jesus
end, they didn't
Christ.
even take the strikes off. YouTube did. You know what I mean? They
Oh.
didn't even rescind them.
I thought Leo did.
From my end, all I could see was that it had went through the YouTube processing system, and they
Didn't he
reinstated my
send you
channel.
a fake court notice too?
Yeah, then he sent me a letter of intent to sue that if I didn't delete all my videos that mentioned him or whatever, he was going to sue me. This like 4-page
We got hit
thing.
with one of those, and we succumbed to the threats.
Really? I was literally just like, he can suck my dick. I would rather go broke than, give in to his threats. Because obviously he has got a lot more money than I do. I know he could fuck me over, but I'm like, then let him fuck me over. I had faith that like people that watched and everyone, it was all going to work out,
That level of gatekeepingness, just like it irked me. It irks me still to know that like our dad would. It's a testament in insecurity, and what it is like, Dad would always say this. It's like, look, if you're confident in what you do, you're not afraid to show other people how you do it because you know that you're always gonna be able to doing it better. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, when he's winning the fucking Mr. Olympia 6 years in a row, he's not gatekeeping what his workout is from another person. He's not saying like, oh, I don't want anybody else to know what I do to work out because then somebody might be. He's thinking, dude, you can. I'll give you my exact workout day by day. Beat me. You won't.
Yeah, I have 12 years on you of doing this.
Like, it's kind of like that magician with the magic trick. It's like once you show somebody the trick, the magic is lost, And if you're not completely 100% confident in what you do and what you bring to the table, then you shift from that like, look, I'm a creative. I put my stuff out there and the proof is in the pudding to when you see a threat, when you see somebody that's kind of gaining on you, that your immediate move, as opposed to like a real man would do, is say, well, I gotta look, this guy is doing something, I gotta do better. I gotta beat him. I gotta work harder. I gotta make it happen. Instead, the route is I gotta do everything I can to keep this person from reaching their potential. It's fucked, dude. It's fucked. And it says everything that needs to be said about that situation, honestly. I know you didn't want to delve too far into. I know this is like, anybody who's going to have you on the podcast is going to want to talk about that. And, I'm glad you did give us the TLDR version of that. But I do advise people to go on to Brandon's YouTube. And if you want to have a good time, go on to fucking Danny's YouTube too and watch those fucking bullshit podcasts. And just watch those and tell me when you watch Brandon's and tell me when you watch Danny's and Leo's who you even trust more. Just from, you didn't have to be involved in the situation to just tell these guys, like, come on.
And while you're at it, watch Mad Men. Watch Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders. No, obviously I liked Danny's content like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, was when I really liked it, and I'm not going to sit here and trash him and be like he's got terrible content. Some of his shit I don't agree with and I don't enjoy.
I'm sorry, I did that for myself. That was me trash him.
Yeah.
Personal.
I think he's got a lot better content than a lot of people on YouTube, and yeah, it is what it is. That's the situation.
Yeah.
I obviously still don't like the guy and I don't want to be friends. And that's pretty much that. It was interesting and it was exciting.
Is that the vibe that you got in general out in LA from other people? Does it feel like, we were talking a little bit about before the podcast, I'm not going to mention any more names, but just like how there does seem to be this culture of like somebody's doing something and then there's other people that are just kind of like parasites on it. You know what I mean? Like they just kind of leech themselves on.
Yeah, people will find out that they can suck clout from a certain source and they will dangle onto that for like months. And if anything comes up that would get in between them and their little teat of clout, they'll try to make sure it doesn't. And they'll, like, the situation with Danny when I was blacklisted, like people would just treat me differently that were in his crew. You know what I mean? Obviously, look at me different, treat me differently, just because he had more followers, they wanted to stay in line with him. When they knew the situation was fucked up. But it is what it is, I guess, if you view him as your boss and he can tell you what to do. But
yeah,
I don't know.
It's a lesson in power, folks. You want to understand how the world works, just take a look at that situation, and that's what's going on behind the scenes in a lot of fucking places.
But I can tell you, no one can tell me who I can and can't work with. No one's going to stop me from doing anything. So I'm happy to be in that position.
Well, you got to have balls, dude. And that's, I mean, you have to have balls to do what you did, to face
especially
that.
to be like, all right, yeah, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to actually address all of this. Like, fuck the haters. Who cares?
And that's the problem is like there are like the reason why people are able to do that. I don't want to get too deep into, it has nothing to do with it, but I talk to like, there are certain people who get away with things because they are able to continually get away with things because people just roll over around them. And that could be from a scummy guy who like takes advantage of girls who are too drunk and they do it. And all those girls are just like, they wake up the next morning. They're like, oh, well, I don't want to report it because it's like, and I'm saying this because I've dealt with this personally in my own life, but like where there's this mentality where it's like, there's nothing I can do.
Not that you were assaulting women. Let's clear.
Yeah, no, yeah, not me. This has nothing to do with
All
it.
Danny's
Okay.
girlfriends cheat on him.
Great caveat. Great disclaimer. I'm so glad you said that because
I would
would've
like
just
to hereby
brushed-
disavow Jimmy Solesky for any wrongdoing in the future. I did not know about
I
it.
was raping a lot of chicks, and I was able to get away with it. I know personally.
They just rolled over. They never stopped. It's
just
great.
rolled over.
Come on, sweetheart.
Now, I know girls in my personal life that have dealt with this where they've had those things happen to them one time, and when we've had deep conversations about that, the common denominator is that most people don't do anything about it. And I understand the fear that goes and the embarrassment that goes along with that, and it's so true. And I don't claim to understand it, but what I do understand is that because of that, the people that are doing that, those types of predators and things like that, they are able to do it because they thrive on cowardice from other people. They thrive on the reality that they can continue doing what they're doing because they understand that at the end of the day, you're not going to do anything about it. And every once in a while, and it takes a long time, if you do it enough, eventually you're going to fuck with the wrong person. You're going to fuck with the wrong person. You know what I mean?
Is that me? Am I the wrong guy? Am I a little...
You're the wrong guy.
Last thing I'll say about Danny is he used to fucking do that sunfish thing and just sick his fans on a bunch of people all the time, and none of them could do anything about it because they were starting off, lower than even Brandon was at the time. And I guarantee you none of those people got apology texts.
Yeah.
They never got called out. They
Yeah.
never got exposed at the level that he did.
And he did not like when that energy was directed towards him, when he was getting all the hate and stuff. He did not like it. And I don't
he
blame
said
him.
he cried. And
It would have been easy for me, dude, whenever the internet was against me, or with a small subsect of the internet that is aware of the situation, to just to roll over, like you said, and be like, "Fuck, man, they made me look so bad. Like, be so upset. I can't even make a video. I'm so upset. I'm getting all these hate comments. People are telling me to kill myself. People are telling me they're happy my brother's dead. All this shit."
Yeah.
But I was just like, fuck it. I was like, I'm going to tell. I know what the reality is and whatever. But let's move past this because we've been harping on it for
yeah,
a while.
way longer than we should have been.
Fuck those guys. And yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say be nice to people, but it
Be nice to
You
nice
never know.
people.
That's that wrestling mentality, dude. He gets in deep on the shot. You fucking spladled it. You fucking spladled that motherfucker.
Brandon was like, dude, my leg's wide open.
oh no.
bro.
Oh no, you're in on the leg. Psych.
Look at how long this leg is. Don't you want to just shoot on this
Grab
thing,
it.
dude?
Take a single leg. Nothing's gonna
wrestling's a great
happen.
sport. A great sport to teach you how to get your ass kicked and keep going. For sure.
In order to succeed in life, you have to know how to lose. And, I think, I will say, not just because we are wrestlers, I will say that mentality that you learn from those things, learning what it's like to get your ass kicked, that it imprints something in your mind where you don't shy away from failure. You accept it as part of growth.
It also gives you the confidence when you know that you could kick a lot of people's asses to, Joe Rogan even talks about this a lot. When you're in regular conversations, there's never that thought in the back of your mind like it is in people that haven't had experience in combat sports where they're like, what if this escalates? What if this gets to a point that's beyond verbal? Blah, blah, blah. Like you can get more verbal and you can get more extreme in going out and proving your point and saying what's on your mind when you have that confidence in the back of your mind. Like, one, I know I could kick a lot of people's asses, and two, even if I couldn't, I've had my ass kicked a lot of fucking times.
Yeah.
And I can deal with that too. So I'm going to say what I want to say.
And that's why you only fight when you're in the right,
Right.
You only fight when you're in the right. Adam Carolla said, they're like, why every time when we get in an argument, you always insist that you're right? And he's like, well, I only argue if I know I'm right. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to just argue a point or get in a fight with somebody for no fucking reason. Like, if I'm fighting, there's a reason for that. Or if I'm arguing with you, it's because I truly believe that I'm right. You know what I mean?
And if I'm not right, I'll learn something.
I'll learn something. Nobody walks away from a conversation dumber. You do walk away from a fight maybe fucked up. But a conversation, how you walk away from that dumber. All you can do is learn.
And even if you get
Or
fucked
win.
up in a fight, you're never a bitch if you fight.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
a bitch if you don't fight over something. Like, obviously, if you get into an argument with some dude at the bar where he spills your drink and he wants to fight you, if you back down from that fight, you're not a bitch. But if some dude slaps your girlfriend or does something like that and you just cower away, then you're a bitch.
Well, there is a certain
But
mentality.
if you fight that dude, even if you get your ass kicked,
Look at those cigs
you're
in the
not a
lighter.
bitch.
Well,
Terrible throw.
If my memory serves me, I think Eric loves sports, right?
Eric loves
sports.
sports. Oh, dude.
I remember that from the
my
last
God.
podcast.
behind the
5 years ago.
the blue composition book behind that.
Let me ask some juicy questions to you guys. So, Eric, your dream is to be a comedian, right?
Sure, yeah.
Well, you are a comedian, so
Dream.
you're living your dream,
Yeah.
essentially. Here, the golden question: where do you see yourself in, let's just say, a year? What do you plan on doing in the next year to further your comedy dreams and all that?
I think try to grow my show at the Crown that I have. Try to get more people in there, figure out how to advertise that better.
Promo.
Yeah, promo. I'm the worst at promo.
Me
I'm
too.
terrible at promo.
You haven't even said the name of the show yet.
So it's it's a good and nice variety show. I forget the actual name. I'm a terrible producer. But we have comedians, me, my girlfriend, and her sister. We make video sketches, and then we have some live improv and stuff too. So it's a variety comedy show of all aspects.
Now, how do you feel about the Crown versus expanding to why the Crown?
Just because before the pandemic, we ran 4 shows there a month, and we were doing pretty good. But then when things slowed down and comedy kind of came to a halt, we kind of were oh yeah, we were really overextending ourselves, and yeah, just the pressure of having to book 1 show a month is a lot. But having to do literally every week, you just had the anxiety of all right, are people going to show up? Do we book this show yet? Are people promoting it? Did we promote it? Too much.
There's a terrible anxiety that's I have surrounding being entertaining. You know what I mean? Every week, I have to do something entertaining. I have to post this that people are going to see, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It's you're doing a show. You could fuck up and really make a big fool of yourself.
Oh yeah, live in front of 20s, 30s of people.
Yeah.
30s of people. 30s of people.
Which I don't think being embarrassed in front of a dozen people. I mean, how much worse is it than being embarrassed in
said
front
20.
of several thousand?
Well, I've always
No,
thought that
I feel it's terrible to be embarrassed in front of a group of people, whether it's
Yeah,
20
yeah.
people or fucking.
Sometimes it's
50,000.
worse to be embarrassed. When you play a gig, if I do a music gig and there's 3 people there, I'm more nervous of fucking up.
Oh
It's
yeah, I was just
Yeah.
about to
Everyone's
say
It's
that.
the same feeling,
Dude, I'd rather perform at MetLife Stadium sold out than I would in front of 10 people.
Yeah.
I used to always like, I never understood when like people would be like, oh, I'd be so nervous performing in front of all those people. It's like, it's a lot harder to be getting people, because what you really want when you're performing anything, whether it be comedy, music, or whatever, is you want to be able to get the crowd into it and get that reaction that you strive for, and then everyone feels like, okay, this is cool. And with 10 people, it's really hard to get 10 people to fucking start a mosh pit if you're rapping or something, or really get into it and like sing the lyrics and shit. But if you have 200 people, or like the biggest show I ever did was 1,200 people when I opened up for Black Bear and it was sold out. That was the least nervous I've ever been for a show in my life. I've been way more nervous when I was doing like my own headlining stuff at Auto Bar with some other artists, where there was just like 200 of our friends, or even 100 or even 50 people, than I was going in front of 1,200 random people, where they all had it in their mind like, oh, this guy's supposed to be here, so we're gonna get into it.
Yeah.
Rather than it being like 100 of my friends that are around other people that they don't really know, and they're gonna be like, the person in the crowd, like, am I really gonna be that person in the crowd that's like screaming and trying to start a mosh pit?
It's like you're at a house party and somebody's like, yo, Dom, why don't you go rap for us?
So then it winds up being 50 people staring at me blankly, just nervously sipping their drink while I'm performing, versus 1,200 people screaming and yelling. And if I really wanted to, I could fucking crowd surf, and no one's gonna, I could throw water on the crowd and shit, and no one's gonna.
Classic move, throwing water on the crowd.
Yeah.
It's
People love
way
that.
easier to perform in front of a bunch of people than it is a really small crowd.
Now, I was going to ask you, Eric, about comedy.
Yeah.
With the scene as it is in Baltimore, obviously it took a huge hit with the pandemic. I think more than ever, and I think more than anything, because we've talked before about like, you know, like, oh, with the internet, you can like put yourself out there, and like you could literally live in the middle of Wyoming or something, like that guy, Nothing Nowhere, that you listen to. Where does he live again? Fucking like Newfoundland, Connecticut, whatever.
No, Vermont.
Vermont. One of those fucking states up there. And it's like, shit ain't popping in Vermont. They got Bernie Sanders. They got Burlington, which is like a nice.
Actually, one of the lyrics in the song, repping VT like a young Bernie Sanders.
There you go. Okay. But like, you know, you can be anywhere and do certain types of things. Like you can be in Woodbine and do what you do and just travel around. But like with comedy, do you feel like in order to take your career to the next level, do you feel like you had to like move to New York City?
Yeah, I mean, like, it kind of seems like that in a sense, like either like New York or LA, or, you know, I guess Austin now, maybe Chicago.
Austin's the shit.
I feel like Austin took a big hit when Tim Dillon left, though.
Oh,
Yeah, but Joe Rogan moved there, so.
Yeah. He
No.
moved there, but I feel like every dude ever who wants to do comedy from anywhere in the country was like, I'm going to Austin now. 'Cause
every dude who was unemployed and was like, let me try comedy, and I have this money now from unemployment.
yeah, I'm going to move to Austin, and Joe Rogan's be my neighbor, and we'll be boys, and I'll be on the podcast.
And
It's like, I
I'll
don't think
be
that's how it
famous.
works, bro.
Yeah, comedy's one of those things that I don't think benefited much from the whole, like, internet being a thing. Like, making music, you don't need to go on tour and sell a CD and have a label, but like comedy, you kind of always had to like perform at comedy shows. And
It's a live art.
Yeah,
It's like being a magician.
right. You
Nobody-
could make music from your room and people are going to listen to it at work and on the way to work and sitting at home and shit, but no one's like, I mean, I do, but not many people are going on YouTube looking up stand-up comedy, and it's not the same as when you're like in the
Exactly, yeah.
crowd.
Yeah, and if you are
stuff.
looking up stand-up comedy, you're looking up people that you already know. You know?
Exactly. No one's looking for new stand-up
Yeah.
comedy.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, it's hard unless like you're like a comedy fan. Yeah,
Right.
you're not. No one's really searching for that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it's like, I don't know. There's so many more avenues for like comedy content online. That's more like I don't
Sketch
know.
comedy kind
It's
of
just
shit.
like viewable, or like even just like I don't know, like reaction videos on YouTube if the guy's funny or something.
Yeah.
Like there's
Which I
other
never
like
understood that genre of video. You
Yeah,
just
I kinda
watch
like it.
another person's video and people laugh at how you react to it.
It is truly amazing, and I think that's one of the hardest things. If you are a creative, is to marketing is the art of understanding the mind of the consumer, and I think that so many people, and I don't know if this goes. There are people, just like anything. There's people that can sing but can't play an instrument. There's people that can play guitar like you never fucking heard but don't know how to record themselves. You know, and there's people that
Some
have
sexy ass chicks that just don't look good on Instagram.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to understand what people want. And when you're a creator, it's difficult to be both in the mindset of someone who creates and also in the mindset of the consumer. Like, just in personal life, it's like I enjoy making music. I am not a humongous fan of music. Like John and Joe, the other guys in the band, they're huge fans of music. They listen to it constantly. They're always looking for new music. We have like a group playlist that they're always uploading stuff onto the playlist that like we all listen to just for like ideas and stuff like that. And, like I contribute zilch to that. Like I put a couple songs on there that I know that I'm like, I like this song. It's probably something you haven't heard, but like I'm not a big like, oh, this is some dude that I listen to that like you probably never heard of. Like one of those things,
Yeah, I'm the same way.
And so it's like, how is someone who doesn't even understand, who is not in the mindset of someone who is a fan of music, how do you create music or create anything and put it out in the way that people who are in that mindset would gravitate to it? You know what I mean? Like if you're doing what you do, it helps because you also are a fan of that. Like you were a fan of Danny, you were a fan of that kind of content. And so you understand what it's like to be on the other side of that screen and see a certain thumbnail and see a certain title and be like, oh, that would make me click. And so when I create something, I have to not only put my own spin on the content and do what I do, but I also have to apply that other knowledge of how do I get somebody to watch it? You know what I mean? And that's the hardest thing when you talk about marketing and like organic growth and stuff like that. And that's, I mean, at least for me, that's the hardest thing. And then you have other people where it's easy as fuck to them, and they're fucking promoters and ad agency people and stuff like that, where all they understand is that aspect. They can't sing a lick, they can't make a video, but they can take your video and fucking get it views. It's two completely different things.
Yeah, money and networking is a big thing in promotion, I feel like.
It's huge, dude. It's huge. I try to explain that to Joe and John, and they understand that, but like. Because I'm not the person who's like a huge fan of music, I'm constantly saying like, dude, I care like 100% about making music that I want to hear. Like when I make a song, the end game there, if I know it's a good song, is can I play it back and enjoy it? Like I would enjoy another song that I like. Not, is this the style of music that's popping right now? Like, is this the style of singing? Like, should I be saying stuff about this thing as opposed to talking about that thing? Which I feel like a lot of people, not just in music, but any artistical or creative venue, are constantly trying to chase trends or things like
Getting
that.
trendy.
And I know, a lot of my friends, I feel like all my friends are marketers now that I think about it. I feel like every single person I know it works for like some type of marketing position or something.
That and business are like the number one random degrees people pick.
Well, business is just, I mean, what is that degree? What does that mean? I majored in
It's the
business.
other
Everything's a
department other
business.
than
In
marketing.
fake business.
I mean,
There's a business department and a marketing department.
I know,
And
but-
then just HR or something.
I just don't understand how you major in business. Business to me makes sense. Business is simple. It's like, dude, be good at what you do. Don't be a dick. And fucking, like, literally that. You show up, you say, hey, this is what I do. And then people are like, oh, cool, you do that? Cool, I'll get you to do that. And then you show up and you do it. That's business. You charge them a price. You do the job. They pay you the price. Hey, I make pizzas. Oh, cool, can I get a pizza? Yeah, it's going to be $12. Cool. You eat the pizza. That's business. I don't understand you major in that. But maybe there are, like, I don't understand how you major in that, dude.
That's all you need to know right there.
It's like, that's basic life, dude. Marketing is, dude, I make pizzas. Nobody fucking knows I make pizzas. Why does nobody know I make pizzas?
I know how to make pizza.
No. You don't know I make pizza.
Oh.
Why don't you know that?
gotta-
And how do I get someone to know that?
Yeah, dude, I mean, that's the thing with anyone who makes music. They always think like, dude, if I could just get everyone to hear this one song, everyone in the world hear this one song, even if 0.001% of people like it, still, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of fans that I would have. It's being able to make music while also being able to get the right audience for it.
Well, yeah, dude, there's 7 billion people on the planet, of which I'm going to make up a stat off the top of my head, and I'm going to lowball it so I'm not wrong in my hypothesis here. So let's say half of the planet has access to the internet. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Half of the
yeah,
planet? Is that fair?
definitely.
3.5 billion people on the planet have access to the
Definitely.
internet. Okay, there's 3.5 billion people, if you're putting stuff out on the internet, that are potential people in your audience. if you could, how many people, if you're a band, do you need to appeal to in order to be able to tour across the country and make money playing shows? You go travel, you play 500,000 seaters across the country, you make a couple $100 per gig, you're traveling around. How many people is that? 1,000 people, you go on a tour, 24 night tour, something like that. You make 200 a night. That's 4,800. You do that in a month. Okay, you're making 4,800 a month touring, right? That's, my math is all fucked
We're
up
really
here.
getting into the numbers.
We're getting into numbers, dude. I majored in numbers, baby.
I'm a numbers guy.
Mathematics.
55.
My point is, you can be successful if literally like 200,000 people are a fan of you. I mean, and when I say successful, I mean like you can live comfortably. Is that accurate? You think 200? If 200,000 people are huge fan or like active fans of yours, would
I
you
think
say
if you have 1,000 dedicated fans,
1,000 dedicated
that are,
fans?
if you have 1,000 fans that are willing to give you $100 over the course of a year, that's $100,000.
Yeah. So what percentage of that is 3.5 billion? And we're talking 1/1,000,000th of a percent. If you could get your stuff, if you believe that, dude, I think my stuff is good enough that if I could get it in front of every single person on the planet, that 0.0000001% of those people might like it, and I could make a living. So then the question is no longer am I good enough? The question is, how do I get in front of those people?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you got to get them to care. Like, why would someone be like, "Oh, I listened to Jimmy Solesky's podcast. You have to listen to it as well."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or I went to Eric's stand-up show. You should come next time, or you got to go see it. How to get people engaged and excited.
Figuring out the algorithm, dude.
And that's why I pepper
Of the
sprayed
universe.
myself. That's why I pepper sprayed myself. And
Yeah.
it's my least viewed video on the Buckingham Show.
Is it really?
Yeah. But
Wouldn't
it's
you be
age
pissed
Your
restricted.
most painful, easily.
That was the hardest video to film.
Wouldn't be pissed if Eric and I took that idea and did it like next week and got like billions of views.
Do it. I implore everyone to pepper spray themselves in the face and film it. I think it's hilarious, and I think it's a really hard barrier to entry because you're not going to want to do it.
That's the other cycle.
So be
might
honest,
be good.
0 to 10 pain scale. 0 being
How bad was pepper spray? 10.
really
Yeah. Hell yeah.
like similar. Like I'm thinking.
You
10,
can't say 10, dude. 10
Dude,
is like
I'm
somebody
thinking 10
rips your
being
balls
like
off with their
takes
bare
a
hands.
razor blade and slices your dick down vertically over the course of an hour. That's a 10.
I was maxed out. It's the amount of pain I could take. It was horrible. It was.
Don't you go
horrible.
unconscious after a certain threshold?
Yeah,
of
you
pain?
go unconscious at a certain pain level.
It couldn't hurt that much.
You think
I just
you
had
think
to
you're
do it.
winning?
I'm not saying
You
it
didn't
didn't
black
fucking.
out.
Like it was more
It- I'm-
acutely painful than blowing out my ACL.
Dude, I'm gonna give it a
Right.
7.5 as someone who's never done it. You think you're gonna win the BME Pain Olympics with pepper spraying yourself? That guy chopped off his balls.
I just think it's a certain kind of pain of having 100,000 scobles all in your eyeball and all around.
It's got to
your
be way
eyeball.
more than that.
It was bad, dude. That's all I know. It was
That's-
bad.
I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to fucking, downplay it.
Let's do it.
Dude, you're a pussy, bro.
I'm not doing that.
I guarantee you, if you guys all pepper spray yourselves for a podcast, it would be your most viewed podcast. I would watch it.
That's not saying much, but I agree.
No,
I would watch
agree. I was just saying you're low ball on the Scoville.
Oh,
units.
Scobles. No,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it could
gotta be like a million.
It could be not.
It's got to
that
be
painful.
way.
Isn't like a
over
ghost
You guys
pepper
should find out
million?
though. It's rough.
It literally
I eat
is
peppers
like
that are,
peppers,
like,
which
over
is
a million,
crazy.
yeah.
They call it pepper spray, but it literally is like they make a concoction of like the hottest
It's
peppers.
just like the isolated
into a spray.
capsaicin.
In an
Yeah.
hour, you're fine, but I'm just saying, in the peak of the pain, when you can't open your eyes, and it's so bad. I swear.
just like resonate throughout your entire
Dude.
body.
It
and
is
skull
cool that
and
like
shit.
every girl I
thought-
know has pepper spray.
I thought I was gonna go blind. Like I knew I wasn't going to, but there in the heat
Yeah,
of it, I
but
was
in
like,
the
"There's
moment,
no
yeah.
way I'm
just
not
like when
blind
you're
forever
super
now."
high and you're like, no, I'm gonna be the first person on the planet Earth.
Yeah, like that.
Too high.
Take acid and then pepper spray yourself.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jesus, please pepper spray yourselves. Oh my god, it's so good.
Someone would have to pay me a lot of money to do that.
Well, check this out. I didn't get paid because it was demonetized, and I bought the pepper spray, so I actually lost
Damn.
money.
Lost money.
my god.
Lost money.
But dude, that's something that's exciting. Like, what's another exciting idea that people be like, "Oh, you have to watch that."
Pepper spraying yourself again.
Man pepper sprays himself
dude,
twice.
Would you ever do it again?
Maybe that's where you missed the ball, dude.
Not for YouTube because I know YouTube doesn't like
well,
that
let's
kind of
say
content.
you knew. Let's say Dr. YouTube came up to you and said, "Look, if you pepper spray yourself again, this video will get 300,000 views."
Yeah, I'd pepper spray myself for like
What's the-
5,000 new
What if it's like?
subscribers.
What if you
5K
just had to
new
pepper spray
subscribers,
your
you pepper
dick
spray
or
yourself.
something?
I would do that too. Pepper spray my dick.
That would be
Yeah.
a good video. Just be like,
Or-
here we go.
Dude, it's
Pepper
my fucking-
spray my ass.
Yeah, I would do it.
Oh, dude.
I bet that would be a
I
hit.
ate Rofo spicy chicken fingers a couple weeks ago, and it wasn't even that hot going in, but for some reason, shitting it out was like, I went into the shower and sprayed cold water on my ass. It's like, this is
Damn.
unbearable. I don't know how those people eat Carolina Reapers
You're a pussy, bro.
and then have to shit that out. That's got to be like torture.
But here's the question: do you want to have half your fans only like you because you put something hot in your eyes?
No. Well, I mean, dude,
That's the question.
I
'Cause
feel
that's
like
what they
more than
expect.
half of the people
Yeah.
that follow me on any social media just follow me because I made a fucking sausage and mushroom pizza video.
Dude, you're the sausage and mushroom guy,
Dude.
Can you say
Hold
it
up,
for
you're
us?
the sausage and mushroom guy?
This guy.
That's all I ever get all the time. I'll put
Yeah.
up a TikTok and people
Even
are
on
like,
the videos
"But-"
Alex did. Like those
I'll put up a
TikTok
video that gets millions of views and there's still some dickheads commenting me like, yeah, but sausage and mushroom pizza though? I'm like,
That was
"Oh my
But
you?
God."
also, like,
Is that really you?
I feel like
Shut up.
That was
I
you?
feel like when those people post that shit, they're trying to be like, "Yo, bro, I'm an OG fan."
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like,
dude,
I'm
that's
trying
like
to
an
let
Easter
you
egg.
know I'm a fucking ride or die.
Yeah, I think they are, but and I know they are, and I don't get mad at it, but like it is just it gets to a point where it's just like I get it.
But
it's the same thing with me where like, oh, people are like, oh, Danny Mullen. Oh, you're the guy. You have beef with Danny. The people will come up to me in public and be like, oh, fuck Danny Mullen. And I'm like,
Hell yeah.
a hello Brandon would be nice. You know, like, I don't give a, you know what I mean? I don't give a fuck about the guy to that level where I want to have a conversation with him every time
Yeah.
I meet a
Yeah.
stranger, you know?
Sometimes, you can't avoid how other people know you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
True.
Like,
And I wouldn't trade I wouldn't want any of them to stop following me on social media.
yeah.
I mean, I'm glad they're there. I'm glad someone cares that much about a video I made 4 years ago where they're like still following me.
That's
Yeah.
what,
And still engaging with my
when
shit.
I hung out with Zulakami, I told him about like how it was frustrating,
Which, by the way, I want to hear that story.
how that came to be.
Yes.
Or,
Zillakami is, I've listened to him for a while. He's fucking,
Yeah, he's like
love-
City
I
Morgue,
asked,
right?
I was like, how do you feel about people coming up to you and talking about 6ix9ine? He's like, oh, it's fine as long as they know who I am. Like, if they are going to continue to know who I am in a year or two, they won't care about that. Was his
I didn't
mindset.
even know he collabed with him. I know he did, but like I completely forgot that he just said that.
Yeah,
That's
his
the only way
first
I
song
know
on
him.
YouTube is Yokai or some shit. It's a song with
Oh, yeah,
6ix9ine, and
Yokai Watch or
his second song is Helsing Station. But yeah, he literally Zillakami DM'd me on Instagram and
Really?
said like, awesome channel, brother. And then I was like, yo, I'd love to do an episode with you. And then he was like, I'm game. And then I just like liked it and didn't answer back. And then like a week later, he was like,
Power
"You-"
move. Power move, by the way.
Well, I don't know what to say. Like,
Yeah.
That's what you got to say.
And also,
like
you
it.
got to
I wanted to be like,
assume-
hey, do you
Did
want
you
to
make
hang out this weekend? Is what, you know what I mean? But I just
Yeah.
didn't say anything.
But you're like, he's probably busy.
Yeah, I figured he was busy.
He's
or
on
like-
tour or something, right?
Aren't you
And then
famous?
he DM'd me like a week later, like, you in New York? And then I was like, all right, I'm not now, but I will be next weekend if you want to hang out, kind of a thing. Like whenever, because my job's to do YouTube. I'll fucking travel anywhere if there's an
Yeah.
exciting event or if,
what are
someone.
you guys gonna do? Shoot shit in the air?
Yeah, so I went there
heroin.
and
Oh,
we,
so you filmed this already?
yeah, and we went
get
to this abandoned insane asylum in New York and Long Island. Then we went and the next day and played airsoft. And yeah, he was a really cool guy. But he said the reason he did that is because when he was coming up, he was like, I would see all these big hip hop artists that would view my story and stuff. And I would see that they're watching me, but they would never reach out to me. And it always bothered me. So he was like, that's why when I saw your stuff, I know you're like smaller, but I was like, he was like, you have a good ass channel. And I just wanted to show some love. And
That's sick.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
So shout out
That's
to-
awesome to hear. He's a cool guy because I've always liked their music, and that's cool.
he's sober.
Really,
So-
He's
Sober.
sober. He's a genuine, just sober, nice,
he's
cool,
still
regular
fucking
dude.
maniac, dude.
I feel like a lot of people I know are sober. Makes sense. A lot of the successful people I know. I don't know a lot of losers that are sober. You
Yeah.
know?
There's probably a lot though.
I'm sure there's a lot of sober
just never
losers.
hear about 'em.
I want to hear more about those people so I can feel less bad about not at all being sober.
Yeah, I think being sober is a great thing. I think it's difficult, and I'm gonna try to be sober again. This last 10 months of sobriety I had, I think where I went wrong is I didn't put enough emphasis on eating properly, exercising frequently, and having a good sleep schedule. Because at a certain point of being unhealthy, not exercising enough, not eating right, staying up all night, editing and shit, you're gonna feel depressed and miserable, and then you're gonna want to be more.
And the
inclined to
longer
get
you
back
You
in
like
stay-
get burnt out.
yeah, you get burnt out and you want to be not sober.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's good to be sober and focused. I feel like being sober and unfocused is just as pointless as being high and unfocused.
Now, for the people in the room that would like to achieve things without giving up boozing, whoever those people may
Not
be,
me.
not me. But for those who may think that, do you think, because this is the thing that I talk to with a lot of sober people, do you think there is a healthy middle ground of moderation where you can both enjoy a beer or a cocktail when the time is appropriate and enjoy it in moderation and not let that have a impactfully negative well, I already used the word impactful. God damn it, I was going to say it after. A negative impact on your life. You know, do you think there's a way to do that? Because to me, I know that there are a lot of people that they have to go sober because the second they even think about drinking, they're back on the wagon. You know what I mean? Like they can't just drink and do it tastefully and just be like, yeah, I went out, had a couple beers with my friends last night and I'm going to work in the morning. It's like, no, like when I go for it, I go for it. And I understand that, but I do wonder, it's like, is that how you feel about it? Because I feel like you're fucking chilling right now, dude.
Yeah, the only reason I have been sober is just to try to stave off my depression and anxiety that I feel. It's never been like, no one's ever been like, you should get sober. I think you have a problem. Like, it's never been like that at all.
Do you exercise frequently?
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
an in shape guy.
You know, I'm off and on. I'm a very obsessive individual, so sometimes it'll be like I'm lifting 5 days a week and I'm training jiu-jitsu 4 days a week and I'm in it, and then I'll go on streaks like this one I'm on right now. Is since I competed in jiu-jitsu last, I haven't exercised a single time, really.
When was that?
August?
Damn. Okay. Did you
The
like?
beginning of August.
I guess you did like a video.
Yeah,
about
did it, yeah.
Okay. Fuck yeah.
But
I was gonna ask if you like kept wrestling and shit.
yeah, no, a fucking video got 200,000 views called "I competed at a no-gi Brazilian jiu-jitsu tournament."
Which is crazy because you wouldn't think that would be one of the videos that popped off, but
Never would have thought that.
Yeah, it was like definitely one of your most big videos in the past.
But sobriety's
I
difficult.
guess ever, really, right?
Yeah. I think it's like my third biggest ever. I think.
Damn.
But sobriety is hard because you're in the cockpit. You're in complete control. So, I mean, you could think you don't have a problem, but you could be like a complete fuck up. You know, like most addicts, either they are in denial or they're like, oh, I know I have an issue, and you're always getting clean.
Yeah.
Or
You
they
know?
know they have an issue and they don't care.
Yeah. But it's difficult. It's a hard line to toe.
I think that if I was myself personally, this is me just talking to myself, so no potential addicts take my fucking advice. But I think if I had a little bit less of the fuck it, do it anyway type of mentality, that like if I were to go out and get as fucked up as I do from time to time, and then wake up in the morning and just be like, dude, I'm not doing shit today, then I would say that look, and the reality is the next day, am I really as productive as I would have been if I wasn't fucked up last night and the other night? You know, like, am I really that productive? But it's like, it is tough because like, again, nobody's ever been like, look, the only time I've ever even, because I'll go in phases of like, I'll get like soft, like physically, I'll just get like, I'll like gain some weight. And then like one of my friends would be like, damn, boy, you been hitting the gym at all, dude? What the fuck? And I'll be like, all right, I guess I gotta go back to the gym again. You know, like it takes an external source to, because you're yourself every day.
Yeah.
I'm used to it. I'm very used to me. You know, I know what it's like. And so like, unless somebody from the outside goes, dude, what are you doing, bro? Then if somebody ever came up to me and was like, dude, do you really gonna be drinking that much? And I'd be like, probably not. Probably not. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will.
But I will.
It's a hard thing to navigate, right?
It's hard, but here's the thing. You gotta live within your own realm. You gotta set your own goals and things like that. Like for me, I have no problem playing my weeknight gigs. Like I don't drink at my weeknight gigs. I just don't. Like I played at the Horse last night, 9:30 to 1:30 close. Bar's going. Everybody's buying shots. Somebody walks up to me with a shot. I'm not gonna be a fucking weirdo and be like, no, thank you. If you buy me a shot, I'm taking the fucking shot. But they give me a comp tab. They're like, dude, you can drink 4 or 5 drinks tonight.
So what if you're the shit in a year and everyone's trying to buy you a drink?
then I could see that being a
Are
problem.
you gonna be the weirdo that's saying no?
See, that's tough because I've never even
Then
come
you could go
close
for
to
the
having to
thing
deal
like,
with it.
I'm not taking a shower with you for any less than $20, and you profit.
Profit. Shots
Then
to profit.
you profit off your alcoholism.
You profit off your alcoholism. Look, dude, if you can make money off of it, then it's not a problem. It's a business.
Yeah. The main thing that makes me want to be sober is like the realization when I did get sober 10 months ago, and since broken my sobriety, was I'm doing what I want to do with my life. I'm starting to make money where I'm like, you know, will be self-sustaining financially. And I'm still like miserable and depressed. And the only reason I could see as to why that would be is not being sober. You know what I mean?
Is it like I understand the sobriety aspect of the depression argument, but do you see any other underlying things that may be leading to that feeling?
Well, like I said before, that's the reason I feel like I messed up last time when I got sober is I wasn't on top of my eating and exercising and sleep schedule.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the main thing.
Well, what is your
Because if I had a shitty job, I could be like, it's my job. Or if I had like a wife and kids that annoy me, I'd be like, oh, it's my wife and a scapegoat. But I feel like my life is currently like I'm doing what I want.
yes?
The shit up that I'm doing is working. I should be happier. I should feel better. I should be more excited.
I'm with you on that 100% because, like, you know, for me, for instance, like people would look at like, oh, dude, you just fucking play music all week. That's all you do.
Yeah.
You just show up to places and you play guitar and that's how you make your living.
You're living the dream, man.
Yeah, you're living the dream, but it's like not really because like I do have to step back and be like, and really when I get in those mindsets of like feeling depressed and like worthless or whatever, I have to step back and be like, hold up, like really take a look at what you have, you know? But then there's this other thing that it's like, and what is it that you want? And what would that thing be that would make you not feel this way? You know, because when you're 19 and somebody goes, what would make you happy? You're like, oh, dude, like if I just didn't have to show up to this stupid fucking job all the time and just fucking play music and make money doing that, I'd be fucking set. And then you get that and then you're like, why am I not set? Why am I not set? You know?
Yeah.
So what is it that I ultimately want? Like with you, what you're doing, you have a channel that's growing tremendously. You're doing what you want. Do you, like, in your eyes, to consider your career successful, have you already reached that pinnacle? Or if not, then what is it that you would say that you've made it? You've done it.
Yeah.
Is it a number?
It's a great question. I could stop now and be happy with like what I've done in the videos I've made. Not that it's that incredible, but like I've tried my best. It's went pretty good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the number where I would in my mind be like I made it. I feel like it's a money thing almost.
Really?
Because I mean I could have 1 million subscribers, but if I don't have 6 figures in my bank account, I don't feel like I would think I made it.
So, okay.
Right?
So
like people can tell you you're awesome all day, but at a certain point it loses its
Let me
money
knock that
and you don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like people can
It
tell you
comes
how
back to like the fuck you money.
yeah.
Once you get to that point, it's like, all right, I'm good. I'm you know,
Like
whatever.
after you've heard 1,000 people tell you how great your comedy is and your set is, it doesn't really have as much meaning or impact. And I feel like after a certain point of getting a bunch of views, you don't really give a fuck anymore.
well,
And then it's just money and your family and your friends.
Well, look, I know guys that make way more money than any of us, who have jobs that, I mean, it's not even necessarily the classic story of like, oh, dude hates his job. He's working 50 hours a week at some bullshit he does not even interested in, but it just pays the bills. And he's making $120,000 and he's not satisfied. It's like, that's one thing. That's an easy solve. It's like, okay, dude, yeah, you don't like your job. So you're making the money, but you're not fulfilled with how you're making it. So there's that big gap in your life. But for you, it's like you are doing what you want. So I do actually find it interesting that in your mind, it is like even to put a landmark on 6 figures as opposed to putting a landmark on making a living. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where it's like, because I always say to people, it's like money is just stored enjoyment. Like if you're working a job that you fucking hate, 70 hours a week, you're a fucking Wall Street banker guy, you're fucking staying up all night, waking up at 5 a.m., trying to beat the UK markets, doing all this shit, and you're making big money, you're making like $200,000 a year, but you only enjoy like, other than when you're sleeping, which doesn't count, when you're awake, 85% of your life is doing this shit, which you don't enjoy. So you only get to enjoy 15% of your life with all that money you have. I mean, when you have money, it's only worth something until you spend it.
Yeah.
It's just a number until you go, I'm going to use this to go on a vacation. That's stored fun, stored enjoyment. I'm going to use this to get a nice dinner. I'm going to use this to do this, buy a nice house, whatever, take my girlfriend out, whatever. If you don't have the time to enjoy the money that you have, then I would look at a guy who's making $50,000 a year doing something he absolutely fucking loves. Like, dude, I wake up until I fall asleep, I'm always doing something that I like to do. I enjoy what I'm doing. So I'm making $50,000 a year enjoying 100% of my life. You're making $200,000 a year enjoying like 10% of your life. So who's really doing better is the question. To put the number like 100,000, I'm thinking that just like when before you're successful and you have a channel that you just drop and you're thinking, dude, if I had fucking 65,000 people that were watching my shit and I had a check coming in for any amount, I'm fucking loving life. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
And now you're here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at this and going, now you're setting your sights on that, thinking it's another number. And then what happens when you get there? Do you really truly think that once you see in your bank account 1000000, you're going to be like, they're not depressed anymore? What the fuck? How did that happen?
No, I don't think it'll make me happier.
Well, you
but
probably also thought you'd be making a lot more money at 65,000 subscribers.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely thought YouTubers made. I thought if you got 1 million views in a month, you'd have a fat check.
Yeah, I remember first starting out in music and seeing dudes with like 1,500 followers on Twitter, and people would come out to their shows and being like, "Damn, dude, if I could just be like a Baltimore name, like that'd be sick." And then now I'm years surpassed those dudes, and I'm like, I still feel like I'm working construction. I'm delivering pizzas and waiting tables, and like I still feel like no one knows my fucking name. But I check Spotify, and there's 2K people listening to me per day. I have 40,000 monthly listeners.
Mm-hmm.
I have 500,000 streams on one single song in the past year. And it's like, why? I used to look at people's stats and be like, damn, this dude got fucking 25,000 streams on a song. Like, he's got to be famous.
Yeah.
And then I got 25,000 streams on a song, and I was like, what?
I work at Seasons.
I feel the same.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I feel the same exact level of notoriety and success when I get 500,000 streams versus when I got 5,000
Because
streams.
true happiness and fulfillment does not exist in the external. It exists in here. And so just like when you, and I hate to come back to wrestling again, but it's something that I use for a metaphor in my life a lot. It taught me a lot. And I remember being a freshman and watching the seniors and thinking they were so fucking good. Oh my God, Jack Skinner, Greg Snyder, Audiolic, they're fucking amazing, blah, 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 blah. And thinking that that's like something that like, wow, they must be like this or that. And then you become a senior, you're like, dude, I went further like in the thing, I went further in regionals than any of those guys ever did. And I still think I suck. It's a matter of perspective, And that's the same thing that happens with your art. It's like, okay, you're looking at this guy, oh my God, 25,000 streams. And then you get 25,000 streams and you're like, that was all that was?
Yeah. And it's also combined with the fact that there are people that have that minute level of notoriety that act like they're famous. You know what I mean? So then you start to assume like, oh my God, like, this guy's got so-and-so amount of streams, so-and-so amount of followers, and blah, blah, blah. And then you get to that point, and I've never acted like that.
Well, that,
and it's just like, then you start to see the type of people that, they just sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with an E. Embellish. Everything
Exaggerate.
that's going on. Exaggerate, but embellish what's going on. Like they get a few thousand followers.
Give us a poll, people. Which word do you think was better for that? I'm going exaggerate.
I think both are good.
I was
think
looking for
fake it till you
embellish.
make it.
I was
though.
looking for embellish.
Okay.
That's the word I was looking for.
Well, we got a hot poll going right now.
It's like they're wearing a Walmart sweatsuit, but they're putting all kinds of fancy little embellishments and jewels.
Embellish. Okay. All right. I'm still voting on exaggeration in the poll.
They're both good.
Whatever.
Well, it is funny when people act like they're really like the shit and famous because people listen to their shit or watch their videos.
Well, that's also a strategy. I mean, the amount of people that I knew that like the fake, like what Eric's saying, the fake it till you make it thing is like it's a legit thing that people think is a real thing, which
for
may or may
instance-
not be a real thing.
For instance,
May
you
Yeah,
work.
it works
when
for
you
some
met-
people.
When
Yeah.
you met Zillakami, what was he like?
Super nice, down to earth guy.
Like, did he mention going on tour or anything like that?
No, he's well. I mean, we talked about it, but he was chilling. He's just a regular guy.
That's dope. See, like that's the kind of guy, like a guy who's been on tour, a guy who's like made songs with people that are, 6ix9ine's like got to be the hottest topic, one of the hottest rappers in the
Uzi
past
Vert,
5 years.
Denzel
Oh yeah,
Curry.
right, Denzel and Lil Uzi too. But like, what do you think he's pulling in a year, money wise?
Oh fucking Christ! 500K to $1 million, I would think.
Really?
Well,
He didn't tell me, but I'm
Didn't
just
we
assuming.
know somebody who was Lil Skies was buying a house for his mom, and they had to check into his income, and they saw that he made like 800 grand a year, because I would have thought he made 6 million a year with how big he was.
Yeah, I would too.
That might have been like his first couple of years.
No,
but
I remember
feel like
this.
he's like
I remember this being around when he was like popping.
Damn. Okay.
Now I don't know how much money he's making on the side with cash gigs to show up at a club or whatever.
True.
But 800 grand on paper, I would think it would be at least 5 million.
Isn't that a great job? You get paid to fucking show up and just be there.
Oh yeah, dude.
Appearance
if you're,
fees?
if you're a big rapper
just
at the
do
time,
one song
show up to a
and
club in New
leave.
York for 10K.
Dude, not even do a song. Some of those people are just like, like
Yeah,
Kim
they'll
They'll give you a
Kardashian.
table.
fees, yeah.
They'll
Yeah,
pay you.
clubs
to
are
sit
like,
there
yo,
and drink.
Kim Kardashian. We want to be the club that has Kim Kardashian tonight. We'll pay you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to just be here tonight. Party, drink, fucking start some drama, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
you
the
are
Jersey
a professional
Shore cast
partier.
did that a lot.
That's cool.
That's what fucked the Jackass guys up, right? Steve-O said that like fucked him up really bad.
Now
Jesus,
that's
I
you talk
bet.
about too many people buying you shots. What about people who are paying you
I actually
To
saw a
get
video.
shots.
to get shots?
I saw
We
a
want you to
video-
get fucked up.
I saw a video recently with Steve-O and Wee Man. They were doing like the Hot Ones thing, and they were talking about Wee Man was talking about how he was getting like belligerent drunk at a bar, and he was just like, people were buying him car bombs, and he would do the car bomb and just throw the glass at the fucking bar and break all the bottles on the bar, and he was just picking up shit and throwing it on the fucking ground. And his buddy was like, yo, let's go. Like, you're acting crazy. And the owner of the bar came up to the guy who was pulling him out. He's like, well, what are you doing? He's like, dude, he's getting like belligerent. Like, he's going to burn the whole fucking like bar to the ground if we don't stop. Like, you got to get him. He's like, dude, I don't care. I'm making the most money I've made in my fucking life. I don't care if he puts a bomb in the fucking place. He's staying here. And he was like, all right, he's your problem. He just left. It's like,
Jeez.
That's how.
That's when you made it, Brandon.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, dude.
I don't think I have the personality that would be good with that kind of a
I
thing.
think you might. I mean,
If they want me to drink and that's the expectation is I have to party, dude, I would fucking put a bullet in my brain at a certain point. I think the depression would get me.
yeah, dude. That's why you just drink more.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know, man.
But not to keep talking about depression, but do you guys have any depression, anxiety issues?
oh,
or
I
anything?
have
Oh, yeah.
horrible anxiety.
Definitely some bouts
I,
of it.
I would never say I don't think I've ever been like depressed, like where I wake up and I'm just sad, but I'm definitely like anxious a lot.
Yeah, what's
Major.
up with that, dude? When does it go away?
Never, it never does.
I feel like
think,
Yeah.
I
I
think
think
it's getting
you
worse
you
for
try
me.
to convince yourself in your mind that like, all I need to do, like what I always tell myself is like, dude, if I just like could make a living solely off of like passive income from Spotify and TikTok and shit like that, and I just never had to answer to anybody, like I'd be fine. Because all my anxiety stems from like, am I doing enough music, like this and that, the other thing, but I don't know. I think it's just a mindset, and your mind just tries to latch on to things that are the most logical for why you feel that way.
It's uncertainty, dude.
Yeah.
It's like when somebody tells you, "Hey, I want you to just keep doing push-ups until I tell you to stop."
Right.
Versus when somebody tells you, "Hey, I want you to do 1,000 push-ups." I would rather somebody say, "Hey, I want you to just do 1,000 push-ups," because at that point, I can be doing push-ups, feeling the pain, dealing with it, but knowing what the end goal is. Versus somebody just being like, "I haven't said stop yet, keep going." And you don't have any idea if it's a minute from now or 10 minutes from now or an hour from now. And so what you're dealing with, and because I think anxiety definitely runs in our family. Like I have it fucking big time, and our uncles have it. My dad has it, I know. And like definitely on our father's side of the family, it's like a thing. But of course, we're also the type of people that would never, ever go and get it clinically diagnosed. So when I say to somebody, oh, dude, I have it real bad, they're like, well, have you been diagnosed? I'm like, do you mean have I gone to somebody who went to college and had them tell me what I already fucking know?
Answer the
No.
checklist.
Yeah,
They have
yeah.
a fucking checklist on a piece of paper.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
diagnose
Like
you.
I know. All right. You know, I don't have health insurance. All right. I don't have the money to go and watch somebody my age with a fucking coat on tell me what I already fucking know. But that's besides the fact. But what it really, I think, stems down to is kind of circling back to our earlier conversation is you're feeling all these things. It's like having a bunch of like open web browsers on your computer and like in the background where you don't know why you're running slow. You don't know. And the best way that I've ever found to deal with it, and I actually did learn a lot about this when we took acid a couple times, is like, because have you ever done acid before?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And like it kind of, the best way I can describe it to people is like it puts you in like, you know, when you go into computer but you go into like developer mode or like programmer mode, and like now you can see all the processes running, and you step back, and like when you're just existing on a day-to-day basis, you're only focused on, you know, when they say like the subconscious is like occupies like 90% of your mental processing on a day-to-day basis, and you're only really focused, like what you consciously observe occupies, like what I'm looking at right now and thinking about right now as I'm speaking is only like 10% of what's all going on in my brain right now, you know, but that's the only thing we see. So you experience these emotions, you experience this stress, you experience all these things that we call anxiety, but you can't, did you want a beer?
You want a beer?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
chilling, I'm good.
You can't put a finger on what it is. And it's not until you step back and go, wait a second. And you like open up your fucking browser and you're like, why is this tab open? What the fuck is this? What is this? And then you realize like, oh, like I've been going through it this week because I got a wedding coming up tomorrow with like, I'm playing there. And then like I had to like do like the fucking write up for the podcast and stuff, which I think I'm doing way too much for, but I don't fucking care. But like all of it's like sitting in the fucking backlog of my mind at all times right now. Somewhere in the back of my mind is knowing, dude, you have barely fucking practiced this song that you're supposed to play for somebody's first dance tomorrow. And it's sitting with me. I'm not thinking about it right now, but it's in there. And so when you experience that anxiety, the only way I can even think of to get past it, unless you fucking numb yourself with drugs, which does not solve the problem. Numbing yourself with drugs or numbing yourself with alcohol, or whatever fucking gets you through so that you can just basically be okay with the bullshit situation that you're in. So like, we're not going to fix any of the things that are causing what you're feeling. We're just going to make you cool with it, you know, as opposed to stepping back and then zooming out and be like, okay, listen, I'm feeling a certain way right now. What could be causing that? You zoom out and you go, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, and you address it. And at that point, it's no longer the uncertainty of why am I feeling this way, because you know why you're feeling this way. Now the only hurdle is to fix it. And that's a much better position to be in my opinion. To know what's wrong, to have, just like anything in life, like you don't understand the algorithm to YouTube. You understand it better than I do, clearly. But like none of us understand the algorithm to life. What's going to make me happy? We're all trying to figure it out, you know? And so we're doing a bunch of things, constantly trying to figure out, is this what's going to make me happy? And then you get it, oh no, that turns out that wasn't the trick. Maybe it's this thing, maybe it's this thing, maybe it's this thing. And so it's this constant uncertainty. You know what I mean? Whereas, I guess, you know, look, I'm not a fucking doctor, but I would say that if you're experiencing those feelings, zooming out, identifying them, setting clear goals to fixing those things is a great first step. You know? And if not, just fucking drink, dude.
Yeah.
Just fucking drink.
I think I self-medicate because always my first step of like how am I going to feel better is like I'm going to stop like getting high off weed every day.
I don't understand how weed could do anything other than make you 20 times more anxious, dude. I mean, Dom and I, like, we can't.
I think it's like escapism. You know what I mean?
But it's weird that the different way people's minds
even
are.
make me escape. It
makes it worse.
Weed does is dive me deeper into my mind.
But alcohol, does that help with the escaping?
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Oh my god, yeah.
I was feeling it on the way down to my gig the other night, and I was like, I'm really thirsty. I wasn't gonna drink tonight, but also there's no fucking water in our fucking Brita filter, and like I'm bougie. I'm not drinking straight out of tap, dude. I don't trust our fucking apartment building for a brick.
It's
So
not cold enough.
It's not cold enough, and I'd rather drink out of the Brita filter that I haven't replaced since we've moved in. It's been red lighting since 3 months since we've lived there, so it's probably honestly dirtier. But like there wasn't any in the thing, so I was like, I'm thirsty, and I have a bunch of White Claws in the back of my car from my friend's wedding a month ago. Warm, just the way I like it. driving down 83, popped open a mango White Claw. Dude, by the time I got to the horse, who cares? Who cares? What was I even anxious about? It's amazing. I always say one beer actually makes me sober. Like I live soberly as like anxious and fucking tightly wound. Then I have one beer, then I'm normal. 2 beers, then I'm buzzed. So it takes like, but that's what alcohol does for me. You know?
I feel like that's what weed does for me.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's a brain wiring thing, I guess, because I cannot understand how you could feel anything other than
Yeah,
paranoid.
if I even thought about taking a hit off of that spliff,
Yeah.
I'd have been sitting here like, what am I even doing? You're not talking enough on this podcast. You idiot. You sound like a fucking idiot right now. Why don't you say something? Then I'd be like, yeah, I said, yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then I'd be like, that was so stupid. What the fuck? You should have just shut your fucking mouth and sat there, you dumb idiot.
It is amazing that you two, like, weed makes you just fucking chill, dude. I'm jealous of that. I'm legitimately jealous of that. Why? Weed is 0 calories. And if you ask any weed smoker, it has no health downfalls, whatever. You can smoke it in a room and your room won't. It's like, dude, I hate the discrimination against cigarettes. I do. Everybody, like,
Speaking of that, toss me a bone.
I'll be sitting in here, and every time we have people in here, they're like, they'll blatantly just smoke weed, not even thinking about it, just light up a bowl. I don't care. People smoke weed in here. That's cool. And then they'll pull out a cig and be like, I'm going to step outside and smoke. I'm like,
No, you're not.
no, you're not. Don't you fucking treat my shit like that.
Jimmy and I smoke.
I should've made you step outside and smoke that fucking weed.
incessantly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's like the opposite of the Emancipation Proclamation with cigs.
Mm-hmm.
They're bringing them outdoors now. You know what I mean?
It's bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of fucked up. But yeah, the depression and anxiety thing is weird. I don't think weed helps in the long term. I think it, temporarily helps me feel just less in my head.
What's your favorite drug? Of all drugs you've done?
Opiates?
Really?
Yeah.
Just
I
'cause it,
believe that.
like, knocks you out.
That's like
or-
not a popular answer.
I mean, it's
People
the,
usually-
it's the right answer.
It's
I mean,
obvious.
there's a reason
A
why
lot of
people
obviously
like
a lot of
opiates so
people
much.
think it's the right
But-
I
answer.
think people agree with you.
I feel like a lot of people won't say it though. But the weed's cool. No.
I see
There's
a
a
lot of
reason
people
why-
who agree with you on him.
Yeah.
There is
On
a
the streets.
reason why opiate addiction is so rampant because they are probably
They rock.
great drugs.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Like,
Heroin
I'll
rocks.
just like snort
unfortunately.
heroin behind my office, like at my lunch break. I'll walk up the stairs behind my office and be like, "All right, can I squeeze by? You like whatever that powder is in your hand you're fidgeting with."
You know it's not coke. It's fucking Hamden, dude. Nobody's doing coke in Hamden.
Yeah.
That's the real deal.
Yeah. It's got to be good. People throw away their whole lives for that shit. You know.
Where
Well,
do you rank coke on the spectrum?
I never have been like an amphetamines guy. Like
Is that what that is?
uppers.
Amphetamine?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, Coke has never really impressed me.
Yeah, I can do without it.
Yeah. I've never even done it.
I've done it
Yeah.
allegedly around 20 times probably, and there was only one time where I felt like, oh, okay, I get it now. And it was when I allegedly did coke in Admiral's Cup bathroom. Some Australian guy gave me a bump.
And then you were instantly
allegedly, yeah, and I
instantly,
was like sitting at
allegedly
the
in an
bar-
argument with your
Oh
girlfriend.
my god! And then I stupidly brought, because there was a fight that broke out in the bathroom 20 seconds after I took the bump, and everything blew up. And I sit back down at the bar with my brother and my girlfriend, and they're like, "What happened in there?" And instead of being like, "I don't know, I was in the bathroom and these dudes just started fighting," I was like, "Well, I was in the bathroom."
The coke
pissing."
mine took over. You're like,
And
oh,
then-
well, actually, I've
Yeah.
compiled a list.
And then this
Of things that
Australian
happen in
guy
the
was
bathroom.
like doing coke. Well, I walked in there and the door was locked, and he opened the door and I said, "Dude, you just do coke in the stall. I gotta piss." And he was like, blah blah blah. And then 4 other dudes walked in behind me, and then he was just handing out key bumps, and I was done pissing. I was gonna go pretend like I wash my hands usually, and he was like, "You want a bump, mate?" And I was like, "Nah,
You can't say no to
I'm
an
good."
Australian guy.
I was like, "Nah, I'm good." He's like, "Oh, don't be a fucking pussy, mate." And I was like, "All right, I'm not letting an Australian guy call me a fucking pussy."
You're gonna let
So-
Steve Irwin call you out, bro? Fuck that
I did
shit.
the bump, went back, told Jimmy this entire story with my girlfriend sitting there, and she immediately
wrong move.
got pissed off. And I knew as soon as those words left my mouth that I had to.
You just wish you
allegedly-
could get him back. You're like, coke,
I was like, and then
get him back.
yeah, I was just, I just completely blew it.
So what's your
Completely-
favorite drug?
No. Had it just been like you and Lucas there or something, I'd have been telling that whole story. You guys would have been like, "Oh, where is this guy? I'm trying to go in the bathroom after him. What the fuck? And then they'd be like, dude, it was so crazy. This is so fun. But instead, I'm fucking amped up, trembling while my girlfriend's like, you realize you're in the heroin capital of the country and that could have had fentanyl in it. You just took some random Australian guy's drugs. And was like,
You're really blowing my high right now.
You said that was the night you got coke, where you're like, oh yeah, I get it now.
yeah, that was definitely the best.
That was the night when you realized I love coke.
Yeah, I was like, wow, this is it was like, no, it was the night that I could tell that, like, wow, this is a powerful drug. Still wasn't that impressive.
You know why? Because it was a fucking Australian guy's coke. There is no good coke in Baltimore. And I'm saying it's a PSA. If anybody's thinking about doing coke, don't get it from fucking Baltimore, dude.
Now, if you want heroin, that's a different story.
Now, they call it... You deserve that. You deserve that. Now, they call it gasolina for a reason in Spanish. Because I watched a documentary on how cocaine is made. They really do just fucking put that shit, like, in petrol to, like, synthesize or whatever. I don't fucking know how, but to extract in the ether or whatever they do. But like when you're like hitting that gas, is that what they call it? Gas? People say that? Is that a thing?
I feel like
People
they
say?
call that for weed.
They call it for weed. That's what I call coke. No wonder I was like, dude, what do you mean you're snorting that gas? You're snorting weed?
Coke, yeah, bro.
I mean, that's why I hate weed. I've been doing it wrong all my life.
Snorting
Snorting
it this whole
that
time.
Unreal. Yeah, cocaine's like, it's like I've never understood the addiction to it. I know people that had to like stop because like, dude, I can't be around coke, dude. I want to do it. Like the first thing I want when I get up in the morning is a fucking bump of coke. I'm like, how?
Yeah. No.
How, dude?
Every day after I've allegedly done coke, I've always been like, oh God, I feel like a piece of shit.
It gives you the coke blues. I'm so glad
And
somebody.
then you talk like this the rest of the day
Your
because
nasal
your
passages?
nostrils are all swollen and numb.
But that's the trick, is because that means you did bad coke. And I'm not interested enough in it to get good coke. And it's not that great. All it does is make me talk
It's
like
also
this
super
in
fucking
regular life.
expensive.
It's way too expensive. It's a rich man's drug.
Coke gives you headphones for real
Yeah,
life.
Coke makes me in a real life podcast that no one wants to listen
Start a
to.
business.
Wait, so what's your favorite drug, Jimmy?
I'm gonna go, if we're counting booze as a drug, which I know is cheating, so I'm not gonna say it. Booze is my favorite drug. We're gonna X that off the list because booze apparently is not a drug in colloquial terms. So my actual favorite drug so far is acid.
Okay, very unsettling drug.
It's unsettling.
Dude, honestly, I thought acid was going to be like weed, where it just threw me in this mindset where like everything's, you start thinking about shit and blah, blah, blah. I think acid threw me in the mindset that most people have when they say weed doesn't make them anxious, where it makes them think about things and be like, that's not important.
Yeah.
Like I had so many things on my mind when I did acid, and then when I thought about them while I was on acid, I was like, dude, in the grand scheme of things, I'm a living being on a fucking floating rock.
Yeah.
This doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I was like, what
That's
matters
that
is
shit's
like
for.
I'm with my brother, who's literally, as I'm noticing right now on acid, is me. And I'm with my friend Lucas, who also is me. And I'm around a bunch of people on the boardwalk that are also me. And they all look like animals, by the way. And life goes on forever. So why am I worried? Now, every now and then, what acid did for me was it made the present a lot more like impactful. Like when my brother and Lucas went back to the the hotel, and I was on the beach alone, I was very scared to be alone. I was like, oh my God, when are my friends coming back? I felt like a 2-year-old who lost their parents in the grocery store. I was like, I need my friends here. I can't be on this beach alone. This is weird. And then as soon as they came back, I was fine. Meanwhile, if I was drunk on the beach alone, I'd go 3 hours drinking 7 beers, and I'd be like, wait, where are my friends?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm an adult. I'll do what I can fucking call them if I need to. If I would have, like, got a nosebleed, I probably would have freaked out and tried to go to the hospital. Because I was like, I'm dying. But that was acid for me.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't like psychedelics very much.
Really?
Shrooms is also cool, but
Yeah.
I would say my favorite drug is probably weed, even though I'd, like, get anxious from it when I have a good high. It is great.
to me, like psychedelics are not just fun, like mushrooms and acid. There's always a time in the trip where it's like horrible, and I'm really not enjoying myself. But like with opiates, it's like just fun. It's just relaxing and euphoric, and
I almost feel like wouldn't that kind of be depressing though, just being like, or I guess you don't.
I guess you don't even think about it.
Just
Yeah.
like when you're like blacked out drunk, you're not sitting there being like, "This is depressing."
wouldn't it be
It's like-
depressing stumbling over yourself?
Yeah, I'm
like
like-
bothering people you don't realize you're bothering. But no, it's fun. I feel like it's escapism. The same thing with opiates. You know, just you want to feel good.
What
Yeah.
was your flavor? Pills or
Yeah, I would say like I was into them in early high school. I haven't allowed myself to be into opiates as an adult.
probably a good thing.
Yeah, just any opiate really, whether it's like perks or oxys or roxys or whatever you can get, really. But they're relaxing and they're fun, and that's why they fuck everyone's life up so much. People just want to feel that relaxing euphoria. Like, no one wants to trip on mushrooms every day. I mean, I guess there's someone out there, but there's not as many mushroom addicts. Not as comforting.
I think there are definitely mushroom addicts, aren't there?
Dude, there's
Oh,
this
probably.
guy that I
But probably like there's definitely more visible opiate addicts than mushroom addicts.
there's this guy that's a roofer for the company that I work for, and he raves about, like, he does DMT, PCP, acid, shrooms, like all those psychedelics. He was addicted to heroin for 3 years, and he said he took a tab of acid and he talked to God, and after that he like got over heroin.
Damn.
And he does like DMT, and he's like super. I've never met a roofer that loved their job. He's like, dude, I love it. Like, I get to build people's houses. I get, like, he designs shit. He builds like these designs on the sides of buildings, like architectural, like visual shit. And he's like, yeah, dude, I'll just like get this job, and they want me to design something, and I'll like do DMT, and I'll talk to the aliens, and they'll tell me what to build, and then I'll like draw
Hell
it up.
yeah.
He's like, and I'll draw it up, and then like I'll go build it. And he showed me pictures of some of the shit, and I was like, that actually is fucking awesome. And
That's
he's like,
so
yeah, dude,
sick.
like that was all like a DMT trip, blah, blah, blah. It was like, he was like, dude, you got to come over one day and just like do it. I'll fucking walk you through it and everything. I was like, I'm not doing that, but I'm glad you enjoy it. Like, I'm glad you can do PCP and not rape and kill a 12-year-old.
Holy hell.
Like, he does PCP, and he's like, yeah, dude, just like, I don't even know. That gets a bad rap, man. It's just like, it's a dissociate. So, like, you feel like you're not in your body, but I've never felt more in my body. And I was like, okay, you're.
He was
fucking
probably on
retro.
PCP when you were talking to him, dude.
Yeah.
That's insane. I like the idea of doing DMT and then just like being an architect though, because I feel like that, from what I've heard, I've never done DMT, but that more so than like acid and.
Yeah, dude, I don't think I can handle it.
I would like to try it. I keep thinking, like, there's going to be a point in my life where I'm okay to do DMT, but I don't think there's ever going to be a point in my. Just like when I used to always say, like, there's going to be a point in my life where I'm going to do acid and I'll be okay with it. But there never is. So I just did it because my brother was like, I was like, I'll do a half tab. And then my brother was like, Don, just do a fucking full tab. And I was like,
Meanwhile, I was shaking in my fucking boots too.
and then
I was like,
Lucas,
Tom, please do it full time. 'cause
Lucas
I'm
handed
going
me a
to."
bottle of vodka, and he was like, Dom, trust me, you're going to want this. So I just started fucking slugging the vodka. And then it was good, but it was also like, the thing about acid, it was a great drug. It was a great trip, but it could very, very easily go horribly wrong. And I'm just lucky that nothing really bad happened that day.
I believe that.
Psychedelics are scary, man. They freak me the fuck out. They're never just fun. Like, there's always some element of at some point it's not fun for me.
I came close to having a bad trip, and then my friend Mahedi just gave me a pair of sunglasses. He was like, "Yo, Jimmy, just put these on," and I was like, suddenly cool. You ever seen the movie Big Daddy?
Yeah, that's what I was
The
thinking.
kid
of.
had like his invisible sunglasses.
It's a
I was
great
like,
Dude, it
movie.
is crazy when you guys are saying that. It's weird when someone describes something to you, and like Lucas would be like, it feels like it's really windy out, or like you were saying, like you feel like you go into developer mode in your mind, and like And then I was like, let me get my phone. And Lucas was like, trust me, dude, you're not even gonna want to look at it. And then when you think all those things before you've done acid, you're like, what are you even talking about? But then you do acid and you look at your phone, you're like, oh, I get it. That's why I don't want to look at this thing. And then like and people always say like, yeah, people look like aliens. And I'm like, what? And then you look at people and you start to be like, wow, people do look like just animals. Like you start to realize like, why is there fucking hair all over my body? I'm an animal.
Yeah.
You also
Weird.
like see people being like fake to you. It's
Yeah.
weird.
And I looked at myself in the mirror. People say never to do that. But I looked at myself in the mirror, and I wear a lot of jewelry. And I was looking at myself in the mirror wearing all this jewelry, and my rings looked like they were like P. Diddy rings. Like I was wearing Super Bowl rings. And I was like, I look ridiculous right now. Why do I wear all this fucking jewelry?
You're a phony, Dom. Dude, pissing on acid is scary. When the urine's leaving your body, and it's like, I'm leaking. It's
Dude, I
scary.
had to piss so much because I was drinking beer too, and I just remember having to go into the ocean to pee, and every time it was like just a monumental task. It's like, oh my god, I gotta get into this gigantic fucking ocean right
It's
now.
horrible.
And I have to stand here and I have to piss while waves are trying to tackle me, and it was just like ridiculous.
I wouldn't get in the ocean on acid.
That's so
Fuck that.
strange. I've only
It's
seen
actually
positive-
amazing.
I literally
Yeah.
It's
felt-
actually amazing.
I felt like I was a little kid, and it was weird because
Do you think
I
it's because you're by yourself?
no, because I remember I didn't go into the ocean by myself, and then Jimmy was there, and it was like literally like I was brought back to like being a 3-year-old and like looking up to my older brother to guide me, and he was like, Dom, come on, it'll be fine. I was like, if you say so. And like I walked into the ocean, and I was just like pissing, and then I got out of the ocean, and we were throwing the football, and the football was like floating in the air for an hour, and I was just could guide my path to it, and I caught it. I keep going on these tangents about
Acid.
acid.
No, it's good, dude.
Getting flashbacks, dude.
I'm
People
on-
want to hear
I'm
about piss
tripping.
on acid. Your dick's getting smaller and harder
Oh,
at the
dude.
same time.
I actually
Yeah.
Hot. It's hard and
I
small.
actually
Dick,
remember
hard balls.
there was
Leaking.
one of our friends that was sober, Stevie, who was there, and I remember saying to him, I was like, dude, my dick is weird, bro. Like, what the fuck? This is so weird, my dick. He was like, yeah, I get weird dick too sometimes.
Off acid.
Like he was trying to calm me down.
Dude, I swear it's just getting smaller and harder.
I was just like, what is this fucking appendage of mine that I just have dangling at all times?
It's terrible.
That's kind of the thought you have when you're a little kid too. I'm imagining that's probably the similar thing, dude. But your dick kind of does get harder when it gets smaller. I'm amazed, honestly, at how small
A dick
it can still get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pathetic.
They say that like 80% of people are growers. There's only a very small percentage of the population that are showers, and I believe that.
80% of the population.
80% of the population is a grower, and I am the fucking majority, dude.
Oh my god. My
For
dick's
sure.
And I almost
soft
rather it be
right
that way,
now.
dude.
I'll measure with my hands. My dick's soft right now.
Sometimes it's so pathetic when you're looking at it. Like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
could
Tom's
do
been
my
trying
better.
to
dick
get his
right
dick
now, soft.
hard all
2.5,
podcast.
maybe 3
That's a
inches right now.
solid size.
not horrible.
I think it's because we all have to piss too, which makes your dick big. I wish I always
Yeah.
had to piss.
My dick is literally 2.5, maybe 3 inches right now.
It gets bad, dude.
For
It's not even
soft,
talk
that's
about
good
it.
though.
Hard 7 though.
3-inch soft, 3-inch soft. That's good.
Yeah.
Dom, I feel
But
like
I feel
you.
like that's Abby. That's average.
What is average? 3
Like
inches.
3-inch soft.
Oh, dude, then I am fucked. Dude, my dick soft. I don't even want to see it.
It's so disappointing sometimes.
I
isn't
don't
it?
want to see it. Dude. My dick hard. Okay, solid. My dick soft.
Pathetic. Dude.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
And I thought that like that was gonna stop once I hit puberty. Like I don't mind it now because like it's my dick, dude.
Yeah, it's not gonna get any better.
It's not gonna get any better. It's not gonna get any better. And like, you know, I'd rather it not be the other way where it's like pretty solid, soft, but embarrassing hard. It's like, when does the only time your dick really matter? Your dick size only matters when you're fucking. It's not like it matters when I'm taking a piss. My piss dick, not impressive. Who's mad about it? The urinal? Who cares? My dick right now, unimpressive.
But it would be nice
Who
to be able
cares?
to whip out your flaccid thing and have girls get excited about it. You know?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
wear
I
wear
don't know.
sweatpants like he's wearing and just everyone's people.
But that is a benefit of having a perch dick when you're soft, is that it can make the bulge look appealing from the outside.
But
You
that's
know what I'm
just
saying?
having your balls as a pedestal. For
Well,
your dick.
yeah, that's what they're for.
Yeah.
My balls dangle pretty low, dude.
Yeah, what's up with that? They're just gonna dangle lower and lower. How
Dude,
fucking
I know.
deep is this gonna
If
get?
it's gonna if it gets worse when you're older, dude, my balls are already like 2 golf balls in a tube suck.
I kind of like it though.
I hate it, man. It's gonna get caught behind my fucking knee one day. You know what I mean?
You're telling me you're not trying to get some fucking balls, like swinging balls? I feel like that's cool. I feel like my balls have been too close to home for too long.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like you got to set them free. And like, I would say if my balls could get like 1/4 of an inch ballsier, saggier, then that would be ideal. I would cut it off right there. I would cut it off right there.
Interesting.
Yeah,
That would be the end of that.
Mine are already sagging more than I want them to.
Sagging, dude.
Really?
For sure.
But balls are allowed to sag. Think about how
Yeah.
women feel, dude. Their tits do the same thing.
Yeah, because also your
Your balls get
nuts
tight
do-
when you're
yeah,
hard
They
too.
do like retract and they look normal. Again, only when it matters. But women's tits don't do that. Your
Yeah.
tits don't fucking tighten up and get perky.
when they get horny.
Nobody
they're
likes
when they
men's
get horny.
tits.
Their nipples do, but their tits don't.
Why
that
is
would
that?
be weird if women's tits just like went into their body when they got in the ocean.
Like they just had perfect fucking tits when you're fucking them, but then like if you're just hanging out at the bar, they're
They're
just
just like limp
pizza
like
slices.
They're only big when they're horny. They just have like weird, embarrassingly saggy, limp
like
tits.
deflated airbags,
Oh, dude.
and then they fill up with air when you're fucking them.
Now that would suck.
That would blow.
We're
That'd
lucky.
be like a carnival game.
Like a
Now
girl,
that
like you
would
would
suck.
see, you would see a girl with huge tits and be like, "Wow, what is she all aroused about?"
Yeah, dude, calm down.
You're like mad at your girlfriend and stuff every time you go to a certain
Yeah,
bar.
why are your fucking tits so big right now?
Every time Johnny's around.
Yeah.
You're trying to fuck a girlfriend, she's not into her. She's like, why can't you get?
Why are your tits so saggy right
Sorry,
now?
I got whiskey tits. Nothing's happening.
She swears she's
it's not
into
gonna
it, though.
happen.
It's not you. It's not you. I'm just like
I
don't
drank too
know.
much.
I'm like really drunk.
Can't get him up.
I guess it must be shitty for a girl that's like trying to bang a dude and his dick's going limp and it's like psyching her out and shit.
It's worse for the dude.
Well, no, that's the thing
worse
about
for
women. They
Well,
have it
yeah,
so,
but-
dude. Women have it so easy because it's never their fault. Dude can't get hard. It's the dude's fault. Dude came too quick. It's the dude's fault.
Dude can't come.
Chick can't get wet. Dude's fault.
Never the girl's fault. You never heard a dude be like, "Yeah, I was trying to fuck this bitch, and she just would not get wet, dude."
Yeah, you're sitting there self-conscious, like, damn, dude, she was dry as fuck. Was I not doing? So did I not eat her not enough?
Right.
Like blah 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 blah.
But a girl goes to her friends like, "Yeah, we were fucking." He like couldn't even get hard.
And girls like, he's
Oh my
fucked
god,
up.
we were fucking, and like he came in like 30 seconds. You fuck a girl and she comes in 30 seconds. It's
Yeah.
like, oh my god.
Yeah, like I'm telling my friends, yeah, dude, I fucked this girl last night. She came in like 30 seconds. Like, no thanks.
yeah.
I'm trying to be worse. I'm trying to be worse at sex.
Liking that. Stop enjoying yourself, please. Dry as a bone.
They really do. I used to hook up with this one girl for a little bit of time. We were talking for a while, and she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah." I was super nervous that I was gonna suck the first time we had sex, and she was like, "Oh my god, I was nervous too." I was like, "What the fuck are girls nervous about? Like all this stuff. Like if I come too quick, if I can't get hard, blah blah." She was like, "No, I was nervous you were gonna suck." I was like, is that not exactly what it is? Like the girl's sitting there like, oh my God, I hope this isn't a ghost situation. Here we go. And it's like,
How
double standard, female privilege.
They're so vulnerable though. Lay down, spread open.
I can't imagine what it would be like. I mean, like
Yeah,
look,
if I had to get fucked, I feel like it'd
You
take
better
a while
find out,
to-
Eric.
you gotta-
Cut the
I'd be very
camera.
vulnerable.
dude, look,
Shut the door, cut the camera.
history has shown that women do enjoy being women. So I feel like, there's definitely like it's definitely like, it's hard for us to imagine, but like, I don't know, even the fact that like you're like, I understand why girls are so much more hesitant about like dates and meeting up with people and going out with somebody they don't know, because it's like, you're about to go one-on-one with somebody that could like literally just beat your ass or kill you or rape you or something like that. And it's like, those aren't thoughts that like if you meet like a girl on Tinder or something like that, your thought is,
I hope
wanna-
she likes me.
I hope she likes
It's
me.
got to be similar to like how I would feel if I was meeting up with some dude in the hood in West Baltimore
Yeah.
and be like, I could get killed at any
Yeah.
moment.
So you got to like Snapchat him for 2 weeks.
Right.
Have him send you like a picture of his like dog and stuff. Make sure he's cool, you know, before you just meet up with the dude in the hood. But that's going through girls' minds at all times, you know?
Yeah, that is true.
Which is
Ooh,
why-
he likes the animals.
Yeah, which is why as a dude, it is your job from the jump. Well, first you got to prove that you're like
Strong enough. Second,
strong enough
You sock
enough
'em.
that I could do it if I wanted to.
and then second, you follow through. You show them.
You show them.
Show 'em that right
And then you
hook.
say, see, that's what I could have done.
No, you say, be quiet. Stop whimpering.
Don't scream.
No, dude, it is your job to prove you're not a fucking psycho. Because again, at the end of the day, they're meeting up with a dude, and when you have sex, I talk to girls about them like, isn't that kind of crazy that like you just kind of like you're there and like I'm like bigger than you and I'm just fucking like bah, 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 you know? Sex is I'm glad I'm a guy. I'm gonna say it. But at the same time, like I said, women are glad they're women for the most part. You know, so it's like there's obviously plus sides of both. Probably sex feels better when you're a woman. And probably sex feels better when you're an uncircumcised man, which I've heard a lot. And I'll never know. That was robbed of us. Male genital mutilation, totally normalized.
They did it to me, yeah.
They did it to me. My dick. Did you know? Most people don't even know this. That fucking ring around your dick, right below
That's
the head.
cut.
That's the scar.
Yeah.
That's the scar. I didn't
Dude,
know that.
I wish they like cut a little more off because I feel like I'm too sensitive.
You got
sometimes.
partially circed.
Maybe.
That's
I
the
don't know.
thing. Does it go over your head at all?
Oh yeah.
Oh, then you're partial
I can,
circ, dude.
I can beat off no master or no lotion.
Well, so
dick
can
is
I,
still
but it's
sensitive?
illicit.
I mean, yeah, but you could pull it back over. You're saying you could pull it back over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I beat off. I'm a dry guy, dude.
I'm a
I'm a dry guy too, until my
Wow.
dick started curving to the
Okay.
right, and then I had to switch to lube.
Oh, my dick. I mean,
Or slash
that's
conditioner.
left hand,
Hair
dude.
conditioner.
That's based on what hand you use. You gotta
Yeah, I
switch
switched to
hands.
left hand like 12th grade.
Me
Trying to
too.
quit
I,
lube.
I was
I'm
curving too far
I
to
go
the
lefty,
right.
Yeah,
I'm damn near lube only kind of a guy.
really.
Yeah, I feel like I've nipped all the sensitivity.
Dude,
of my
it's
penis in
way
the butt in
better.
Middle school.
Yeah, I feel
Got
like I
rid of
need
it
to
all.
switch to lube just to
barely
desensitize.
Dude,
feel
it's too
anything.
much for me. When I do lube, I'm like coming on my own face.
yeah, but
Yeah, that's
isn't
not
that the point? Dude, my advice to any people listening that are not yet in their 20s, jerk off dry until you're about 25. Because at that point, you would have numbed your sensitivity enough to be able to not come too quick when you fuck a girl. And then start switching to lube, because after that, then you're just gonna keep on going to the point where it's hard for you to come in general, and your dick's gonna start curving and shit like that. I made the mistake. I jerked off dry until I was 28. That extra 3 years will hurt. But I remember when I was
29,
21.
Still going
Curving.
strong, baby.
Huh?
How much is it curving?
It's not like a curveball. It's more like a slider. It's like
Rotate.
a splitter.
Just ambidextrous that shit. Just
like
do
this.
both.
It's like
What are you
this.
doing?
Imagine.
Fucking cranking over to
I
the
crank.
Yeah, my dick
What?
is straight.
Are you like
But you're a lube
literally,
guy,
like,
that's my
pulling
point.
Back?
My
Right.
dick.
You're
like,
a lube guy.
My
You're
dick,
pulling it and like
Just
literally
up and
fucking
down,
pulling
not
it.
left
This
and
is-
right. dude.
isn't-
What the
I'm not
fuck?
doing this.
You guys
I'm
are
doing
fucking-
this.
But how are you getting the curve?
My dick isn't curving. It's like rotating. You know what I mean? Like if you're looking dead at my dick and you're like,
It's like
a lot of
twisting.
torsion.
and
You're doing a lot of torsion on your dick.
Okay, so people that are just listening, let's say you're standing.
You're
eye-
literally screwing yourself.
You're
No, no, no.
cockeyed.
You're eye to eye with me. You get on your knees. You're looking dead at my dick. It is. If you're looking right at me, it's at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. You're cockeyed.
Cockeyed.
That's why they call it that.
Yeah. Specifically for your curved penis.
It's at 11
Yeah.
o'clock because I jerk off with my left hand.
Okay.
It's 11 o'clock for you looking at it. It's
You guys
1
are like
o'clock for me.
long-term sculpting your dicks. Is what you feel? Like?
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
I'm a pottery barn every time I jerk
Yeah.
off.
So it's just twisting.
And I
and
jerk
turning.
off-
Why
I jerk
isn't it
off.
getting
I
longer?
jerk off with just like fucking just letting it spin around, fucking shaking
Shouldn't
up
it be getting
beautiful.
longer though? It's twisting and turning, but all the pulling, it's not giving it even an
Yeah,
inch.
but you lose girth as it gets long, dude. You got to find the happy medium. It's
so
a
it
work
is
of art.
getting longer.
No, because I stopped jerking off dry, dude. I got to the perfect length girth ratio. I got to the perfect lack of sensitivity. Perfect lack of sensitivity.
I feel like adding
How
the
long are you lasting per
moisturizer
sex
is,
session?
I can time it perfectly, dude. I feel
What do
like
you mean?
fucking Johnny Sins.
What do you mean time it perfectly?
Like
Yeah.
I come
Like
when I
he's-
want to come. Sometimes I can't even come when I want to come, and that's good.
even sober?
Is that because the blue chew?
No. I only take Blue Chew for first encounters and
First
whiskey encounters. But no, just really, literally just first encounters.
Huh.
So how long are you lasting sober?
Depends on.
You telling me you never once during sex get a hold up, let me slow down?
Oh yeah. But I can control that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've always been able to control it.
I didn't used to be able to control that. My little hold up was. I'm sorry.
No.
And it wasn't that often, but it was like, thankfully it was never in a first encounter because you get to build up. It's like a bank account when you're having sex with a girl. It's like you put in enough deposits up front where you can make a couple withdrawals, but you don't want to enter in the account with $0 and make a withdrawal. You're getting a bank fee. Easy.
I love how
You're done.
your metaphor for sex is literally just transactions.
Transactions.
Yeah, it's lovely.
I think that's prostitution.
That's so, yeah.
It
But
is
that's
so
what
much
it is.
easier being a girl. How he was just talking about you bust too early. You're like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's fucking. Imagine the girls don't have to go. through
Girls
that.
can come as many times as they
Dude.
want, and apparently it feels way better. They're like you ever see that episode of Black Mirror where the two dudes are? It's like one of the more recent seasons. The two black guys, and I think one of them was Chadwick Boseman, or like one of the guys in Black Panther. was in
No,
it.
it wasn't Chadwick. It
Not
was the
Chadwick.
guy who looks like Chadwick.
The guy who looked, but he was in Black Panther, I think, as well.
Yes.
because Chadwick was the villain.
Right.
Whoever played Black Panther,
He's a
like the
very
actual
prominent
guy.
actor right now.
Yes,
but-
whatever his name is. He was in there with some other dude who was also not Chadwick Boseman, for the record. And they were playing this video game, like a virtual reality, Street Fighter, where they were like playing the different characters.
They started doing the gay stuff.
Yeah,
right?
they started fucking each other because one of he was like this fucking karate dude and she was like this hot Asian chick, and they were banging each other in the game, but they were like, yo, this is weird because like we're both dudes, but in the game you're a chick and we like really enjoy fucking each other in
feels
this game.
good.
And they tried kissing each other in real life and they're like, we're not gay. I like you when you're a girl. But when he was like, yo, so what's it like when you're having sex as a girl? And the girl / guy / not Chadwick Boseman was like, a guy's orgasm is like a guitar solo, but a girl orgasm, it's like a symphony. That stuck with me. 'Cause
Interesting.
I believe that. I believe that. And no one has lived to tell both ends of that tale. We can
I
only
have
imagine.
heard. I
Few have
heard.
tried though.
Few have
There-
tried.
There have been science experiments where they say that like men's orgasms last for an average of around 5 to 7 seconds, and women's orgasms last for around 20 seconds. And they also release like way more like endorphins and shit like that.
Yeah.
And that's the justification for the pay gap.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, they enjoy 75% more of their orgasm.
Dude, women
it only adds
have
up that
so
we would.
much privilege. They don't ever have to get shamed for how bad they are at sex unless you're just absolutely terrible.
I mean, but it's tough to be bad at
They
sex.
get
as a
doors
chick.
held open for them. They can start OnlyFans.
You ever
and
look
just
them in
make
the face
way more money.
Jesus.
while they're coming? You look a girl in the face. It's like they're being fucking possessed or something.
Yeah.
Like,
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
yeah. I could like completely stoically stone faced ejaculate if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
even flinch.
Well, you do that for like years as a kid.
Yeah.
To, like not
Dude,
make
if
any
I'm
noise.
jerking off, I do not go like, ugh. I only do that during sex for the girl. I could literally just come on a girl and be like, and for the listeners, I only made a slight facial expression.
Yeah.
Obviously, no noise.
That's why you
But
gotta
if I'm
put
with a
music
girl,
on.
I'm like,
Because you got to let them know.
oh shit.
Do you? Sometimes you just do it, let it go.
Well,
by the
if you're
wayside.
embarrassed at the timing of it, then you got to not let them know.
just do it and then pull out and say, "I'm finished with you."
Off you go.
What sound do you make when you're about to bust?
Wait. No. I'm sorry.
This doesn't usually happen, I swear.
Oh my God, I'm coming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Is that what you do?
Wow, fantastic.
Perfect. I hit him with the perfect.
That was excellent. Real trash, yeah.
Yeah, we go that direction. No, I hit him with the
come? He's like, did you come?
Like you ain't know.
No, I hit him with the groan, a little moan and groan. Moan and groan doesn't hurt.
Like how? Give us one.
little
I can't even hit you down. But also, I hit myself.
Give me one.
Whoa! Hey, whoa!
Add an element of surprise to it.
Just do it. Just be like, wait.
Like,
No.
startled at a fucking
No,
Halloween
I-
Or
party.
just
but
act like
also-
it's extremely painful. Just
Fucking bitch.
No, I hit him with but I also hit myself with admittedly, I make a little bit of noise when I jerk off. I do make a little bit of noise.
Can't
when I
help
jerk
it.
off. No, I can help it, but it adds to the experience.
Is it the, or is it?
It's the.
What is it?
Here, oh,
It's more like is more of a statement. Is more of a question.
I do hold my breath.
I'm questioning my
I
dick.
hold my breath and I'll slowly exhale, like if I'm doing like my 10th push-up.
Yeah.
Just as basically, okay, maybe people who aren't pussies don't feel that on their 10th push-up. The push-up where you start to feel it, the one after that.
Yeah,
is the sound I make.
Yeah, like you can definitely still get it up, but not silently.
Yeah, it's not as easy as your first, for me, 3 push-ups.
And I think that's healthy. I think women want a little bit of feedback. You don't want to fuck a fucking silent. You don't want to fuck like a 1920s movie,
Yeah, I've heard that. They
like
don't-
holding up a card. Like I just
Yeah.
came.
They don't like how I do it for sure.
Yeah.
I'm
How
like,
do you do it? You're silent?
just disengaged and uninterested? Like I'm paying my water bill. Expressionless and silent.
All
Well,
right,
that's-
here you go.
I thought you were about to lay some facts.
That's how it's like. And it's just cold silence, and she's
And
looking
she
at
sits
me.
there and goes, "What?
well, that's
Oh,
the-
I thought you were. Oh, you're."
And I hit her with a what do you do? What the fuck do you do?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't yell so that my brother could hear me in the other room.
Yeah, you're a little inconsiderate, yelling, making all that noise with my mom.
yeah, dude. One
home.
time I did hear you fucking in the room, and I didn't care until it was done because I knew I just heard you come. Didn't like it.
And I've heard you
Ooh.
fuck plenty of times, by the way.
Good.
I've walked out to go
I hope you
piss.
fucking clocked me.
I walked out to go piss and I hear,
and that's Jimmy.
and then the girl was like, all right, so let's calm down. Why do you need to go?
Like that was me doing that.
No, I heard Jimmy be like, yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Like I'm denying.
You like that? You
Oh, you
fucking-
like that? Yeah, right. You don't fucking like that, you fucking liar.
like that? You fucking
you fucking hate this shit.
you fucking you're so stupid.
Lie to me, dishonest.
Wow, you really like that?
That's how
Wow.
I control myself from
Low
coming.
standards, huh?
Tell me you hate it.
Probably the worst sex you ever had. That's not my pussy, is it? That's
It
someone
better
else.
not be my pussy.
I hate when
Whose
girls do
pussy
that.
is that? Tell me, what's his name?
I hate when girls say that. Whose pussy's this?
Dude, I literally
Yours?
answered.
I
I
don't
literally
fucking
said
know.
yours once. I did say yours once.
I'm like, bitch, you brought it here. I don't fucking know. What the fuck?
You find that outside? What?
Yeah, what?
Nah, I'm not a big dirty talk guy, dude. Like,
Pussy is this?
yours.
I don't know whose pussy
You're
this
the one
is.
that came with it.
I'll give you
Should
the
we
later.
not be using this?
I feel like I'm way too awkward for.
Wait,
dirty
oh
talk.
shit,
I
I
hate
accidentally
dirty
brought
talk.
my mom's pussy. Sorry, hold on, let me
Like,
go.
you're confusing me.
Dirty talk is fake, dude.
It's
Dirty talk
fucking
is fake.
gross.
There's one girl.
And
I was
after a
like-
while with the same girl, it's like I catch myself saying the same shit.
Yeah,
How
you're
many
making-
times
you're
can I
making
ask you
fake
whose
threats.
pussy this is?
yeah.
How
You're
many
like, I'm gonna
times
beat
can
this
I
pussy up,
can I
and it
say,
never got a bruise.
How many times do I have to ask you if you like this?
You like that? You
I
got
mean,
a compliment. Just be like,
we've
oh,
been-
this pussy is so tight, something like that.
Yeah,
I
how
like
many
that.
times do I have to tell you your pussy's so good?
It's the same statements and
That's not-
inquiries over and
That's
over.
not
Oh,
dirty
this
talk.
pussy's
though.
so good. What am I gonna be like? This pussy's pretty good today.
Yeah,
I feel like
Pussy's
that's
all
not
right. It was
dirty
better
talk.
last
I've
week.
had better.
That's just sexual banter.
Yeah,
Right.
sexual
That's like
banter.
regular.
I need to
like,
fucking
sex
start. I need to start switching it up.
Yeah.
Be like,
Guess who's fucking you?
Surprise!
Immediately.
say my middle name.
Get
What's our
angry.
anniversary?
What's the square root of 81?
Start off really angry, then just get into trivia. Just very like strange.
fucking
What's the
hate
capital?
you.
Of-
What's the capital of Idaho? Multiple choice. Is it Boise, Annapolis, Tampa Bay,
Tell
or
me!
Ontario?
That's all great sexual
What's
banter.
the scoop?
How's the weather?
That would make it exciting. Just
Yeah,
right,
dude.
right as you enter her, get into your routine. Switch up the entire demeanor.
Like you have a bit. I kind of have a bit. I do have a bit. Like, do you have a
I'm
routine?
gonna
bit?
say next time
What's
I'm
your
gonna
sex
say
opener?
My sex opener is always going to be. I'm talking physically
it's
now.
always the low key.
Yeah. But I'm talking positions now. I'm bringing it beyond banter. I'm going sex opener. If you're watching like the greatest show on earth, You're watching me fuck right now. I'm not saying it's the greatest show on earth, but I'm just saying.
Yo,
like,
what's your cold open for sex?
if I was gonna write my set list for sex, like write it out on paper, it would go. Obviously, you should suck my dick. That'd be cool. And then it would go. And then it would go.
It'd be fucking tight.
It'd be tight. And then it would go like a. Depending on the night, it could either open up with her on top or missionary. Missionary first, right?
It's missionaries.
Pull that. That's good.
It's an appetizer.
Appetizer. Get that in. Missionary. Missionary.
Finishing missionary is pretty good though. I like
I
to
love-
go back to missionary.
It's like a reprise. It's a reprise. Missionary reprise. You go missionary, then you pull it maybe to like a little like you get the legs up. That's when you because you got to get there. So you get the legs on the shoulders, and then you're fucking like
The
jackhammer,
hands
right?
behind the knees.
Hand behind the knees, jackhammer. Girls can't help but come from that. They love that. You do that, and then you might like flip a leg to the side. You might even flip her on her face a little bit. Do that, like
Oh, the
like
prone bone is my-
Pull up the hips, bang, 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 bang. Pull.
That's just
Even
doggy,
maybe at
baby.
that point you could let her get on top for a while.
I like the
right.
laying side to side, dude.
Oh, that's classic hungover.
Well, that's classic. I do that every time I have sex.
Every time?
Pretty much every time.
You can't redo your bits that
You
often.
only
dude.
have
You
like
gotta mix it
morning
up.
sex.
No, but dude, I mean, not every time. Obviously, I like a little like she's laying on her side and I'm on my knees thing.
Do you ever like think in your mind like when you're having sex like we did this position yesterday? I should mix it up.
No, but I should.
Yeah, it's like sometimes I like try to mix up my fucking thing. It's like I don't want to do the same set again. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like oh well I came with her on top yesterday, so tonight
I
it's
do
gonna be
have
no.
some moves that I only pull out in a blue moon, like slapping in the face.
Good to keep
shit.
some
Whoa,
things
That's volatile.
sacred.
Slapping in the face. I
We need to hear
I've been
this.
dating this girl for a year now, we've been together for a year.
She is
We've
gonna
been
love this.
dating for. I'm not gonna.
Big titties on her fat pussy with that stank ass dripping and sipping all the time. You smell it when she comes in the room. I've been looking at her. Go on.
Never mind. Never mind.
That's your girlfriend.
I slap her sometimes. There's been a couple times where she was not a fan. Most of the time, she's liked it. She did cry one time.
Jesus,
Oh,
man.
No. Yeah, that's like a.
I think it was because she was expecting like we're gonna make love, and I was like,
Wake up, boom.
yeah, I didn't slap her hard.
Get
I'm
in
not
the
like
game.
beating her, but it's like a little like wake you up a little bit.
Were you drunk at the time?
We had just got back from brunch,
Okay.
so yeah.
And that was a suitable time to pop her in her mouth.
Was she, saying some shit at brunch?
Probably.
Were you feeling away? Oh no.
No, I've never done it out of anger. It's always been like, maybe
Never.
this is what she wants. Like, because sometimes she does that.
Yeah,
She
that
wants
must
me
be
to
sometimes
it.
she does that.
Maybe this is what you want.
Dude, sometimes she does that shit to me where like she's like getting all like fucking pulling my hair and shit. Like sometimes there have been times where I've like tried to start off slow with her and she's just acted uninterested. And then like the second I start fucking grabbing her by the throat, she gets all into it. I'm like, okay, this is the vibe she wants.
You got to read the room.
She wants to be taken control of. Other times she wants to be treated like a lady.
You got to know when to do both. See, that's why I'm not a big proponent of the We've had this age-old debate, but that's why I'm not a proponent of the built-in cuffs on the bed, dude. Takes away the element of
I
surprise.
forgot you did call me out on this podcast for that.
Yeah, that is. I
Under
don't
the
know.
bed cuffs?
I haven't used them in
I'm not that kind
a
of
long
guy.
time, by the
Good,
way.
good. Because
It's just a little
Because one
freaky.
time, like I said, similar to if I touched her on the face slightly sexually aggressively and she wasn't a fan, one time I thought that was the vibe and I strapped her in and she violently started trying to escape and I thought like, wow, you're really playing the part. This
Yeah.
is good.
you need a safe word.
She was not playing the part.
Yikes.
She was not happy with it. And I
Look,
was like, okay.
look, you know what?
Dom,
You
you
bomb a
edit
joke.
this out of the podcast.
No, you bomb a joke,
Probably.
you bomb at sex. It's
Probably
like
wouldn't be
whatever,
a bad
dude.
idea.
You know, it's like
I mean, she's always been like, it's never been like after that she was like sitting there like not talking to me. It's always like after the fact she's like, yeah, I just like wasn't feeling that. But I never know because sometimes I won't do it and she'll be like, I don't know, like I just want to like something rough. So like then I have to be like, okay, next time I'm gonna fucking go balls to the wall. And then every now and then there's a time where she's like, unhappy with it. It's not like I carry it on. After I find out it's not the vibe, it's not like I keep going.
It's good
like,
that there's communication.
yeah, she lets me know that's not the vibe, and I stop immediately. And then I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like cuddling up to her and stuff. But then there's other times where I'm cuddling up to her and she fucking grabs my hair. Starts fucking slapping me.
Yeah, you just
I'm like,
treat her
okay,
like a speed bag.
this is the fucking vibe. Okay, cool.
I'm just imagining your girlfriend sitting in the hallway outside your bedroom sobbing.
Oh my God.
And you walk out and you're like, how am I going to know if you like it if we don't try it?
No, dude, it's
She
never
just
that.
crying.
It's never to the point where like she's upset after the fact. It's always like she's like, that wasn't the thing. Like she'll get upset in the moment, usually because we're hammered. But then it's never like after the fact. She's like, get away from me. She's always like, I don't know. I just wanted like.
You guys ever get in an argument during sex?
I don't think so.
Probably.
3 times.
What, with the girl now?
No, just in general.
Yeah, it
Like where
happens a
you're
lot.
fucking and you're just like,
Was it like a carryover from before, or did the argument start during sex?
you know, I can very easily be taken out of a vibe. Maybe that's the autism thing you're talking about, you know, where it's like sometimes I'll be having sex and it'll be like somebody just put headphones on me. You know what I mean? Metaphorically speaking, that is. And like, I'll just like doing something. It's like you can like read the facial expressions. All of a sudden, I'm just like not into it. It's only happened 3 times, but like, I've definitely like stopped mid-session and just been like, fucking never mind.
What's the argument? My argument when I argue with girls during sex is usually like, I have you stop fighting. You know? Why are you still doing this? Give up. What's yours?
Honestly,
Mine's
dude.
usually like,
They're never gonna believe you.
It's
No
your
one's gonna
fault.
believe you.
It's your fault, not mine.
No, it's never been anything like that. It's just I don't even know. I don't even know what it's been. I just know vividly in my mind that several times, and I say several, I say 3. It could be, it's single digits. Let's just say that single digits, but it's happened. You know, a lot. Apparently a lot because you guys are saying it's never happened.
Never happened.
it has. Yeah.
I never happened. What are you arguing about? Your dick's in her? What do you start getting into some like litigation of some sort?
I think you're enjoying this too much. You're faking it.
There's that face again, you bitch, and then it's just.
Oh, heard this one 1,000 times.
Where does the argument stem from?
Oh, it's deep. Is it deep?
Is it?
Or are you lying?
Yeah. What do you say? Smaller, tighter, you fucking dunce.
Yeah. Oh, that feels so good, babe. That feels so good, babe.
Oh, it's so good. I love it so. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, what? Tell us what you argued.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know what I've argued about, dude. It's a different thing every time. It's like saying like, what did you argue with your girlfriend about last February? It's like, I don't know, a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of stuff.
You're fucking him. That's like the one moment where you could just keep doing the physical act and not say anything.
You would think.
Yeah, you would think.
You would think. You've been in an argument before.
Yeah.
Thank you. If there's one thing,
Not
you
like an
remember
argument.
yours?
Not like when we're still having sex and I'm like, oh my God, you're always bringing this up. Like, look, listen. What are you
that's-
even talking about?
that's what
And I'm
I
like,
was.
still
That's
going crazy.
that's what I did.
Really? So you're fucking mid-stroke and you're like, oh my God, so what? Like, that was 4 months ago. And I didn't even like her picture. What are you talking about? And you're still fucking?
No, clearly
I swear I'll
stopped.
stop liking the girls' pictures on Instagram.
No, man, I should have came to the table with a real story. It is true though that I just can't. I can't give you guys an example, but it is. It's happened.
It's because she listened to this podcast, probably.
No. I'm being honest, dude. You think I would have talked about half the shit I talked about if
Yeah,
I
we
cared
might
about
have to
that?
edit out some of the shit I said.
Yeah, good fucking luck. It's gonna be hard enough to edit in the 6.
Yeah, you got edited
Yeah,
out.
you're gonna have to edit it out.
I will go in here with a fucking splice knife on Logic and edit out.
Yeah, no. This is all staying in.
You gotta self-edit in the moment.
Nah, dude.
Yeah,
Look,
we're leaving all the downtime in too.
I mean, she's never gonna listen
All the
to
mic
this,
cuts?
I'm sure, but
oh, that's
leaving
staying,
it
baby.
in.
Staying.
It's for the authenticity.
Oh man, I'm sorry that I brought that up.
All good.
My
Because apparently I'm the only
relationship is over,
fucking
dude.
person that gets in a good healthy debate.
During sex.
During
As soon as
sex.
having sex, he's like, all right, listen,
I like a
$15
partner.
minimum wage. You wind up, you're only gonna pay people
It
over
carries
21
over.
minimum
Yeah,
wage.
sure. You get paid more, but then your rent goes up.
But then now $15 isn't the same value that it was when people were making $7.25, and then your rent goes.
You don't
up.
just make money. And then we're done fucking.
So, hold on, let me come real quick, and then I'll get into this. Let me just come real quick.
Let me come. I can control this, so let me come real quick.
Did you come? I don't care. I'm
Yeah.
coming.
I know when I'm gonna come 5 seconds before I come.
I know 15 seconds really. I
Okay,
could feel
that's good.
once you start feeling like your dick goes like
It's like it's the same thing as
Whoop.
like when you're about to
Feels
throw up and you get like that saliva
Yeah.
like start rushing into your mouth and you're like, oh,
your dick
no.
starts being like,
This saliva tastes weird.
hey, like your dick's like, yo,
Yo, dog.
and then you don't answer for 5 seconds, like, yo.
Yeah, your
You don't
dick
answer
double
for
texts
like
you.
2 more. It's like, yo, yo, yo.
You're
And then
good though,
like,
right?
Nah. And it's like, hey, hey, hey. And then you're like, no. It's like, hey, 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 dude, try, look, stop. All right, I gotta let a little bit out then, real quick. Okay, fine. You got a good 30 seconds.
It must be nice to be a girl.
Yeah.
Because I feel like 90% of the time I'm having sex is just me trying not to bust.
But they never have to try not to bust.
'Cause
Always
you're
trying to
a-
bust.
Dude, that's what's annoying is women get to have sex and from the beginning try to come. If I had sex
Imagine that?
and from the second I went in to the end I was attempting to come, sex would be very short-lived.
Yeah.
Because I could jerk off in 2 minutes flat.
Are humans the only species of animal that has sex for as long as we do? Like, do gorillas give a fuck if the female gorilla comes?
Dude, it's crazy when you watch
fucking, like, 3 seconds.
when they like artificially inseminate horses or anything, which I watch all the time.
Oh, yeah.
They go like they fucking jerk them off for like 5 seconds and they put their dick in the fucking PVC pipe with carpet in it. And then they go for like 10 seconds and they're done.
It's not even
Is
10
that
seconds.
sex?
It's natural.
Like,
But
did
that, I
they
guess
enjoy
that's,
that?
I think that's what happens if you don't jerk off, though.
Probably.
Horses don't jerk off. Like, imagine if you went your entire life never jerking off, you have sex the first time, 10 seconds. You've never come before.
Some of these animals can't even touch their dick.
Yeah, a horse can't. What is a horse? A horse can only fuck. He can't
Dude.
jerk off.
Is gonna rub its
True.
How did
hooves.
they even get it in? Because I feel like I've never. I mean, I have every now and then been able to get my dick in without touching it, without one of the parties guiding it in.
Uncircumcised.
How are you an animal where you're like,
One word.
no, just finding the whole period, not
Well, it's just fucking, we as humans don't have the luxury of having a giant flopping fucking like antenna to just like flop around and figure out where to go in.
What I'm saying is, even with my unimpressive human dick, it's still hard sometimes. Like, I need to at least put a hand down there to fucking point it in a certain direction.
Dude, that's fine. We're all here. We're all brothers.
No, don't you guys have to do that? Like, you
Yeah,
don't
of
just
course.
fucking
We're all the
mount on
6'2"
top
crew.
and just boom, it's right in. Like, you got to find the hole at some point.
Nope. I'm purely hands free.
You just
Hands-free
keep, you
fuck.
just keep
One with the
jabbing until
dick.
it falls in eventually.
Exactly. Yeah.
You've never had her like grab it for you and stick it in when it slips out.
Oh, that was my
No.
MO when I was 23. 23, I was like, you're going to have to. I didn't pay attention in anything, so you're going to have to do it.
Where is it?
I skip sex ed.
It's on the
so-
side.
I don't-
On the side where?
There's too many things going on down here. Just you aim it. One girl was like, haha, you needed my help. And I'm like, I did. I didn't know where it was. I'm sorry.
When did you lose your virginity, Jimmy?
21.
Damn, son. I had a good
Same.
like 7
Finally
years of
found it.
slamming before that. I lost my virginity when I was 14.
Well,
my
I
God.
purposefully didn't. It wasn't like I just was like a fucking gremlin until I was 21.
Yeah.
I purposefully didn't have sex.
I lost
until
mine when
21.
I was 19, but I could have lost it when I was 17. But for some reason, I was like, I don't know, I'm just not ready yet.
Yeah.
And then when I was 19, I lost it to some fucking rando, and I was like,
Same.
why didn't I?
Lost it. I held out. I mean, it was like a meme at a certain point. The amount of girls I would like hook up with, get completely naked with, like be about to fuck, and it just wouldn't do it. I mean, more than five of those occurrences. I think realistically, if we based my virginity loss off of when I actually really could have, it's still only like 18. I think my first real crack at sex was when I was 18, like where I really could have done it. Because I think my first blowjob, no, probably 20. Probably 20. I got my first blowjob when I was 20.
Yeah. Just goes to show you the mindset about vagina is really important. Like incels, guys that can't get any pussy, they're all upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
They should just tell themselves that they don't want pussy, and then it's their decision.
That's
That's the best advice.
You got to be
give them.
a voluntary.
I don't get pussy, and that's my choice.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. That's words of wisdom. So if you've been listening this far, I mean, there you go. There's your
Dude,
nugget.
thank
of
God
wisdom.
none of us are those type of people where we've just been trying desperately for 10 years to fuck and no one will let us. I would go insane too.
Probably.
You gotta lower your standards. Someone will fuck you.
Somebody will
Yeah.
fuck you.
Yeah.
There's somebody for everybody. I do believe.
Dude, when I've been in a rut, I've banged girls that are like, I have no business banging these girls.
yeah, like interleague play.
Like,
They
they
have no
were
business banging you.
They were stoked on it. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you got to do that to just get yourself out of the rut. I feel
And there's no pressure
until
either
you
in
start
that
getting
situation.
chlamydia and shit, then you start second guessing.
Yeah. Well, luckily I've never had that run in. I've never had an SCD that I'm aware of.
You might have one right now.
And I pray went away.
You know. Have you had one, Eric?
No.
Dom?
No.
Never. Me neither.
Yeah, right.
I would never.
I've heard some
Damn.
stories.
It's very common.
There's
Dude.
3 girls in one video and you don't have an STD, dude? Come on.
Chlamydia is really common. It's way more common than you think.
It's so common that you could. There's a possibility you could get it 3 times in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it is
that's-
possible.
You got to be kind of trying.
Yeah. If
What
you're
if
in
you
a
were to-
relationship,
what if
that's
you were to-
terrible.
What if you were to bang a girl, get chlamydia, get treated, not bang for 3 months under your own volition, and then the next girl you bang, she has chlamydia?
You got to start dipping in a different well.
You
at
got to
that
play
point.
some lottery.
Dude, but the one girl is in College Park, Maryland. The other girl is in Myrtle Beach.
Okay, but
Can't
there.
you
So
just,
does
like,
this
wear
stop
a
becoming a
condom or
hypothetical,
something?
or?
I'm talking about my life. This is my life, dog.
No, I'm just using examples.
Do
Like
you
one.
raw dog everyone.
Yeah, that probably is the main issue.
Yeah, definitely.
Strange girls on the internet. You know what I mean? You meet them, you bang them.
I'm a big.
Were they like definitely thoughts?
Hell yeah, bro! If you're meeting me and fucking me just off the rip, you got to be either a thought or damn near retarded.
I don't even know how to even do that. Like I literally, when I match with a girl on Tinder, I don't even know how you play the let's fuck immediately angle. I only know how to talk to girls as in the context of I want to date you, even if that's not my intention. Even if I am on Tinder to be like, oh, I want to hook
Jimmy's
up.
like, I wonder what our babies would look like.
Yeah.
No, it's just like
Here, take this BuzzFeed
You
quiz.
always have to go that angle.
I only know that's
Terrible.
the only way I know how to keep a girl's interest is by like making funny jokes, like doing stuff like that. I don't know how to just be like, so where you at? You trying to come over later? And like I don't know how to do that, which is all. It sounds like sweet, I guess, but at the same time, it's not because it actually puts off the wrong image to a girl, because a girl might get the idea that like, oh, this guy actually likes me, he wants to talk to me, and then it turns out, oh, that wasn't the case. He just doesn't know how to just be a fuckboy. He wants to be a fuckboy, but he doesn't know how.
It's sad.
Yeah, you're
It's
a
sad.
fuckboy without the wings.
Yeah.
You never got your fuckboy wings.
I never got my fuckboy wings. I only know how to be a gentleman.
I feel like making the whole hanging out encounter revolve around I'm going to give you a massage is a great way to play it. Because it's not that perverted.
Yeah.
And it is also like stranger's house. My clothes are off, covered in baby oil, smooth jazz, candles. He's touching me. Next thing you know.
You go smooth jazz?
Oh yeah.
That's good.
Chet Baker Sings is my go-to playlist. Look it up, put it on, get to fucking. Always. For
Get
years.
chlamydia.
Dude. Well,
With like the full
Sometimes
massage and
get
everything.
Chlamydia playlist.
yeah, girls go crazy.
Songs to get chlamydia to.
Chet Baker Sings. Baby oil.
Chill lo-fi hip hop beats to get chlamydia too.
Download Hinge, download Tinder, every girl you match with, ask them if they've ever had a massage, and then be like, I'm a professional masseuse.
And then
Oh
watch
my
a
God, no
YouTube
way.
video how to give a massage.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
That's good.
Oh man.
I've used that damn near every time I've ever had sex.
What's your go-to app?
I use
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I have a girlfriend. I use it on her. So it's
Are you
definitely-
dating someone?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna love this podcast.
Fuck it. She's got enough content to comb through that pisses her off. So.
Yeah. Just a never-ending well.
I'm just
stop
banking on the
looking.
fact that my girlfriend never listens to this
Fuck it.
podcast.
Dude,
I at a certain point, it's like it crosses my mind from time to time that she might listen, but it's like
There's too many of them now.
there's too many.
I mean,
and
I
half
didn't
of them,
say
the
her
audio quality
name, and I
sucks.
also haven't mentioned any other girl, so I just revealed some private things about our sex life.
Yeah,
Is
the
that a big
timestamp
deal?
might,
Are you guys gonna timestamp the YouTube video?
I'm making that the first clip.
Jesus Christ! Whatever two people watch that better not know my girlfriend, bro.
Solesky dives deep into private sex life.
Oh God.
Solesky talks touring, black bear, sex life.
Slapping his girlfriend too hard during
Unwanted
sex.
rough sex.
Oh no. That's the
not-
TMZ
yeah.
title.
Holy hell. No, but do the massage angle with girls if you don't know how to play another angle with the nice, sweet guy.
Yeah, I've worked it. I've worked the massage. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. I'm
How
a
could
big.
it fail?
I've only worked it like in a relationship. I've never like worked the massage first night.
And you got to have baby oil because it requires them to undress.
True.
Yeah.
True.
And
What about just regular lotion?
that dries up too quick.
How do
Dries
you?
out too
So
quick.
I know there's already the anticipation of the massage, but a girl comes over and you're just like, all right, strip. Or does it lead up? Or you're like, all right, let's watch something real quick. Or let's.
Yeah, I got a 9mm under my pillow. I whip out.
Okay, there you go.
I say, put your teeth around this.
Yeah.
And- no,
Let me get a mold real quick.
literally just being like, have you ever had a massage before?
That's your opening
Right
line.
there, and then you say,
Hi, I'm Brandon.
Yes.
"Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty much a professional masseuse. I give a great massage. I will rock your world. You just got to give me the chance."
Dude, at that
Listen,
point,
please. I'm giving out
I've
these
said this
massages.
so
at
many
that point,
times.
if they agree, then they've already accepted the fact that this is definitely, at least in some way, going to lead to something sexual. No girl
Yeah.
goes over a
I'm not
random
even talking
guy's
about
house and
Tinder.
is like, "Oh, sure, give me a massage."
What-
I have to
Yeah, I'm
take
talking
my
about
piss
them
off
showing
tonight.
up, already knowing there's a massage.
If they show, if they,
and then they get to your door and you're like, oh yeah, come in. All right.
oh.
Strip right here.
Yeah, come up to my room. I have this nice sensual music playing. I have the candles lit. I'm asking them how they're doing. And then are you ready for a massage?
Interesting.
I swear.
I feel like you're being like a male escort at this point.
I should be
Are
probably.
you getting like tipped at all? Or?
No, they're getting my tip. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
But and if the girl isn't into it and they're like, that's weird, then you can just be like, oh, it'll be completely platonic, you know? Like we don't have to get sexual. And
They
I've done a
buy
lot of
that look.
those.
I
Yeah.
get that we met on Tinder, but
Dude,
yeah,
what-
you can just get this free massage.
I've done
I
that. And
guess.
you give them a damn good massage, and if they're not knocking on your door to bang a few days after, then you did it wrong.
just to get the massage.
My current girlfriend, I gave her a massage without doing any sexual stuff, and then that's sealed the deal that she did want to bang me after doing that.
That's how you know she's your wife, dude. I'm not saying she's your wife. I'm just saying that's a sign of a, it is tough as a girl because you have to kind of leverage it a little bit, If you give it up too quick, girls think about this too. This isn't me being misogynist. This is what girls think. They're going to think that if they fuck you too quickly that you're going to think they're a whore.
Yeah. But here's my thing. Every girl will bang somebody on the first night. I'm just trying to be that guy.
Yes.
Yeah, every girl has had a one night stand.
Yeah. It's fun being single, man, but it's lonely and it's sad. And that's where the depression
My current
and
girlfriend,
the anxiety.
we actually hung out like almost a year ago to this date, and I was definitely trying to fuck the first night, obviously.
Obviously. It's your job to try to fuck the first night. It's her job to say no.
Well, so I
To get the second date, you have to try to fuck the first night.
Yeah, if you don't try to fuck the first night, she's going to think that you weren't into her.
Yeah, she's not gonna let you fuck the sixth date.
That's what my
So-
girlfriend thought. She thought I wasn't into her. Facts. Because after 2 times, I hadn't tried to stick my penis around her.
Well,
Yeah.
I had tried.
Well, it's not even that. It's just
So,
like you have to show the intent has to be there.
The intent.
I showed very clear interest, let's say.
Dom, stop dropping the lighter everywhere and give it to me. Jesus.
And
What, you slapped her and had her outside crying?
all right, dude. Jesus.
Or what'd you say to her? I'm thinking about fucking you.
I gave her a written notice that said, I am
subpoena.
attempting to have sexual intercourse with
There's
you.
an NDA.
Do you accept?
cannot
check,
talk about this ever.
check yes or no.
Only I can talk about this on the podcast.
No, she
You
said,
gave her a poll.
I was like trying, and she was like, no, like, I don't do that. And I was like,
I bet yes you do.
maybe not with any of those other bozos, but me?
The sausage mushroom pizza guy.
Yeah, I don't. You know,
She is not a very big fan of my clout. Let's say that. She
What
doesn't-
girl doesn't want to date a fucking broke loser that lives with their parents that has strangers laugh at them on the internet? It's 26.
every girl thinks they know what they want until they. Everybody, not every girl, you know. But there's downsides to everything, you know.
Every guy.
Would you want to have kids with a content creator?
No.
No job security.
No, I mean, I'm sure I could meet a lovely woman who does that, but my idea, when I imagine my wife, I don't imagine her being like a fucking celebrity YouTuber or something.
No,
Definitely
you
not like an
imagine your wife
OnlyFans
being?
girl for sure, huh?
What do you think of your wife as?
Just a
Bitch.
bitch.
My girlfriend's
Yeah,
made it
bitch.
apparent to me a couple times. Not that she would ever break up with me over. She's like, I don't know, like you're like so like present on social media and all these people follow you and this and that and like sometimes I wish you were just like low key and blah blah blah. And I'm also like, well, that's not me.
Yeah.
This is what I want from life.
The biggest problem in my relationship is the YouTube thing for sure. Like by far.
But at a certain point, that's the hard part about relationships is because there is a lot of give and take, but the only way that you can be a good give and taker is knowing what you allow yourself to give. You have to take inventory on yourself and be like, these are the aspects of myself that I'm willing to improve or change, and these are the aspects of myself that I'm not willing to compromise. And that's why they say, you know, in order to be in a successful relationship, you need two complete people. You know what I mean? You need two people that are secure with themselves and know who they are, because that's the only way that you can really know, like, look, you know what, at the end of the day, I get that you feel a certain way about the fact that I have like this YouTube fame or this TikTok fame or whatever, but at the same time, this is who I am. And that I could understand if your qualm was something else, like I wish you didn't fucking, you know, wake me up in the morning or something, that you can work
or
on that.
cheat on me.
Yeah, something like that. I wish you didn't cheat on me. Like, oh, that's a part of myself that I probably should improve. But when it comes to who you are, like, I wish you weren't out there, you know, playing music and stuff like that. And like girls are like watching you. It's like, well, I can't not do that. That's who I am. So I don't.
Yeah, that's why you like to be at first.
That too. A lot of the initial things that I say it all the time. It's like, you know, if a girl like leaves her number in the tip jar and you call her and you go on a date, at the same time in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, do I really want to be in a relationship with the girl who saw a random dude playing guitar at the bar and went on a date with him?
Note leaving whore.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's real. It's like a paradox. It's like, sure, it was me, and I support me, but I could have been anybody.
I made that mistake with the girl I was dating before this. She met me through the Black Bear show, and we dated for a year and a half, and she wound up being a hoe. This girl that I date now met me, granted, through Tinder, but we didn't have sex for the first while. And then we did, and then I realized, okay, so she's not like that. I like that. And also, I remember on the first date telling her that I had opened for Black Bear and telling her all this shit, and she was not impressed. Didn't freak out about it at all. And it kind of pissed me off at first, because I was like, I'm proud of this. But then also I was like, that shows me that she's not easily impressed by money or both. She's not that type of person.
That's what you want.
That's going to be like, okay, you're rich. Okay, you're famous. What, do you want me to start sucking your dick right now?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I like
Yes.
that, actually.
Yes. As a matter of fact, yes.
It's a weird thing. If I was a girl, I wouldn't want to date me, someone that is barely ever home. I'm traveling all the time. You know what I mean? When I am home, I'm like glued to my computer a lot. She feels like a lot of like when I'm the most interested and engaged is when something that is involving work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a difficult thing. It's my job has no security. I have no insurance. Like, you know, I could make $5,000 this month and $500 next month. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I empathize with you on so many levels. It's the same thing. It's like, for me, same exact issue. I mean, like, my problem in, I would say, virtually all my relationships was always that I was like hyper focused on like my attention is devoted to this and music and the band and doing stuff and blah 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 blah, and like I have a bad balance of like devoting that attention to the relationship. You know what I mean? So they feel like they're like a low on the priority list. You know what I mean? But that is tough because on one hand, girls want a guy who is passionate and driven and, you know, willing to work hard and all those things. But at the same time, the flip side of that coin, when you have a person who is hyper dedicated and driven and passionate about something, is that you also find yourself lacking in the department of like, well, I want some of that attention from you as well, you know? And then the alternative is I could date some guy who is like just like a fucking loaf and plays Call of Duty and doesn't give a fuck and like is down to like go out and get stuff to eat with me and blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, like, he doesn't care about anything. He's not passionate about anything. He's just a fucking dude, you know? And it's like, you know, they wouldn't be happy with that either, because they'd be sitting there going like, why don't you fucking care about anything? Do you care about anything? Like, you just fucking show up to work, you come home, you don't give a fuck, like, you just fucking chill and like blah blah blah. Like, are you passionate about anything? Do you have any hobbies? Like blah blah blah. It's like, okay, so you could have that, or you could have this, or you could really luck out as a woman and find the perfect middle ground, you know? Which there are guys out there, I'm sure, that do that. I hope to be that guy someday, but it's definitely not me right now.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't. When I view myself as a father, I don't see how I'm going to be able to do YouTube like I'm doing currently and be like a family
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
And that's another thing that my anxiety stems from is like, yeah, my YouTube stuff's going good right now, but like, is it sustainable? You know what I mean? How long can I keep going? Those doubts. Yeah, I mean, you have Joe Rogan who's in his 50s with a family and he does his content creation and he travels and he does all that, so it's doable.
Well,
Everything figures itself out. You're going to figure out another path if you need another path, or you're going to figure out a different way to monetize what you already have.
if your mind
gonna
is
happen.
constantly directed in the direction of growth, then you will. You see this a lot with athletes where they've spent their entire lives being this dominant physical specimen, amazing quarterback, top prospect in high school, top prospect out of college, successful NFL career. They get to their 40s, they start to go on the decline physically, and they can't perform the way they can, and they don't seem to be able to let go of that aspect of their identity, because that is their identity. Their identity for their entire lives has been, I am this athlete, I am this fucking shutdown linebacker, or I'm this fucking amazing basketball player. And then they get to their late 30s, early 40s, and it's like, well, I'm not that guy anymore. And then they don't know how to become something else. Kind of the same thing we talked about, like rappers and stuff like that. Like Eminem comes to mind, where it's like, dude, like, you were this guy and you were on the cutting edge and you were pushing boundaries and you were, but at a certain point, it's like, you can't, you know, like Jay-Z did it right, I think. And I don't even, dude, I think, I said this countless times, I think Jay-Z personally, I respect him as a businessman. I respect him as an artist. I don't understand why it's a fucking given that he's on everybody's top 5 best rappers of all time. I don't understand that. I've never heard any verses from Jay-Z where I've been like, holy shit, unreal. Like, listen to that. But whatever.
Jay-Z Jazzo 1989 originators. You heard that? He kicked some serious facts on that.
I'll listen
on
to it.
that
I'm not
wax.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I've divin deep enough into his catalog, but that's just my impression as a casual listener. But what I think that he did right is that he said, look, I'm only going to be the fucking hot rapper for so long, but now I'm in my fucking 40s, I'm going on my 50s. Now the next step is to be the fucking producer, the fucking exec, the fucking business guy, something like that. And so you have to have like a next step. You know, there's only so long, like, for what you do, like, it's cool what you do right now because you're like a young, good-looking dude and you can like kind of like handle yourself and go out and fucking fuck around with people, and it's funny because you're in your 20s and blah, 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 blah. It's not the same thing if you're 45 doing that. You know what I mean? Where it's like, but the same thing is because your mind is constantly working and churning gears to be like, what's the next thing I'm going to do? Like, how can I make this sustainable? Blah, blah, blah. You will find the answer to that. And the answer to that might not even make sense right now.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make sense right now because what you're doing right now makes sense right now. So it's not about necessarily figuring out the next step now. It's about you have to trust yourself in knowing that right now I'm on this wave, I'm on this vibe, and I'm feeling this vibe, and other people are feeling this vibe. And the second I stop feeling my own vibe, I got to change it up. Because the second I feel like I'm forcing something or doing something because it's just what I've been doing, that's when it's over. And that's the same thing with a relationship. You wind up in a relationship and you start to ask yourself, that's what I was saying to Dom when he was thinking about breaking up with his other girlfriend from a while ago. I was like, look, dude, the main question you have to ask yourself is, am I staying with you because I want to stay with you, or am I staying with you because I don't want to break up with you?
Yeah.
And that goes for anything in life. Am I doing this podcast because I've just been doing this podcast? Am I playing music because I've been playing music? Or do I want to come in here next week and record another one? Do I want to come in here and make another song? That's the question. And if you're not asking yourself that, then that's where you fall into the trap that you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I have this insatiable thing with YouTube is you never, it's never like a good day's work. There's always more to be done, whether you're doing clips or you're doing DMs or talking to brands or working on merch stuff or video ideas or editing. It's I feel like I do a bad job of ever giving myself a moment where I'm like, oh, I did good. I'm gonna chill for like 2 days and feel good about what I've done.
Yeah.
It's never like that. But every time a video has a dip in views or I feel like something didn't go wrong, I'm very critical of myself.
Yeah.
And I feel like just that's social media is just bad for your mindset. I hate social media, which is interesting that I've been doing this YouTube channel for over a year.
It's not just social media. Social media is a venue in which you're seeing the same exact thing manifest itself in social media that existed long before social media existed, which is when you're a person like yourself who works for yourself, the upside of working at an office job is here's your work schedule. You come in at 9, you leave at 5, Saturday and Sunday, you're off. There's a beauty to that in that when you clock out Friday at 5, you go catch a happy hour with your friends, you go out Friday night, you go out Saturday night, you recover from your hangover on Sunday, and Monday it's back to work. When you work for yourself, you have to know how to be, when they say be your own boss, it's not just be the one who pushes yourself, but it's also the growth to know when to give yourself a day off. That's the hardest thing. For people who have a hard-working mentality, like when Kanye said in the I don't even know what song he says, but for me, giving up's way harder than trying. And that sticks out because it's like, that's true. Like people go, oh, how do you stick to something? How do you do this? It's like, dude, because it would literally be harder for me to not continue to try to do this. That's the hard thing. You know what I mean? And so what happens is you wind up finding yourself constantly working. Any given moment of the day when you could be out taking a fucking walk or going to get lunch with your girlfriend, instead you're sitting there working on more videos because you don't, and same thing, and not just personal to you, but that's a common thing with people who have that mentality. And so part of that growth, Bill Burr talks about that too, where like exactly what I'm saying, working for yourself, you have to know how much you can put in because there's a law of diminishing return in that. You burn yourself out and you don't even know it. You're so used to when you're in the fucking gym pushing yourself until you can't do it anymore and you don't even realize, just like when you go into the fucking gym for chest day and you do your first set of bench press and then you do a couple more chest exercises and you go back to the fucking bench and you can't even lift halfway close to what you were doing before. You're trying just as hard, but you can't even fucking physically lift it anymore. You're burned out. You have to know when to sense in yourself when physically your productivity, what you're able to do, you're actually mentally burnt out. And that's when you have to know, dude, I need to take a fucking weekend and just go to the fucking beach and just forget about shit and come back refreshed, like taking a fucking rest day at the gym, you know? Yeah. But that's hard, dude. I mean, it's hard. When you don't have anybody doing that for you, like a boss or a coach or whatever, it's you. It's always you, you know?
Yeah, when I'm so alone with my YouTube thing, you know, I don't have a steady camera guy. I have to find a camera guy every week. I have to think of the ideas. I have to go and perform, do them. Then I have to edit them. Then I have to, you know, put them out. Then I have to do the clips. I have to make my own thumbnails. So it's kind of anxiety inducing. And it's always, I don't know if you guys have it with the podcast, but it's like, how am I going to get new viewers? Why would they watch this episode? Those just kind of obsessive thoughts. That episode wasn't good enough. I don't feel that good about it. I rewatched it. I don't feel that happy with it.
I think about it all the time. I do think that it's a recent thought that now that like we are tangibly getting a certain amount of people that actually listen, where people will DM us and be like, hey, that shit you were talking about on the episode, like, I fuck with that, or like, totally agree with you on that, or totally disagree with you on that, or something like that, where it's like, oh, people are really listening, where it's like, there is a certain of like amount of responsibility not to take listeners for granted.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, as much as I always wanted and still do want to, what the original concept of the podcast always was just to go in the fucking garage and do the same shit we would have been doing without the mics, but on mic, having the same conversations,
Yeah.
you know?
Capturing those moments, it's fun. People get to experience them, like fun moments, the joy of it.
But at the same time, I do feel a certain amount of, you know, not even pressure, responsibility to the people that have actually decided that they're going to take time out of their day to listen to another episode after they heard another one, to not just sit here and just fucking ramble on about some stupid random shit that happened to me throughout the day, unless it's interesting. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, I don't just want to sit here and just talk about my day, you know, unless it's a good story, unless it ties into something or touch upon some fucking things and give respect enough to the listeners to be like, hey, dude, you're taking it. This podcast is 4 hours long, dude. This podcast is 4 hours long.
Shit. We should wrap up
And
soon.
and honestly, if I thought at any moment, like, there was no point in continuing the conversation, like there was nothing there left, then I would have probably been like, oh, let's wrap it up. But honestly, dude, this is the longest podcast I've ever done. And like, all this shit is good.
Yeah,
Literally.
like, it's-
All
yeah.
this shit is good. You know?
Except for that part about my sex life.
No, that was great. That was fucking gold.
Yeah, that's the Instagram clip.
Please,
Tag
God,
your
don't
girlfriend.
Come on, Tom.
And
It's for the show.
It's for the show, baby.
Yeah, but I feel like my whole life revolves around my YouTube channel, right? And I got so much writing on it. And I know I could just stop and give up, but I don't want to do that. And I feel like it's always teetering on that. I'll have 2 down months, and then you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely anxiety inducing.
Well, you can't let too much of your value. And dude, I'm talking to you. I always feel like when I go on these tangents, I'm talking like somebody who knows, but I don't know. I'm just telling you the solutions that I'm entertaining at the moment.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And the solutions that I'm entertaining at the moment are, like you said, you don't know how the fucking algorithm works. You can't base yourself, again, just like with Dom being noticed as a sausage and mushroom pizza guy, or an actor in Hollywood that like played this one role, and like oh, you're a guy who played like Joe Pesci. Like Joe Pesci's always gonna play a fucking mobster. He's always gonna play a fucking Guido Italian, you know? And maybe there is an aspect of Joe Pesci that was like, dude, I got into acting because I enjoy acting and I wanted to like explore all these different roles and blah, blah, blah. And ever since I did Goodfellas and Casino and like Irishman, now all people ever think when they think, my cousin Vinny, I'm always the Guido Italian guy. I'm always the fucking mobster type dude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's hard to get bogged down into those character roles sometimes.
Mm-hmm. You can't
you get,
help.
like, typecast.
Yeah. You can't help how people know you, and you can't help how people receive you. The only thing you can do is when you put out a video that you like, that you're happy with, that has to be your threshold. Because the moment you start judging yourself based off of how many views it got, or how many fucking comments it got, or how many subscribers you picked up, then you are leaving your happiness and your fulfillment at the whim of everyone else. It
Yeah.
has to be in your hands. Until it's in your hands, as far as I know, you won't be happy.
Yeah. And with a lot of my videos, if I view them as just like a fun memory and a time I had and view them in that kind of artistic light, I'll usually be pretty happy with them. But I think just having like your finances caught up in it, like it would be really nice to be like rich and make videos and just not give a fuck.
Yeah, but you might not even have the same passion behind it, dude.
Well, dude, yeah, I probably wouldn't be making videos every week because there's a lot of weeks it'd be really easy to not.
There's a certain element that emanates through art, which is hunger.
Yeah.
You know? You listen to a band's, like, whenever you think of like a band, it's always like, dude, their fucking first album was like when they like, that was like years and years of them like writing music and like that they never even maybe thought people were going to hear, you know? And then they get the record deal and they get the money and now there's deadlines and all this bullshit. And it's like, now they're making money. Now they're making music as a job. Now you're making content as a job. Right now you're making
sure.
content because it's you know?
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you keep that. That's what I'm talking about, reading your own vibe. As soon as you feel like you're no longer doing who you are, then it's time to stop.
Yeah.
But I think you're on the right track, dude. I think you're on a righter track than 98% of the people that walk in here, including myself. So I'll give you that, dude, for sure.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I do want money at this point is because I am doing exactly what I want. Like if I was rich, nothing would change in my, my content.
Well,
So,
have you considered just getting like you're already doing the DoorDash? Have you considered just getting a job that like you can work part-time, like maybe make a little bit more? Like, dude, I worked as a server in a restaurant for like 6 years, bartending and shit like that, and I used that money to then fund, like, that's the thing, like, that's why I say what you did was so ballsy, and the success that you had pretty much relatively immediately compared to how long a lot of people it takes to like get to that point. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah,
Like a lot of people will be like, "Oh, I'm doing music. I'm gonna start making music, so I'm gonna like quit my job and do nothing but make music." It's like, okay, but like, what happens when you want studio time and you can't fucking pay for it? Or what happens when you want to get like better equipment and you can't pay for it? It's like, why not work a job, make money, use that money to fund your career until you have enough money making enough income stream from your career that then you can ditch the job. You know what I mean? Do you feel like if you, at this point, because this is something I've thought about with the podcast, where it's like if the point where we get to, we have an income stream, immediately I would say we should get a producer, because at that point, then all we have to do is focus on the show. We don't have to focus on editing clips. You tell somebody, you pay him a fucking salary like Joey pays you. You pay somebody a salary and you go, dude, I want a clip a day, from the go through this podcast. Here's the conversations that I thought were cool. Clip those out. Boom, 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 boom. Here's how I want the thumbnails to look. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But like you have to have a certain income stream. With the amount of viewers you have, dude, if you had a job where you were pulling in an extra $300 a week or something like that, pay some dude $100 a video to fucking edit it for you.
It's hard because there's so much that goes into like an edit. There's so many different ways you could take it. I've had people edit my stuff. I've tried out like 4 different people, and it's always like by the time I get the final product, I still have to edit it for hours to get it to suitable.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just me being like autistic about it. But
No.
you're right. I should delegate
just, like,
more.
You know what you want, so you're like, I can do it better.
Yeah, and I should delegate more of my work to other people. But it's once I'm paying someone to do it, I don't. I feel like even if I paid them $1,000, they wouldn't really have it how I want it in my autistic brain.
Well, your editing is part of your art.
Yeah, and I'm not even that good at editing, but so much of the story and the comedy of it and like what you're shown,
Maybe that's something you can't delegate. But there are things you can, I guess, is what I'm saying. You have to figure out the things that you can delegate. Like, I'm not going to pay somebody else to sing my song.
And I'm not even pressed on money. I should be very thankful for the money I'm making off YouTube and stuff. Like, it would be a dream come true this time last year if I had that, But I'm just thinking about it in the long term because I have been doing this for 69 weeks in a row, and it is starting to work. You know what I mean? But like, how long is it going to go? And money's so important when you want to. I live at home, thinking about like moving out, a family, all that stuff. It's a lot.
Dude,
how are we going to make it work? You know what I mean? Like, think about if all your chips were in this podcast basket.
I think we'd be better off, honestly.
Yeah.
I think we'd be better off if I had to rely on the podcast making money. I think we'd at least be making some money.
Yeah, because you got to be all in.
You know
and
what
all
I mean?
out. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if I had to make sure that a check was coming in based off
we
of our
would've had
content.
a Patreon already.
Yeah, we would have definitely had a Patreon.
That was my logic with quitting the job. Is like, I'm going to make myself have to make it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a motivation.
And,
I agree with the principle and the mindset behind that, thinking that you have to put yourself in a desperate situation.
it's still a bad idea.
I would say, and I am in no position to talk, but I would say that the moment you feel like your lack of income is potentially affecting your ability to produce, like, do you think that if you had a bigger budget, you could put out better content? Do you think that you could be more efficient if you had a bigger team behind you?
Oh, for sure. If I had a team, if I had 2 paid camera guys that were, devoted to helping make content, my show would be way better.
That's what I'm saying. So you're putting yourself in a desperate situation to try to get some type of drive out of yourself.
Yeah.
But if you can figure out a way to harness that drive out of yourself while putting yourself in an advantageous situation, that's when you're fucking booming, I would say.
For sure.
Like, metaphorically, if you can figure out how to work a part-time job and then say, now I got an extra $400 a week in my pocket, and now I'm going to devote that same amount of passion and energy towards my thing with $400 more a week behind it. Then you're just, I mean, you know, there's always that like story, like that like struggling like musician story where it's like, oh, he lived in like the basement of some other dude's laundry room and like blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, yeah, great. But also imagine if he just like happened to make money enough to have an apartment and like work a job and then fucking also put the same amount of time into fucking making music. Because I know your ass isn't writing a song in that laundry room all fucking day, dude.
Yeah.
I know it. Don't fucking lie to me, dude. I know there was a lot of fucking napping and shit like that. You know, beating off.
Yeah.
It's all figuring yourself out. There's no one fix all, dude. I haven't even figured out my own fucking shit, much less giving advice to other people. But
it's always easier to give advice than it is to actually implement it. But you know, there's homeless dudes on the street that could give you immaculate advice that if you followed, your life would be better. They're still homeless on the street.
yeah,
But DoorDash is great because I can travel as much as I want, and I haven't been home for like a week straight, since fucking like 2 or 3 months. It's like I've been on fucking tour.
can we get a preview
Yeah, what's
on the
the
next?
current thing you're working on?
Oh well, the video that is uploaded on YouTube right now that was supposed to be released today that is demonetized, so I'm trying to get it monetized before I put it out. Is me?
It can get demonetized before it even goes out.
Yeah, all my stuff does a
Jesus
lot.
Christ.
Like your account is demonetized, is what you're saying?
Like my videos will come up yellow demonetized, and I have to request a
Like the
review.
specific video is demonetized.
Like when you, oh my god,
Like before it's even public.
Yeah, over a quarter of my
Jesus.
stuff is demonetized, and all my biggest videos, when they start to catch, they usually get demonetized, and then shut down. But yeah,
Like,
so
that's probably YouTube's kind of way of not trying to pay people. They just
Yeah.
find any reason they can not to pay people.
I mean, yeah, there's that too. I never even thought about that, but yeah, from a money making angle, it's like, let's just like not pay people for shit.
What are they gonna
Yeah.
do? Sue me?
Yeah,
So yeah, the video that's gonna come out next is gonna be me drinking liquor with this other YouTuber named Ricky wasn't drinking, but I was drinking in Florida, which is supposed to come out tomorrow. It's not my favorite video, but it is all right.
Yeah.
And I have 2 videos I did in New York. I have a video with Zilla Kami. I have a video I did in Myrtle Beach. So
is that where you got chlamydia, right?
No. I got chlamydia in October of 2020.
If you were to do like a live getting chlamydia,
Mid-pandemic
back,
chlamydia.
yeah,
What'd you say?
Mid-pandemic chlamydia.
Yeah.
he was
I got
he
more,
was struggling from a whole different.
I got more
pandemic.
pussy in the start of the pandemic than I've ever gotten in my life.
He had the pussy pandemic,
Yeah,
dude.
I got on the apps. I was on the apps.
There's an outbreak.
Yeah, dude. I had a couple breakthrough cases, but nothing like that.
Yeah. Also, since I got one of my videos age restricted that was about wearing masks, I never say like, or I try to edit out like COVID and pandemic and shit out of my videos because I think YouTube will suppress it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah, dude.
Or do a fact check.
Fact check.
Don't you love that? I want them to check more facts.
Yeah, dude. I would love if this podcast.
I want to know. I want to meet the guys who get paid to check facts.
It's
I don't
bullshit.
think they exist.
Yeah. Like I tweeted
Our
the other day, I'm
independent
cool and
fact
handsome.
checkers. Who is it? A guy Googling shit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
googling
some
on a public
asshole's
platform.
opinion.
Yeah.
You fucking tweet out, I'm cool and handsome. It's like, fact check, you're a loser and you're dumb.
You're fucking gay.
Who fucking makes these facts? Okay, I don't agree with some of them.
I'm with you on that, dude.
It's total bullshit. But do you feel like your quality of life or your happiness would be increased majorly? Like, say, if you had 50,000 subscribers on the podcast channel and averaged like 10,000 views per episode?
I think at a certain point, it would be nice to feel validated for anything that I've been doing for the past 10 years. It would be nice to feel like it's been for something. I don't put a number on it. I mean, I'm speaking from this position right now as somebody who the prospect of having 50,000 subscribers on YouTube on the podcast channel or something like that would be, I mean, like at this moment, unfathomable. But I think even the sense of like, whenever you get any type of feedback, like if somebody like listened to like one of the songs my band puts out, they're like, yo, that shit was good. Like people that I haven't talked to in a while, like that have no reason. Like I understand, like, you know, your best friend is like, you know, you show it to them in the car and they're like, oh, it was good. It's like, okay, whatever. What are you gonna tell me? I fucking suck? Like, no. But like when somebody who you like went to high school with DMs you and is like, yo, I listened to that fucking shit you just put out. That shit was good. I've been listening to it a lot lately. That's fulfilling and validating. You know, I think that there would be a certain amount of, I think that's the big word. It just, I would like to feel like I know for a fact that I'm not crazy, and I'm not crazy when I think that this podcast should have more than 5 views per video on YouTube. I know I'm not crazy when I say that. There's a lot
After
of shit.
5 years of work.
Yes. Now we
Yeah.
get listens on Spotify,
I
and
only
we,
started doing the videos recently.
yeah, the YouTube has no success. We get listens on Spotify. We get like I said, we get like 500 to 1,000 listens a week, which is not a lot, but it's good for us. But like, I know for a fact that there's something's got to give. I just don't understand it. It's like there's so much shit on YouTube that I look at and I'm like, how the fuck? Like the 6 back-to-back conversations that we had. You're telling me that there's only 5 people on the fucking planet that would find that good content? I doubt it. And so it would be nice to have that, confirmed at some point in life. But at the same time, until it is, the solace I find is that I'm happy with what we put out. I'm happy with what we put out. It's just a matter of time until someone else is, I guess. It is kind of like embarrassing almost.
Dude, I can relate so hard because I put out music from like 2013 to 2020 and nobody gave a fuck ever. No one ever gave even the slightest fuck. And all I had was like, oh, I like it. So
Yeah.
it is nice to do something and have, for once, people give a fuck about it, like the videos.
Yeah.
It is cool, for sure.
So yeah, for me, again, it's not a number. It's just a feeling. And I know for a fact that if we did get to 50,000 subscribers, I'll be thinking we need to get to 100,000.
Yeah.
Because that's just the
for
way my
sure.
mind works, But at least like throw like a bone would be nice. Like if the world threw me a bone, that would be nice.
So I've seen your YouTube channel before.
Mhm.
I think something that would majorly help it would be unique, eye-catching thumbnails. And then I don't think you can get like a 5-hour clip to catch on. I feel like you have to make in a 5-hour video. You have to make the clips. You know what I
Yeah.
mean, with relevant titles,
Yeah.
topical things, and then
We try to do the clips.
Thumbnails.
I try to do like 1 or 2 a week where I put up the full episode.
it's a
and then
fucking
I'll-
headache doing clips,
Yeah.
is it not?
But it's easy for me. I mean, for you, it's like, you have to edit a whole bunch of shit. Like for me, it's just like I just have to like trim off one end, trim off the other end.
But what's the best part? What's the funniest little quip or conversation? Or
Yeah.
that's a difficult curation process.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could have gold sitting there. You could have gold in some of your backlog content that would go crazy and get you guys thousands of dollars on all these new eyes.
Yeah.
You just haven't clipped it. That's the kind of shit that gives me anxiety. It's there and I'm missing out on it and I want to get it and I'm just fucking it up because I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
that close, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's the thumbnails thing I've tried to work on. We got like I saw a lot of it was inspired by you and seeing like, and just like YouTubers in general, I've noticed like the thumbnails, like the style, like it's like a guy's face and there's like a fucking font. And I'm like, ooh, cool.
Yeah.
Like maybe we'll try something like that. But like, there's a lot of trees that I'm barking up. I'm constantly thinking about ways to improve it. I keep on having this recurring dream that I'm in the studio and there's like this door that I never saw before. And I open it up and there's this gigantic fucking like facility with like state-of-the-art equipment and like a kitchen and like a bathroom and like all this amazing like stuff. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, how the fuck did I not notice this? I've been here for years and I never noticed this. And I keep thinking about that dream. It happens like once every 6 months. I had it recently. And to me, I take that as like, there's like, I know I'm on the right track. I know we're on the right track, but there's something like it's there, but we just haven't opened that door yet, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah. The potential energy.
Yeah. And so I've been thinking about it a lot lately,
Yeah. It should be an inspiring thing.
It is.
It's given me anxiety lately. The nervous energy about it. Because even with filming a video, like every video you go out and film, you could have the most viral, fucking crazy, incredible, live forever clip if you go and make it happen. Are you
Yep.
going to go and make it happen?
Mm-hmm.
And you just try your best and it just doesn't happen, but it's there and you know it could happen.
Yep.
Even tonight, you could film a video just on your phone. It could go insane. Think about the sausage mushroom pizza clip.
Think about the songs you haven't written. Think about
that I
that.
haven't released. It was funny because the song that I have the most streams on of all time, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to put out. And Stefan talked me into it, and then I put it out. And now, like, in under a year, we're about to hit 500,000 streams on Spotify alone.
It's kind of like when you take a picture of yourself and somebody's like, oh my God, this is such a good picture of yourself. And you're like, what are you talking about? No, it's not. And then you realize, oh, wait, how I see me is not how other people see me.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
what
I
I
wish I
consider-
had like an ability to listen to like my music as someone else, like to hear that first like listen.
Motherfuckers
Like,
playing mobile games.
Yeah, Dom. What the
Yeah, you
fuck?
already
Dom's
know,
playing
dude.
mobile games.
Dom is a phone addict. I think we need to address that on the podcast.
Phones
Dom
are a
is
terrible
addicted
thing.
to his
dude,
phone.
Phone
I'm not
fiend.
addicted to anything, bro. I'm beating a level right now. But
What game? What game are you playing?
I don't know. I just lost.
Dude, think about all the opportunity and connections and.
Well, you're talking about phone
and-
right now, dude.
and stuff. Your phone is. I want to smash mine. I hate it, dude. Does it not make you anxious? All that you can do on this phone, you can become a millionaire on this phone right here.
That's why I have a shitty phone. That's
Endless
part of
porn.
why I have a shitty phone.
If you got an iPhone, you'd be a millionaire.
Well, if I had an iPhone, I'd be on it all the time, dude. I hate my phone. When somebody like when I pick it up off the charger, I'll like click the text messages button and it'll take like 45 seconds
Oh
to
my
load my
God.
messages. And you know what? I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
for sure.
Because it keeps me off my phone. And people don't understand. People text me, they're like, yo, I texted you like an hour ago. I'm like, yeah, it was in my room.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't fuck with my phone like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone can't be off the charger.
Yeah, like literally,
Phone
the
sucks.
my battery goes from 100 to 0 at least twice a day, if not 3 times a day. If I use it actively, it will go from 100 to 0 3 times a day. And you know what? I like that. Stays on the fucking charger, which the one in my room is approximately a foot long. So I can't even use it when it's on the charger, really. The speaker on it,
Jimmy's laying on the ground.
the
Just laying
speaker
on
on
the
it,
ground with his face on the
blown.
wall.
The speaker blew, so I can't even listen to podcasts on it above half volume without the
Jeez.
sound blowing out.
Well, that's from blasting in the grocery store
Oh
too
yeah,
much.
yeah. And there
On
is
your
I
excursions,
used to-
of just
I used to
playing
be
the
sitting on the
podcast out loud.
I used to be sitting on the couch in our living room, and I would hear Jimmy's podcast slowly creep into my auditory senses. And then he would open the door, and I would just be like, he's listening to the podcast on his phone, in his ear,
Yeah.
jammed in his fucking eardrum.
No.
And he walks into the
Literally,
apartment.
one time, Jimmy was saying, "Yeah, I was listening to the podcast at the grocery store." I'm like, oh, "Okay, cool," and not even realizing he meant out loud, no headphones,
no headphones. Just had it in my
speakerphone podcast.
coat pocket, just walking around the dairy aisle, just
walking
listening to.
around.
That's called boots on the ground marketing.
Oh yeah.
That's insane.
Speaking of that, what if you guys got 1,000 stickers with your logo and your QR code for your podcast? And
I
fucking
actually
put 'em
tried that
everywhere?
one time before a QR code. I got 500 business card stickers, and it just said my name, and it had my SoundCloud link and like a picture of the Spotify logo, Tidal logo, and Apple Music logo, and then it just said in quotes Solesky. And I put them all over the place. I put them at like gas station pumps and you know like signs.
I'm
and
about to
shit,
do that
like
shit.
stop signs
Yeah.
and shit
Dude,
like
I'm
that.
about to do that.
Dude,
shit.
I
That was a
want
good
QR
idea.
codes are back
And
now.
it
They're back.
never-
I got them on my new business cards, the
Son.
2021
Yeah, but
edition,
I
baby.
guess I like never really stuck to it because I used to put them up and then like I would see them every now and then, like a year later or months later, and someone like scratched out the link or something.
Yeah, but
It's
the
like,
thing
what kind of
is,
dickhead are you?
the link is hard because you have to make it as easy as possible
Mm-hmm.
for the person to find you. And the QR code is pretty much as easy as you can make it without literally grabbing their phone
I
and
honestly
following
think-
yourself.
I honestly think it would be better, no logo, no nothing, just a QR code.
Honestly, I
Because
kind of agree.
that's gonna be like,
You want to know what is
what
this?
is this? And then if you've already taken the time to get out your phone and scan the QR code, you're gonna listen.
You're telling me you pop that shit in like a dive bar above the urinal, some drunk dude's in there pissing, he just sees a QR code.
Dude, because there was
He's not going to be like,
No
"What the
words.
fuck
What if you
is
put
this?"
like wanna come?
no,
next
no,
to
no,
it?
no, no, nothing.
The uncertainty,
side.
the
Square-
curiosity will kill
just
the
a
cat.
square sticker of a QR code because everyone knows what it means. but they don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
then
we
they're
could even
gonna-
have like the little like how in the logo there's like those little like strands of like sparkly.
I was
We just
thinking.
have like the circle and then the square in the middle, and all you see is the fucking logo, but there's no words on it. Just
There
the
was
circle.
there
with
was
the,
a
that's
there
an
was a
idea.
s-
That's an idea.
Maybe.
urban legend. I don't know if it's true or not. It was called cicada. They called it cicada because they're from Britain, but it's cicada.
Cicada. of course.
301.
Fucking idiots.
And there was a picture of a cicada with a QR code in the middle, and it was basically trying to get like the world's best hackers to all get on the same team. So it was like they would put these stickers up everywhere around cities, and people would scan the QR codes, and then it would give them like a riddle to solve. And then they would have to solve that. And after that, the riddles and coding things just kept getting harder and harder. And then they knew that whoever found out enough to figure out the location to meet up or contact information were the people that were going to hire to be like the hackers.
Damn.
I
Dude,
remember hearing about that. It was like on the dark web and shit.
we had a series of riddles to weed out who should be
To the
listening.
podcast.
I don't want just any.
We'd
No,
have
you don't
less
have to go to that
listeners.
level. I
I don't want
do
just
think-
anybody listening to the podcast. We're very exclusive. We only
I
have.
do think now that I'm gonna probably try that again. Just the QR code. Just spend a day putting it on gas pumps, putting it
Yeah,
in
why
fucking
not?
bar
Bathrooms.
Dude, if you really wanted to make it and you really gave a fuck, like, you could just do the legwork and get the word out there. Think about it. How many subscribers do you guys have right now?
On YouTube,
Yeah.
Not that many.
60.
Son, you could get that in a day. I know maybe they're not going to be the most avid listeners, but you could get 60 people to subscribe to a channel in a day.
With the stickers.
Yeah, but what would be more efficient? Going around asking people like the dudes that used to sell their mixtapes in the mall, or would it be having this passive sticker everywhere you can put it, where a person might come across it a day? If you put out 500 stickers, at least one of those stickers
I
is
think
going to
both.
get one person
Put
a
up the
day.
stickers and everyone you see be like, subscribe to my shit. I'm an up and comer. I'm hungry. I want to get it.
Yeah, but do you do that? When
No,
you
I'm
go-
about to.
When you go to Burger King and get a Whopper, you telling the cash register person to check out your YouTube channel?
Yeah. I should.
You just put the QR code on all the cash you hand them.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
No, I think you should tell everyone you meet about it. Tell them to subscribe. Seriously, I feel like I should do that.
Well, I just don't want to be annoying.
Fuck it, dude. We're putting in work in here. We're sitting in here. We're chatting. We're talking. 5 years you've been at it, dude. Come on. Let's fucking put the foot down and start going nose
Pedal
to
to
the
the metal.
grindstone, Eric. Let's pick it up and let's set in on some serious groundwork. Why not?
I
Think of-
mean,
this time next year, dude, how many subscribers do you want to have? 60?
65.
65.
You have
Dude.
1,000.
1,000. That's a good goal. Tangible goal.
Yeah. I think on SoundCloud we're pretty good.
Well,
We're
yeah.
like we're 1,000 or
2,000.
so.
Yeah, 1,000.
Hopefully, fucking people-
Instagram's good.
someone watch
We're
this
like 10K
podcast
or
and get to
so.
fucking 100 on YouTube.
That'd be cool.
It does suck because with the whole passing out stickers and stuff, you know, you could just have like fucking 7,000 subscribers and it's the same amount of listens.
How do you? I don't even know how to make a QR code, but I know you figured it out.
Just type in
I'm
QR
gonna
code
get a-
generator on Google.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna
Yeah.
do
Not
QR
hard.
code to a fan link of all my shit, and also through the thing that I make a fan link through, you can check how many people click. So I might do that and just see how it works. Put one sticker up, then the next week put 5 stickers.
Oh, I'm doing this.
The next
Tomorrow.
25. After that, you guessed it, 125.
Just a fucking QR code. That's it.
I'm down with that
Nothing
idea.
Else.
I think that's a good idea.
We're about to fill Maryland with QR codes and blow the fuck up. How'd you do it? Not telling.
Not telling. Scan this. I'll tell you how I fucking
Seriously,
did it.
though,
What
why
is
not?
it? Exactly. Scan it.
Why not?
I'm fucking pumped, baby.
Yeah, man.
I'm fucking pumped, dude.
You're amped up?
I'm amped now. I never even.
All right, what do you think? Just a QR code or a QR code with a question mark?
That's a little too trite. It's a little too
What are we,
hacky.
the fucking Riddler?
Yeah.
What are we anonymous? Are we anonymous?
QR codes are.
We might as well just put the fucking Guy Fawkes mask above it.
I'm going QR code. I'm gonna have like 10 in my wallet at all times.
Yeah.
Anywhere I go, then I'm like, I could put one here.
Just like put
I'm
it
gonna make
over
my
the
goal.
restaurant menus, and then
I'm
people
gonna
have
get
to
them,
do it.
and I'm gonna make my goal 5 a day.
Okay.
Just gas pump here, stop sign here, crosswalk here. bar bathroom stall here.
The elevator of our apartment building here.
You gotta
That would be a
curate
bit
it.
much.
You gotta do it at
They
like
would
good
they'd be
places.
like Solesky. Okay, I literally know you are a tenant here. So what are we gonna do about this sticker?
Who cares? You know the bullshit they promote in that elevator? Like, Sip and Pate coming 2 weeks ago. It's like they're promoting shit that already happened in the elevator. We can't put a fucking sticker up? It's ridiculous.
Do they have cameras in that bitch?
Not in the elevator,
no.
but
Yeah,
they
you're good.
definitely know my name.
It's they're fans.
Yeah.
We should at least be the mans in our apartment building, dude.
Yeah.
The fact
The
that
men.
every single the men. We should be the men of Berkshires. The fact that not every single person that lives in Berkshires is not aware that we do stuff is, come on.
That's what I'm saying. I need to infiltrate the high schools in my area. Like, how do they not know I'm a fucking YouTuber?
High schoolers are always, they'll QR code it.
Yeah, disposable income.
How many YouTubers do you guys know? I don't know like any. Like
I know a
in
lot of
Maryland?
people in a lot of different cities. I'm just gonna mail them 50 things and be like,
I know
them up.
you.
Like local YouTubers in Maryland. I don't know.
It's not
anybody,
really a big
dude.
thing. I mean,
Maybe
it's
one
rare.
other than you. I don't know.
Like, shouldn't I
I
get
know,
in
like,
with these high
a
schoolers? Make them
Instagram or TikTok guy, but that's about it.
Yeah, I feel like everybody got famous off TikTok this past year.
Yeah, I'm not fucking. I can't even fucking dip my toe into TikTok.
Yeah, like I don't know. We got to get some hype generated. You know what I mean?
I'm with you, dude.
Get some excitement. Why do they care? Here's why. That's what I'm still trying to fucking figure out. You know what I mean?
Well, you're doing a fucking better job than me, so. But I will say, this truly has been, especially this past hour, has been truly, it's always good to hear like different ways. Like when you say like, dude, you could get 60 subscribers in a day. I know. That's what's, I know.
Right?
That's what's ridiculous. I know. And it's just like, you just got to fucking do it, But I think, I guess we can probably wrap up. You guys good to wrap up?
Yeah, for
I mean,
sure.
we're fucking coasting in on over 4 hours right now, baby.
Hell yeah.
This
World
is
record?
tight. This is the world record longest podcast. And you know what?
How long was the Brett Ernst
3:37.
one? Okay.
This?
We did stay here till like 6 a.m. that time.
Yeah, well, we stayed talking for a while after.
Yeah.
But this is going to be 4 hours of cold, hard content. Cold ass riding.
content.
Hell yeah, dude.
Holy
Cold
shit,
ass
dude.
podcast.
You want to plug your shit? You want to plug your 65,000 subscriber channel on my 60 subscriber channel? You want to do that?
You got to like and subscribe live from the studio. Click that little bell for all notifications.
Yeah, hit that bell because apparently subscriptions don't mean shit anymore.
Yeah, you got to click the bell. You got to flick that little bell.
Brandon Buckingham. You also have a channel called the Buckingham Show,
Yep.
which are those that you just upload videos to both of those.
No, I just put like clips and I'll do like live streams on the Buckingham Show.
Good stuff.
But
Good stuff. Dom, what you got, dude? What's your high score in fucking Candy Crush over there?
I put out a song less than a month ago called Love Sick. Go and listen to that.
I don't want to be lovesick.
Banger.
It is.
Solesky Who on everything. SOLESKYWHO.
Don't fucking tell me how to spell my
TikTok,
last name, bitch.
Instagram, Twitter. That's it.
Facebook.
Don't follow me on Facebook.
Follow Dom on
You'll be
Facebook.
extremely disappointed.
Get in an argument with our grandmother.
Yeah,
on
if
Facebook.
you want to add me on Facebook, you can have a good old time debating with my dad about literally anything.
Talk shit on Facebook to either one of us and see what the
Yeah.
fuck happens. Chris
Anyone-
Spanos will ride on your
Yeah.
ass.
Your family comes out.
Find me on Facebook, start an argument on any post, and my entire family will go to Facebook jail over it. So
Oh, they will go to Facebook jail over it. They'll ride or die. Our family is ride or die. Eric, you got any shows coming up? What's going on with you, dude?
So mid podcast, we got a message that the October 27th date, they already booked it, so they double booked us. So be on the lookout for
Another
new date for the show.
oh god.
Great. The Crown, always a beacon of booking majesty.
Yeah. But shout out the Crown. They're
Shouts
good
out to
peeps.
the Crown, dude. We're gonna
Yeah.
do
Yeah, thanks a lot.
the Crown. Go get some fries. They're
They're really good.
yeah. They're
Before you guys
Get
close
some
it,
Korean fried wings. Oh my
in
god.
in 1 year from today, where would you like to be at subscriber wise? In your own words.
good.
Where would I
1,000.
like to be at, or where do I want to be? What do I expect to be at?
What would just be like a reasonable place for you to be like, that would be cool?
1,000.
1,000.
On what platform? Are you just
YouTube.
YouTube specifically?
YouTube.
I don't even post shit on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
should start.
I feel like I don't even think about
I
it like
should probably
that.
do like
I just think like,
videos and shit.
are we growing exponentially or like, yeah? As long as like they're bigger than last year's numbers, I'm pretty cool.
I'd like to. Yeah, exponentially sounds good because I got like 90K followers on TikTok in a year of frequently posting. So I'd like to turn that into like 500K, which isn't hard on TikTok from what I've noticed.
500K by October 7th, October 8th. Now, 2022.
Yeah, if TikTok's community guidelines have anything to say about it, that will not happen. Spotify, 150,000 monthly listeners by next year.
There you go.
And then after that, 500K would be good.
Boom.
Hopefully more. Well, I'm already at 40-some thousand right now, so I'm going to say 200,000 actually.
I'm gonna put the podcast down for a cold hard 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. I think that's a tangible, achievable goal, and I think that setting a tangible, achievable goal is probably the move.
For sure.
Probably
Yeah.
You're
I'd like
saying-
to be at 100K in a year.
100K.
Oh, dude, you're going to be way beyond 100K in a year.
As long as I'm
You
at
got
100K.
65K in a year growing from nothing, so you don't think that that's going to have any... You think you're only going to get 35K in the next year? 200K in a year, guaranteed.
That'd be sick.
Guarantee.
Yeah, I'm talking about doubling our subscribers by 2,000%. I'm gonna need a bigger number from you, pal.
You got 15K in the last week, dude.
Month.
Oh, only 15K in a month. Sorry.
Let's see. If I can keep it together and keep making good content for a year, it would be 200K would be cool. But you never know.
There we go.
I'll tell you what. This is how
Who's got
confident
300?
I am that you're gonna get 200K in the next year. I'd bet $500 it should be at 200K in the next year.
Okay.
I would, legitimately.
You guys gonna take him up on that?
No.
Is anyone betting against me?
I'm damn near about to bet against you.
I'm
For real.
Brandon's just gonna start making shit content for the next year.
All right. Well, I like this idea. I do like this idea. So the final numbers are
100K.
that's weak. That's a weak goal, dude.
150.
I'm going from
150.
we're going from
150
50 to 1,000. You're going from 65 to 100. Come on.
Bro.
So you're expecting your rate of growth to lessen over the next year?
You just never know, man. You really.
You
never
don't think
know.
you'll at least be at 130K?
Of course, you never know, dude.
That would be sick.
That would be sick. No, that would suck.
Yeah, well, dude,
That would
it's
suck.
a confusing game.
200K.
I hope I'm
is
still
the
making
move.
YouTube videos this time next year.
What else are you gonna be on? DoorDash full time?
Maybe.
Is that what we're doing? We're
Catching
setting our bar
chlamydia
that
on
low.
deliveries?
We're not even talking followers anymore. I just hope I'm still doing
hope I'm
anything.
alive.
I hope
next
I
year.
don't kill myself.
I
this
tell you
time
what,
next
I bet
year.
you $500 I'll be alive next year.
Yeah.
Take me up on
Transfer
it,
to Uber Eats next year.
bitch.
Yeah. No psychiatric medication, no crimes on my record. I'll be happy.
All right. Well, I like these. I like these bets. I like these things. We didn't really officially place any bets, but I like these estimates.
But I
1,000
will.
for us. Dom wants 150,000 and 100 and 500K on TikTok. I think we're going 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. I like that shit. I like the sound of it. I like the feel of it. Guys, this weekend we're back at the Point in Towson, October 9th, Saturday, October 9th. The return of the full sophomore band. Jimmy Solesky, John Burkhart, Joe Niehaus. We're playing 9 to 1 a.m. at the Point in Towson. Other than that, nothing much going on this weekend. I play every Wednesday night at the Horse You Came In on. 9:30 to close. Who knows when it's going to close? Sometimes it closes at midnight. Sometimes it closes at 1:30. You got to go there to find out when it's going to close. Next week, got a bunch of gigs coming up, and I don't want to bore you with that. At Jimmy Solesky on everything. Follow the band at Sophomore MD. We got a new song coming out this month. I just got the first version of the mix today. I'm liking it. It's closer to the mark than any other first mix we've received in a while. At LFTS Podcast on everything. Follow us now. If you want to be in the first 1,000, you better hurry up.
Claim your spot.
Brandon
You got a
Buckingham.
whole year. Take your time.
Follow Brandon Buckingham on YouTube. Follow Solesky on Spotify. Follow Solesky Who on TikTok
Or anything else.
or anything else.
Yes,
If you
sir.
see a random QR code, scan it.
Figure it out.
Until next week,
It's
folks.
one of us.
Peace.